Chapter 771 My friend. Kugugugugang. The world moves quickly, as countless seas of stars and galaxy clusters rush by, repeatedly condensing and expanding under attraction force. The sight looks as if blood is circulating through the veins and a heart is beating within some beast. Seeing that sight, we can tell that this entire heavenly domain is alive. We all are living inside the body of a colossal animal called the universe. Time is accelerating. The great forest heavenly lord looks at me as if they cannot understand. Even the source river, no, even if the heavenly venerable of time personally drags down their Gandhara and descends, they cannot accelerate all of Mount Sumeru to this level. What have you done? However, no matter what great forest says, I pay it no mind and keep strengthening the radiance mantra. Fragments of the god-killing spears that Jiwa brought charge the power of light and provide the foundation for the radiance mantra to activate. Time in the true immortal realm slows even more, and as a reaction, the true immortals must feel the Saha world is rushing by like mad. On the underworld side, because the speed of reincarnation becomes insanely fast, screams and wails are heard. Moreover, as the eastern heaven flower field collapsed and all the workload of the flower field was dumped onto the underworld side, the reapers of the underworld are practically on the verge of going mad. Still, since all true immortals possess at least the cognitive ability of instantaneous perception, no matter how fast time flows in the Saha world, there is no problem interfacing with the lower realm. But the problem is the living beings of the lower realm. Because a time gap has arisen between the true immortal realm and the lower realms of the three planes of Chi, Soul, and Fate, no mortal being in the lower realm can undergo true immortal advancement right now, and they are struggling. In particular, the sacred masters who have been cultivating normally inside the bodies of true immortals, or those carrying out missions in various places under the orders of Radiance Hall, all have their connections to the true immortals in Radiance Hall severed and fall into confusion. At least those who possess nether perception, star vein eye, fetal movement, and void perception still retain some linkage to the upper realm, so they can push their minds into the true immortal realm in accordance with the slowed time of the true immortal realm. Such existences, even amidst this chaos, at least possess the qualification to undergo true immortal advancement. Both the netherworld and the source river are dimensions in which true immortals dwell. Therefore, even now, those places become the connection between the lower realm and the true immortal realm. Since each Gandhara is, in the end, within the body of each heavenly venerable, it is practically no different from the true immortal realm. And, kugugugugugu. In this moment, I watch spirits as they rapidly undergo birth and annihilation, cross to the netherworld, and then come to the Saha world again from the netherworld to be reborn. They go back and forth between the netherworld, a kind of true immortal realm, and the Saha world. And they look upon the scenes we are watching. Time passes in an instant, the universe narrows, fills with light and heat, and contracts to meet its end. And the next moment, borrowing the power of the seed of radiance, the universe is reborn in an explosion within light. In countless heavenly domains, such a phenomenon repeats, and the spirits repeating life and death behold that majestic spectacle together with us as they move to the Gandhara of the underworld. The creation and annihilation of the universe, the swift flow of stars, the movements of heavenly domains like living organisms. All of it engraves itself upon them, and begins to engrave upon them the essential principle of the phenomena extinguishing mantra. If they reincarnate in the Saha world, they will end up forgetting those principles, but the principles of the universe will remain in their unconscious, and they will spend their entire life thinking about what repentant enlightenment is. That's right. Right now, by applying the radiance mantra, joining hands with the underworld, and engraving the principle of the phenomena extinguishing mantra upon the souls of all mortal beings who go in and out of the netherworld, I'm teaching them repentant enlightenment. Are you watching? GWAKM. Wu Wang. I bring my two hands together and begin converging yin-yang and five elements to one within my hands. Watch closely. This is my interpretation of the mountain. With the true immortal realm slowed, and the Saha world of Mount Sumeru currently perceived as endlessly accelerating, it is the optimal situation to unfold the phenomena extinguishing mantra. Because of the accelerated creation and end of the universe, the present Mount Sumeru becomes the best battlefield for mountain divine spirits. On the battlefield I lay out for the decisive battle with GWAKM, I feel the power of the yin-yang and five elements gathered in my hands and, with Jiwa's help, begin to fuse them. Now, the crazed Radiance 8 immortals no longer even enter my sight. Wu Wang. The yin-yang and five elements gathered in my hands intertwine and return to the primeval form of yin-yang and five elements. The primeval state of yin-yang and five elements is none other than radiance. Just as the radiance 10 heavens divide the 5 elements into yin and yang as great forest, flower plant, great sun, torch candle, castle wall, field garden, sword spear, pearl jade, great sea, and rain dew. In the end, if one converges yin-yang and 5 elements to one, what emerges is their essential form, light. Even now, the light held in my hands, thanks to the power of the Radiance Mantra and the help of Jiwa, who is one of the Radiance 8 Immortals, strongly resonates with the seed of radiance itself. The realm formula for Immortal Lord is yin-yang and 5 elements returning to one. The existences who preside over the Immortal Lord's realm formula are the Emptiness Supreme Deity and the Radiance Supreme Deity. Originally, the Radiance 8 Immortals might have interfered with my Immortal Lord advancement ritual. However, having seized the Radiance Mantra and turned the Radiance 8 Immortals all into that state, I can now begin the Immortal Lord advancement ritual without anyone's interference. From the realm of heaven and earth dual cultivation great net immortal, I begin to step toward Immortal Lord. I push my interpretation against the great mountain supreme deity, who currently holds the seat of repentant enlightenment. The words of Radiance Hall that say, the origin essence of the first light is the third absolute, is blatant false propaganda. However, at least the statement, the first light is the beginning of all origin essences, is true. The Immortal Lord's realm formula, yin-yang and 5 elements returning to one, is, ironically, to feel the power of radiance and to fill the origin essence one seizes with their own light, or wisdom, thereby filling the whole origin essence. And the method by which a great net immortal advances to Immortal Lord by usurping a seat is likewise the same. Either breathe the light and wisdom formed by your interpretation into an emptied seat, or with that light and wisdom push away or kill the Immortal Lord, or Supreme Deity, who sits in that place. I relentlessly pressure the great mountain Supreme Deity, who is seizing the chaos of the outer sea, by sending the light of the Radiance Mantra in my wisdom and interpretation. Anyway, he cannot descend before he seizes the outer sea. And since the deceleration of the Radiance Mantra also affects him, he too will only descend after 100,000 years in the decelerated time of the true Immortal Realm. Within that time, while pretending to usurp the seat of the great mountain supreme deity through the Immortal Lord advancement ritual, I will send my interpretation to his corpse mountain blood sea and inspire them. And, through Wal Ryong, I will grant the Radiance 8 Immortals the same fate of beginning, development, twist, and conclusion as the Enders, and I will make that beginning, development, twist, and conclusion undergo history repetition for all future candidates of the Radiance 8 Immortals who are to be born. Lastly, I will also overlay that beginning, development, twist, and conclusion upon the great mountain supreme deity who is wearing the mask of the castle wall heavenly lord and partially recover his identity of light, and force upon him the same beginning, development, twist, and conclusion as ours. If I can do so, only then can we fight on equal terms with the great mountain supreme deity who activates the splitting heaven mantra and has seized the outer sea. My grand plan is complete. All that remains is to wait for Wal Ryong's completion, guide the mad Radiance 8 Immortals for the remaining 100,000 or so years and make them undo the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag, defeat the Liberation Supreme Deity immediately after they awaken, undo the final Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag, and fuse all the powers I have gathered so far into one. The moment all powers perfectly fuse into one, I will properly reach the domain of divine arts. If only it happens as so, victory will be visible in the fight against the great mountain supreme deity. I have finished all the preparations I can make. Seize chaos, and let us clash properly. GWAKM. The comrades of the Wuji religious order who died back then. And Yin Wei and Hun Wan, whose entire lives were toyed with by the great mountain supreme deity, and the life of their descendant, Hun Jin. Holding all that resentment and retribution in my hands, I grasp Jiwa's arm and greatly activate the radiance mantra once more. Zhejiang. The origin essence of light seems to tremble, and then around the origin essence a total of 10 imperial thrones begin to shine. Among them, 2 imperial thrones are dim, having lost their light. They are the imperial thrones of the Castle Wall Heavenly Lord and the Field Garden Heavenly Lord. And with the Radiance Mantra activated, I yank Jiwa's hand sharply toward me and begin to sever the principle. The 5th seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals, Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, as of today, I proclaim your departure from the seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals. Zhejiang. With my proclamation, the light of the imperial throne of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord grows faint and becomes the same as the seats of the Castle Wall Heavenly Lord and the Field Garden Heavenly Lord. Mountain Divine Spirit. At last, I finally achieve with my own hands a feat equal to the Mountain Divine Spirits of the past generation. Your light is, now mine. From Radiance Hall, from the owner of light. I have stolen the light. If Jiwa had remained in Radiance Hall as a spy, this would not be necessary, but now that she is exposed, there is no longer any reason to leave Jiwa and her light in Radiance Hall. The white light tinged with silver flies into my hands and transforms into my light of all of heaven's natural colors. Just as the yellow light my master stole was contaminated into a salt-like white, now the light that symbolizes sword spear becomes defiled in my hands and begins to shine with all of heaven's natural colors. I pass that light to Jiwa. Since Jiwa, unlike my master, does not abandon the power of light itself, she does not completely lose her immortal title and realm as the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. However, perhaps because she loses the power supplied by the Seed of Radiance, which is 10 times greater than other origin essences, she now cannot, as before, produce supreme deity level power with the power of a single immortal lord. Jiwa is no more than an ordinary immortal lord of quasi-supreme deity rank. Of course, since I do not tear out the origin essence itself, unless Jiwa throws away her realm entirely and accumulates anew in a new immortal Tao, she cannot become a supreme deity. What I tore out is merely one of the lights of Seed of Radiance. Now, from the Seed of Radiance, that silver-white light of Sword Spear will never shine again. You are now, the Radiance 7 Immortals T. I, who has changed the very concept of the Radiance 8 Immortals, only mutter toward the Radiance 7 Immortals glaring at me with terrifying eyes. Maintain your reason, and, because the rage toward me condenses far too greatly, in the end they manage to regain their reason. Do not panic. Panic is what the Mountain Divine Spirit desires. Never let it go their way. Ooh, the Radiance 7 Immortals place their palms together and rain dew, who ironically regained their reason the fastest because they hold my paper flower in their chest, commands them. In this very situation, the fact that the Executor Rain Dew leads Radiance Hall in place of Great Forest is practically proof that their system has completely collapsed. But even collapsed, they are the Lords of Light. The snake's tail that commands the Radiance 7 Immortals, Rain Dew, shouts. We lost Sword Spear, but there is no problem in deploying the 8 Immortals formation. Unfold the true title, MBA, Kugugugugu, at the center of the symbol of Huxaw that rises above them. The name Radiance Supreme Deity appears. True title, so you could use it too. True titles are the true immortal titles of supreme deities. Because the rank and authority of supreme deities have grown far too vast, an ordinary immortal title cannot contain their authority and rank. Therefore they always receive immortal titles from the naming supreme deity that are much longer than other true immortals, such as the High Spirit Grand Tao 9 Heavens Overseeing Fate Preserving Life Celestial Great Emperor Pound FF at Ok, or the Red Summit Great Mountain Life Phenomena Extinguishing Great Emperor at F_F plus or minus X, or the 9 Heavens Origin Responding Thunderous Sound Universal Transformation Great Emperor Ju Tianying Yuan Lei Sheng Pu Wa Tnd. These long immortal titles are otherwise called true titles among the supreme deities, and they serve to the role of assisting and managing all beings who receive the grace of the supreme deity's authority. When those true titles are compressed to contain only simple symbols, the resulting immortal titles are the ordinary ones like Naming Supreme Deity, Great Mountain Supreme Deity, and Heavenly Punishment Supreme Deity. As I look at the Radiance 8 Immortals who release their true title, I begin to prepare countermeasures against the true titles. For those at Immortal Lord and below, the immortal titles bestowed by the Naming Supreme Deity serve as usable immortal treasures to true immortals. But for those at the Supreme Deity level, immortal titles do not help much in battle and the like. Since they are already far too complete as beings, the power of an immortal title does not add to their combat strength. Therefore, supreme deities all use their true titles for only one purpose. True title unfolding. As the voice of the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord resounds, the immortal title of the Radiant Supreme Deity at the center of the black snake biting its tail begins to change. Most Supreme who illuminates dawn, wielder of seals, ruler of brightness, truth-embracing Tao embodying black. Heaven Radiance Supreme Deity Tai Shang Kai Shao Ji Fu Yu Ming Han Zhen Ti Dao Zan Tian Guang Ming Shang Di, Kugugugugu. As the true title of the Radiance Supreme Deity activates, the seed of radiance begins to tremble. We shall reclaim Sword Spear. And the true authority of supreme deities begins to activate. Debt enforcement. Kugugugugu. Just as Hyeon Mu tried to exact the payment with interest from all of the Heart tribe who used the interdimensional void, the Radiance 7 Immortals, through the authority of the Radiant's supreme deity, begin to exact payment from all who have received the grace of light until now. As expected, the Radiance mantra can't block that. Since the legitimacy over the seat of radiance itself lies with the 7 immortals, it is impossible even for me to block the dead enforcement of light. Qua, we all have a portion of our power taken by the 7 immortals. However, we pay it no heed and breathe our authority into them even more strongly. As it is, to face us, the 7 immortals took the Heavenly King heavenly treasures into their bodies and become all the more deranged. The more they accept our power, the faster their madness will seize them. Perhaps they realize this fact as well, as they try to accept our power as late as possible and pour their main effort into sucking in the power of others. All the powers of light across the Saha world converge upon them. And the greatest of these are the heaven immortals of the Heavenly King heavenly domain, who have been using the immortal crown of the Radiance Supreme Deity all this time. No, O Radiance Supreme Deity, how can you do this to us? This cannot be. Then what has all our loyalty to Radiance been for? Countless heaven immortals scream and begin to have their authorities stolen by the suction power emitted by the Radiance 7 immortals. At least the envoys of the final age of Dharma and the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals, by communicating with them and not fleeing but rather joining them, do not have their power stolen and, by rejoining on the side of the Radiance 7 immortals, reinforce their strength. The authorities the Radiance Supreme Deity gains by opening the true title gather together and begin to lump up beside the 7 immortals. They are in the form of a total of 3 immortals. Those immortals each are shrouded in yellow and silver white light. They are the Castle Wall Heavenly Lord, Field Garden Heavenly Lord, and Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, temporarily manifested by seizing the power of the debtors. At the pitiable sight of dragging in every shred of power, regardless of strength or no strength, any power at all, in order to reproduce the might of the Radiance 10 heavens, Jiwa turns her head as if she cannot bear to watch the downfall of her old comrades. We will take back Sword Spear. And, you will not be able to undo your Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag. For your Sealing Immortal Flag can be undone only by 8 owners of light. Even though we reproduce the power of the Radiance 10 heavenly lords, unless it is the true owners of light, no matter what attack we make on you will not be released. Wu Ung. A god-killing spear is gripped in their hands. Not of the Radiance 8 immortals, but a god-killing spear deployed by reproducing the power of the Radiance 10 heavenly lords. In addition, I notice the Torch Candle Heavenly Lord, who is forcibly drawing forth power and assimilating with the Heavenly Void Furnace, is on the verge of collapsing. It seems they intend to draw in the power of the Head Realm and the Emptiness Supreme Deity through the Heavenly Void Furnace to face me. However, I stride forward toward the power of the god-killing spear they are about to throw. Do as much as you like. I no longer fear attacks from the likes of you. I see. However, as if the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord saw through my intention at once, they look outside Mount Sumeru. They look toward the source river that is eroded by the artificial Gandhara and supplying the power of time to the Radiance mantra. Perhaps because they too hold a paper flower, they seem to faintly read my heart essence and infer my intention. Inside the source river, there, the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords, who have come to know of all truth, each summon a great flag and are concentrating their power. Northern Dipper, even you, betray us. All the allies of Radiance Hall are leaving us. The source river, there, the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords, shedding tears of blood, pour all their authorities into the flags. Under Young Sung's command. Ah, O Lord, our Lord, all this time, we have lived clinging in vain. Lord, O God of time, hence please forgive us. At least now, we will atone by answering your will. The Breaking Army Heavenly Lord sheds bloody tears and begins to wave their flag. Soon the other flags also sway exactly like the Breaking Army Heavenly Lords, and this creates a certain flow. The Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag is our half-body, made by us Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords forever forfeiting the possibility of becoming supreme deities, splitting our spirit, body, and origin essence in half. At the same time, it is both an immortal treasure that clings to the opponent and, by fusing with the opponent, grows ever stronger the stronger the opponent becomes, and a mantra we created. The Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords, weeping tears of blood, begin to weaken the binding cast on the being of nightmare into which they have embedded the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag. I, Greedy Wolf. I, Giant Gate. I, Preserving Wealth. I, Literary Melody. I, Integrity Chastity. I, Martial Melody. I, Breaking Army. Because the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag, created to seal an out-of-rank existence like the vast cold Heavenly Lord, is a growth-type mantra wearing the shell of an immortal treasure, even they cannot change its release conditions arbitrarily. All they can do is change the original condition as indirectly as possible. That is the greatest action they can take. In the name of the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords TX unknown currency, we command you. Let the release condition of the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag be altered. Ding! From the Source River, the power of the flags they raise ring the bell sound of the Source River. The Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords and Seo Unyun's Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags resonate. And among the 2 sealing immortal flags embedded in him, the condition of one is relaxed. Suat. From taking the attacks in sequence without resisting from the 8 owners of light to taking the attacks in sequence from 8 immortal lords who come from light. Ding! The request I asked Young Sung beforehand to pass to the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords resounds. The condition of the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag relaxes. And this means, now not only their attacks, but Jiwa's attacks will also affect me. Jiwa, whose light is stolen and drawn out from the seat of the 8 immortals, also counts as a heavenly lord who comes from light, so if I simply take the attacks in order of Great Forest, Flower Plant, Great Sun, Torch, Candle, Jiwa, Pearl Jade, Great Sea, and Rain Dew, my seal will release. In addition, now the restriction of without resisting when being struck has also disappeared. Not only counter-attacking, but even standing against their attacks becomes a release condition. The Rain Dew Heavenly Lord also seems to notice that fact and only glares at me in silence. I see. You plan to induce our attacks to release the sealing immortal flag. Futile. Do you think we will go along? As you wish. No sooner do Rain Dew's words end when the torch candle Heavenly Lord presses their hands together and begins to burn themselves. Unfolding true title. Emptiness Supreme Deity. The torch candle Heavenly Lord links with the heavenly void furnace and starts borrowing the power of the head realm. At the same time, they start to unfold even the true title of the head realm. That distant sun and moon heavenly domain. The head realm seems to tremble, and the true name of the emptiness supreme deity that the head realm hides is revealed. True title Gen Hao. Unsurpassed emptiness Earth Mother Supreme Imperial Venerable #L Section 087 cents * O. Juk. At the same time, one of the head realm's eyes flips over. That eye shines with moonlight. That is something all too familiar to me. It is the head realm's moon A. Suddenly, I become curious why only one of the eyes of sun and moon, not the whole, opens, and for some reason, I get the feeling that the emptiness supreme deity is not simply a single existence. Overlapping. What is this? But without even having time to ponder such a thing, I feel the Akashic records draining our wisdom. Return to your filthy homeland that is the head realm, you filthy enders. With the roar of the radiant 7 immortals full of anger, we start to be slowly sucked toward the sun and moon. Heavenly domain. Did you expect to be struck by us in order? Never, never will we follow your will. We will surely destroy. Sword Mountain Devil Lord. The Rain Dew Heavenly Lord's shout full of hatred continues, and they let go of the god-killing spears from their hands. 10 god-killing spears rise into the void, then, by torch candle's control, are driven toward the emptiness. Supreme Deity Myong Woon. Right after, torch candle controls Myong Woon and, through Myong Woon's attraction force, aims the god-killing spears at us. If it goes like this, the god-killing spears become those thrown by Myong Woon, so the sealing immortal flag will not be released. However, I instead turn my back to them and look at the Saha world. Now, they are no longer my match. I have no interest in you now. I turn my back. Now my comrades will face them. Kiyut. With a ghastly shriek, a giant bird mixed with azure and glass colors beats its wings and descends to the spot. To be able to violate the Radiant's supreme deity, I dreamed of this day all my life. It is the glass peacock nameless one who kidnapped Azure Pung, repeated copulated to the point of half mixing with Azure Pung, and rose to the position of ecstasy true lord. Azure Pung's personality did not disappear, but it seems that Azure Pung is trapped in Glass Peacock's heart essence world, copulating within in a mentally dazed state. Led by Glass Peacock, countless immortal beasts land around us, mix among my comrades, and start to glare at the Radiant's 7 Immortals faction. They are the immortal beasts whom Ohai Seo has drawn to our side with tainted soul filling the heavens until now, and whom Glass Peacock, joining forces with her, violated and brainwashed. For a while the 7 immortals will boast the power of the 10 heavenly lords, but in the end, when the power seized by debt runs out, they will have to face us as the radiant 7 immortals, far weaker than in the era of the 8 immortals. I have no more business with them. If you will not attack me, I can simply ask a friend. 1. Having completely taken my attention off the present radiant 7 immortals, I, with the authority of the immortal beast king, resist the suction force of the emptiness supreme deity and look to my friend, beneath the Saha world, who at last pries open the distortion of time and attempts to enter the true immortal realm. Within the hastened time of the Saha world, Wal Ryong, who finally reached the entering nirvana stage and completed her innate immortal art, is attempting true immortal advancement. Minhee. Alright. At my request, Kong Minhee forms a hand seal. 1. A vast otherworld of dark heaven opens its mouth behind us. It is the arrangement space she weaved by intertwining law until now. It is Kong Minhee's arrangement, made so that all future enders can place their arrangements inside it. A flower garden of black and blue. Inside that garden are also the arrangements left by Jaeon Myung-hoon, Oh Yun-sok, Kim Yeon, Oh Hai-seo, and others. And the arrangement I left is engraved as well. Wu Wang. The beginning, development, twist, and conclusion I engraved inside her arrangement. In the beginning, or spring, one meets a being from another world. In the development, or summer, one exchanges connections with the being from the other world, become closer than ever, and learns fate. In the twist, or autumn, after losing the close friend, one suffers and receives pain to the point of losing the heart. And in the final conclusion, or winter, after reaching the ending, obtaining true enlightenment. This is precisely the fate of beginning, development, twist, and conclusion I forced upon Ryong. This fate of beginning, development, twist, and conclusion engraved upon Ryong will also engrave upon all future candidates of the 7 immortals, making them become friends with the enders of later generations. And this history, powered by the vast cold heavenly circle, will repeat forever as history repetition through the 4 seasons, forever placing a bridle around the necks of the Radiant's 7 immortals, and someday making every one of the Radiant's 7 immortals the best friend and lover who helps the enders. As we are slaves of fate, you too will become slaves of the heart. So from now on, as fellow slaves of Absolute, let us live as friends. This is the punishment I leave you, and the arrangement for later generations. This arrangement does not apply only to the future. It reaches into the past as well. This arrangement also puts the great mountain supreme deity, who wears the mask of the castle wall heavenly lord, inside this beginning, development, twist, and conclusion so that he too, before me who is an ender, must obtain enlightenment, accept my interpretation, and spit out the seat. This is my arrangement for later generations, and the move to face the great mountain supreme deity. And it is the karmic retribution I must bear. After entrusting the Radiant 7 Immortals, who pour attacks at me from behind, to Jaeon Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, Oh Yun-sok, Oh Hai-seo, Glass Peacock, and the Immortal Beast Party, I gaze ahead at my friend who begins to reach the true immortal realm. She does not go to the underworld. A death deeper than the underworld. The orthodox advancement method before the underworld existed. She falls into the domain of purity just like I had, accepts death, and resurrects. Life and death seem to mix, drawing Taiji, and soon within it a silver divine spirit is born. Wu Wang. Soon, the silver divine spirit, receiving the gaze of GWAKM who sits in the far outer sea, meets the advancement heavenly tribulation and begins to take form. TSTSTSTSTSTs. A familiar face appears. Wal Ryong, who forms an immortal body, compresses the immortal body and begins to settle in a human form within the true immortal realm. I too approach Wal Ryong and compress my true body into a transformation form. Jiwa also leaves the battle to our comrades for a moment and, together with me, transforms into a human form. The two of us stand before Wal Ryong in familiar appearances. Soon Wal Ryong regains consciousness and looks at us. For a while, silence falls between us. And the one who breaks the silence is Wal Ryong. It's Seok-young's face. And, it's Seok-young's soul. After looking at me, she looks at Jiwa and Wal Ryong's eyes tremble. I see. So that is how it is. After observing Jiwa's bare face, her energy and spirit begins to laugh. Drop, tears of blood begin to flow from Wal Ryong's eyes. My life was completely toyed with by you. Sword Mountain Devil Lord, and Master, aha, ha. Bursting into wild laughter, Wal Ryong wildly scratches her own face. At her gesture, that face tears as it is, and the immortal body begins to scatter. My life, my heart, my pain, all of it was toyed with by you all. Everything, my life, all of it is a lie. Now, this is the last step. Here, if I only complete her path of fate, the part corresponding to winter, my arrangement will be complete. And what I need to take that single step is. Quote. Ryong ah, pipe, I will tell you the truth. To end everything, to beg her forgiveness, I take one step toward Ryong. Quote. The reason all of this happened is. I slowly approach her and begin to explain everything that has happened until now. About the Enders, about the Radiance 8 Immortals, about the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, and the reason for which I toyed with her life. Given the difference in realm between me and her, I can inject wisdom into her all at once, but I put on a human body entirely and explain, word, by mouth. Ryong, even as she claws at her own face, does not run or tell me to stop, and listens to me on the spot. So as not to deceive her, I shut entirely both the Araya consciousness that reads Indra's net and the vision that sees intent, and facing only Ryong with human senses I continue the explanation. Whatever her feelings are, I do not read her with transcendent senses. Jiwa does the same. After laying everything completely bare, I kneel before Ryong. Quote. I want to apologize to you, Ryong ah. For all of these things. I toyed with your life and pushed your feelings and soul into chaos. So please, let me apologize to you. Pipe. Neither I, Ryong, or Jiwa. None of us speak. In silence, Jiwa and I kneel to Wal Ryong and beg forgiveness. Quote. Hey, and then, Wal Ryong's body starts to twitch. Hey, he ha 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 ha, hu 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 hu, ha 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 ha. She starts to laugh. She starts to laugh like she is mad. That wild laughter is the saddest laugh I have ever seen. Ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha, ah. Soon, the laughter becomes the sound of a scream. Quote. Quote. Wal Ryong then collapses on the spot, clutches her head, and wails. Hate you. I do not feel the emotion of hate. What fills Wal Ryong is only the look of anguish and grief. Even without reading intent, the look of Wal Ryong that I have faced through the years living as her friend Seo Young reads itself to me. With a single apology, there is no way I would forgive you. I will apologize again and again. Even if you apologize only with words 10 billion times, do you think this feeling will disappear? Wal Ryong lifts her head. Her face is full of a pained smile. The eyes of Wal Ryong that always shined with confidence are completely sunken into panic and grief. Seo Young, I am listening, Ryong. You also suffer for me. Just as you toyed with my life. Just as you rolled my life in your palm and made fun of it, you too, be stripped of all control over your life and suffer for me. She points to the sky. The black sky of the true immortal realm. The symbol engraved on that heavenly throne, the mountain exuding darkness. Be eaten by the great mountain supreme deity. If it is not to that extent, I cannot forgive you. At that one line, I shake my head. I cannot do that, Ryong ah. The grace and resentment with the great mountain supreme deity comes before Ryong's. Therefore, that alone is impossible. And at my words, Wal Ryong laughs with eyes filled with madness, panic, and grief. Quote. Right, in that case, I do not forgive you. Wal Ryong rises from the spot, tears falling. I do not need a chance at forgiveness that you toss to me as if you are granting it. I will seize with my own hands the chance to forgive you. With my eyes of seeing Araya consciousness intent shut, I cannot grasp any intention in Ryong's words, and I only lower my head to her. After I tear apart and kill your real, beloved and your real comrades and end their lives, I will put you in my grasp. And then we will speak again, Seo Young. And Master, when you thus arrive at a situation perfectly the same as mine, only then will I be able to forgive you. How is it? Is that fine? Quote. Ryong ah. I cannot say any words to her. The only words I can say are just. Quote. You are right. I am sorry, but I will protect my comrades. And you are also my comrade, Ryong ah. If, at any time while you pursue revenge, your anger is relieved, L. Want to be with you again. I close my eyes. Because I can guess her feelings just by seeing her expression, to respect her choice I close my eyes and beg forgiveness. Wal Ryong sobbing bursts out. Why do you speak like that? Why do you speak as if you will not resent me even if I take everything from you? 11. Pipe. When you speak like that, it's as if you really consider me a true comrade. I cannot hate you. But I also cannot forgive you. So, my revenge for you is. Her tear-mixed voice thus does not aim at me and instead aims at that faraway sky. I will borrow your power. Wall. I hurriedly open my senses, including Araya consciousness, that I close to apologize, and only then can I feel an appalling ominousness. An ominousness that only I, who pursued the Tao of the mountain up to this realm and clashed several times with the great mountain supreme deity, can feel. This is. From the moment I met Ryong, he has been in contact with Ryong. It is the energy of GWAKAM's wicked scheme. It wasn't just a while back when he made contact with her in the Earth boundary heavenly domain. Splitting Emperor, splitting heaven. Annihilation, advancement, mu. The sky collapses. Golden waves collapse all of Mount Sumeru, and together with the chaos of the outer sea begin to shake heaven and earth. In the golden waves, the entire world collapses, and I see Wal Ryong's spirit and flesh being absorbed into those waves. Kugugugugu. Twin holding heavenly domain. Axle heavenly domain. Bearing tree heavenly domain. Good sight heavenly domain. Horse ear heavenly domain. Elephant nose heavenly domain. Earth boundary heavenly domain. All those heavenly domains collapse in a single flash, and the heavenly king heavenly domain also cannot endure. The golden flash and shatters, scattering in pieces toward various places of the chaos of the outer sea. The fragments of the fallen heavenly domains are absorbed as they are by the golden something that descends here by the flow of chaos. It is an immense mountain of radiance that seems to burn this entire Sumeru, three heavens great thousand world. At that sudden descent, the liberation supreme deity Bong Myong, who is recovering their rank of supreme deity within the cocoon, is, before they can do anything with me, flung beyond the far chaos of the outer sea and disappears, and at the appearance of the tyrannical mountain of radiance, the Radiant's seven immortals, the Enders, and all the divine spirits gathered here, freeze. Before that tyrannical mountain that seems to crush all of heaven and earth, I rise, transforming into my true form. And take a stance to deliver a single strike. Severing heaven sword form. Derived ultimate move. Sword god. Mantra. Impermanence sword. From within the golden mountain, a rugged golden authority in the form of an arm shoots out and grabs my skull. To the act of that arm, I fail to mount any resistance. Retribution enforcement. That golden forearm, still gripping my head, detonates golden light. Jejeyong. As the golden flash explodes again, I am flung straight out to the sun and moon heavenly domain. The sun and moon heavenly domain shatters from the aftermath alone and begins to be absorbed by that god of radiance, and I am flung all the way to the far edge of Mount Sumeru, to where the emptiness supreme deity Myongmoon opens the eye of the moon. My entire body bursts with immortal beast true blood, and I just barely hold onto my consciousness that is about to drift away. Ah, at the very edge of Mount Sumeru, before the gate of the audience chamber that pulls in this world, I look up from the worlds below and let out a hollow laugh. Just 1 second, that was all it took for Mount Sumeru to perish and be absorbed by that bastard. All that remains is the artificial Gandhara that remains outside Mount Sumeru in the underworld. The Sumeru three heavens, great thousand world in the form of an inverted cone that consisted of heavenly domains disappeared in a single strike, and I, recognizing what hit me, rise from my place. Right, so that is what it is. You have been waiting only for this moment. I let out a hollow laugh as I realize what vicious scheme my senior brother, the great mountain supreme deity GWAKAM, plotted. Just as I used the phenomena extinguishing mantra that was in the great mountain supreme deity's grasp by receiving recognition from the salt sea supreme deity and the phenomena extinguishing mantra, GWAKAM likewise used the impermanence sword that is in my grasp by receiving recognition from the impermanence sword. Since Wal Ryong entrusted to GWAKAM the authority over the retribution and karma she must pour onto me, the moment he descended in ambush and swallowed Wal Ryong, he thereby gained the qualification to wield the retribution of the impermanence sword. The retribution of the impermanence sword has always applied to me as well. For a sword is double-edged. Yes, perhaps he has been aiming for only this moment. You gave up fully activating the splitting heaven mantra, gave up completely seizing the chaos, and aimed only for this one moment, throwing a surprise attack before the arrangement is completed. Kugugugugugu. Kung. I rise from the remains of Mount Sumeru that perished in an instant and begin to make my body gigantic. Immortal Beast King authority, the enlightenment of martial pinnacle that began from entering heavens beyond the path. Wheel, phenomena extinguishing mantra, flawless mantra, Radiance mantra, impermanence sword, heaven earth great net half step immortal lord. Heart Tao blooming, imperial throne circuit, primordial origin cultivation, all those authorities circle around my body, then materialize and are absorbed into me. My white round collar robe seems to shine pure white. The more it is, the more the 5 chains wrapped around. My right hand contrast in black and emit darkness. Cooing, 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 my body grows larger and larger. Before long, my body becomes a size that rivals a true Gandhara and stands before the golden mountain of radiance. Even after I enlarge my size to the level of a Gandhara, that mountain divine spirit of light still stands a head taller than me. The 2 mountain divine spirits stand upon the remains of Mount Sumeru, which perished in an instant, and face each other. I speak toward my senior brother and my mortal enemy who I cannot exist with under the same heavens. Spit out Wal Ryong, GWAKM. But that god of radiance only looks down at me and only spits out a single line. You failed again. You cannot protect anyone. War is deception. In the end, I fell one move behind in the contest of deception. Thinking that he will seize all of chaos and then come, that he will descend only after fully activating the splitting heaven mantra, I acted with ease and ended up confronting him without even drawing the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags. I even let him seize a partial stake in even the impermanence sword. In other words, I handed Wal Ryong's retribution into his hand. Bow to me, lower your head, the one who inherits master's will, across heaven, earth, and heavens above, is I alone. Wu Wang, the corpse mountain blood sea, wrapped in golden light, takes the form of an arm and swings toward me. Jiaoning, in each and every one of those actions, the principle of annihilation advancement mu is imbued. Quaching, and I raise and wrapped with the 5 desires chain and seize his wrist. Golden light sparks from my hand. My whole body shudders at that fearsome giant strength. However, not as lofty as before. I look up at the true body of the great mountain supreme deity, now at best only about a head taller than me, and speak. Kwang, 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 Kwang. Familiar presences appear one by one behind me and reveal their true bodies. The red pearl cycling heavenly king Jaeon Myong-hoon with a Gandhara like the Vajra that removes filth. The lapis lazuli flower heavenly king Kong Min-hee with a Gandhara like the medicine Buddha. The silver nameless heavenly king O-yun Sok with a Gandhara like the benevolent kings. The Tridakna vast cold heavenly king Kim Yeon with a Gandhara like the Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva. Oh Hai Seo, together with glass peacock and other immortal beasts, lays out a defensive formation and reveals herself. Spit out Wal Ryong, Uduk, Udududuk. I grip the great mountain supreme deity's arm and begin to apply strength. A sneer, tints GWAKM's eyes. With just a rabble of heavenly kings that cannot even reach the tip of vast cold's toes in their prime, and a rabble of immortal beasts, you dare stand against me. Spit out Wal Ryong, Uduk, Udududuk. But the next moment, GWAKM looks at my arm engaged in the test of strength with a slightly surprised gaze. Juk, Jechoyeoichojuk, because my right arm, in which the swallowing heaven supreme deity is embedded, begins to directly yank out GWAKM's left arm. Jejaong, I tear off the left arm of the great mountain supreme deity GWAKM and deliver what I have to say. Spit out Wal Ryong. Unlike before, the summit of the mountain is no longer out of sight. I must beg that child for forgiveness. Cheolkong. And at that moment, instead of a sneer or a flicker of surprise, a proper competitive spirit finally begins to enter GWAKM's eyes. Because he wears the mask of light, thinking that if my arrangement is completed it will be threatening, aimed only to seize the impermanence sword and ambushed me without even completing the splitting heaven mantra. Without even fully seizing chaos. By doing so, he seemed to think he could block the beginning, development, twist, and conclusion of fate. But he is wrong. The beginning, development, twist, and conclusion of fate that I stake upon that child. The final section corresponding to winter is originally a prophecy I granted on the assumption of failure. The conclusion of the prophecy I granted, winter, is not simply to obtain enlightenment. To know all truth, to accumulate a mountain of failures, and at the end to meet again, share enlightenment, and become free. I could not protect anything all my life, and in my whole life I only failed. I am a failure, a loser. Therefore, I can only pave the road with failure as the bedrock. But my apology to that child alone, I will not fail. The arrangement does not fail. For this an arrangement made of failure. Failure cannot fail. To the great mountain supreme deity GWAKM, who has come wearing the mask of the castle wall heavenly lord and bearing the splitting heaven mantra, I succeed in imposing the fate of beginning, development, twist, and conclusion, and I begin to infuse my enlightenment into him. Spit out my friend, senior brother, sword god dance. The will contained in the white sword extends toward GWAKM, and GWAKM in turn detonates a golden flash, executing in Wal Ryong's stead retribution for the wounds and pain she received. Annihilation Advancement Mu. Sword God Dance and Annihilation Advancement Mu collide, and chaos recedes. Across a long and longer span of time. At last, I commence war to settle the grace and resentment with the great mountain supreme deity F. GWAKM3, who has taken everything from me. The great mountain battle begins. 772. The world perishes. Only three things maintain form in the destroyed world. First, the underworld and the spirits the underworld holds. Since they are in the embrace of the sole heavenly venerable who remains and possesses a normal Gandhara, they are safe. Second, the true immortals. Since they are existences that transcend Mount Sumeru to a certain extent, even as the entirety of Mount Sumeru undergoes annihilation, they can generate prophecies within their bodies and maintain their lives. Third, the mountain divine spirits. Kugugugu. A golden torrent rampages centered on the great mountain supreme deity. That appearance looks as if, centered on GWAKM, dozens of gigantic golden wings flutter. However, that mass of light that looks dazzlingly bright seems to be sucked in centered on GWAKM, and the surroundings start to grow dark. The strongest light emits the shortest wavelength, so it is not visible to the eyes of lowly creatures and thus looks dark. To the eyes of humans, to the eyes of mortal beings, the universe looks dark, but to the eyes of true immortals, the universe is rather bright. For true immortals can perceive even the wavelengths of light that mortal beings cannot not perceive. But I feel that the light gathering around the great mountain supreme deity gradually passes through white, blue, and purple and becomes a dusky light, and then I witness it become complete darkness. I am now the prime radiance 10 heavenly lords itself. The great mountain supreme deity, who turns the surroundings into a complete darkness world, seems like a god of darkness wrapped in endless darkness, rather than the golden radiance shown just before. Yet apart from that appearance which seems dark, I can feel from him a power of light stronger than anyone else. It isn't visible, all the origin essences of Sumeru Mountain. The primordial of myriad seats. The very first origin essence, like radiance itself. No, rather, it is a power of light even purer than that. As the great mountain supreme deity says, mortal beings cannot see overly strong wavelengths. But ordinarily, true immortals can perceive wavelengths that mortal beings cannot see. Single quote. Even I, who have reached the level of a true immortal, a governing immortal, am I unable to perceive the wavelength of that light. The source of all things in the world, light. Compressing and devouring everything born from light and fusing it, he manifests again the first light. That is the power of the great mountain supreme deity. Moreover, due to my karma, the retribution of the impermanence sword ended up even passing over to the great mountain supreme deity. Is this what Bong Myong's foresight meant? Impermanence sword is a mantra. A true immortal without intellect, and a system of power. Therefore, not only the creator, but all who satisfy its conditions have the possibility to use it. In the end, my greatest traitor is. It is my conscience. The way to take back the impermanence sword is simple. As the creator of the impermanence sword, I can discard my conscience and rewrite the acquisition conditions of the impermanence sword. In short, to defeat the great mountain supreme deity, I just need to kill the humanity within me. Kong, I also draw the impermanence sword into my hand and stand against the great mountain supreme deity. However, Wo Wang, single quote. As expected, the side of the great mountain supreme deity is instead drawing out the power of the impermanence sword even better. Just like when, during treading heaven beyond the path, I sheathed my whole body in the impermanence sword and fought, the great mountain supreme deity likewise wraps his whole body with the impermanence sword and thrusts a fist toward me. Kwang, the first exchange comes and goes. My sword is blocked by him, and his fist, overlaid with the impermanence sword, drives straight into my waist. Even by the size ratio of a governing immortal, at the massive punch that feels like the size of a pot lid, I am sent flying as I spill immortal beast true blood. Quagwagwang, leaving the place where the original Mount Sumeru exists, the place I reach is the underworld's Gandhara. The dimension of vast darkness, through attraction force, stands outside the Mount Sumeru where only its form remains and observes us. The great mountain supreme deity has descended. Will you truly not take part? In an instant, I ask briefly, and a reply comes from the underworld side. Keying. The underworld's wheel is spinning like mad. An immense cycle of reincarnation forms, and the spirits the great mountain supreme deity just killed are seen circulating within the underworld. It is a wordless answer, but I understand. The moment the underworld moves to help anyone, the overwhelming majority of the spirits whom the great mountain supreme deity killed will be flung out to the sea of chaos outside Mount Sumeru and become lost children of chaos. A powerful great compassion toward the living beings of Mount Sumeru. That great compassion, like Yu Hao Tei's, that venerates even a single mortal being like an insect or microorganism, is instead holding back the underworld in a situation like now. No, Great Mountain aimed for this and made a surprise attack so there was no time to prepare, and let go a considerable number of spirits. With a single surprise attack, Great Mountain gained a quite significant advantage. I was discourteous. Please take good care of the spirits. Beginning to draw forth power, I offer a word to the underworld, and I face the great mountain supreme deity who walks through chaos wreathed in a dark light that even I at the level of a governing immortal cannot see. Behind the gigantic mountain divine spirit walking with master's mask on, the Radiant's 7 immortals naturally join. We will kill you, Enders. Beyond their masks, they shed bright red heaven and earth spiritual energy of hatred and anger like tears and pour upon us an unbearable fury. And behind me, my Ender comrades, and the true immortals they summoned begin to form ranks. No, it is not only the true immortals they summoned. After the sudden destruction of Mount Sumeru, the vast majority of true immortals originally belonging to Radiance Hall, including heaven immortals who quickly gauge the situation, begin to come to our side. Kim Yian activates the artificial Gandhara that devoured even the domain of time. Many among the true immortals knock on the gates of the underworld, but as the heaven immortals are not accepted, they take refuge inside Kim Yian's Gandhara. Is it only refuge? Radiance Supreme Deity. To join hands with the great mountain Supreme Deity. No matter how heinous an enemy the Sword Mountain Devil Lord is, to join hands with that mountain divine spirit. What in the world are you doing? O light that guards justice, why are you with the existence that has destroyed the Sumeru 3 heavens great thousand world? Are we now to be together with the great mountain supreme deity? They, having a fit at the radiant 7 immortals who have joined hands with the great mountain supreme deity who has destroyed the world, attach themselves to us. Even the envoys of the final age of Dharma are the same. Accepting faithful existences like the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals, the forces flip over in an instant, and in terms of faction we become superior. And, as the radiant 7 immortals put their palms together, they still begin to call forth the symbol of Hyuk-Sa, though it has become a little unstable. Trash that has gained power without qualification. All of you have never once differed from the mountain divine spirits. On this day, we shall annihilate you all and open a new world. The situation from when the great mountain supreme deity recited the splitting heaven mantra before is reproduced. The chaotic situation in which the Radiance 8 immortals betrayed all their own forces and, joining hands with the great mountain supreme deity, waged war against them all. In the waves of chaos, a cluttered all-out war begins. In the name of the Radiance supreme deity, we prophesize. The Radiance 7 immortals step forward, and inside Mount Sumeru that the great mountain supreme deity annihilated, they simultaneously raise their fingers. Let there be light, and then there is light. Centered on the 7 divine spirits, a vast light erupts and begins to create a heavenly domain. Immortal lords, if they draw on the power of the origin essence excessively, are devoured by the origin essence. The only ones who can escape that law are supreme deities. It is the same for the Radiance 8 immortals. They are ones who slowly get eaten by the origin essence. And they too, if roughly 10 trillion years pass, are existences that get devoured by light. That also is the driving force that makes the Radiance 8 immortals undergo a generational change. That is, if they draw only within the normal range of power, unless about 10 trillion years pass, they have no reason to be slain or to undergo a generational change. Because they will not be devoured at once by the origin essence of light. However, I, seeing the 7 immortals of this era whose eyes have gone mad with hatred, realize what they are doing. Burnt offering. They, feeding all of their own existence to the origin essence of light, are summoning power. Is this the proper power of the Radiance Supreme Deity? If the Radiance 10 heavenly lords were truly alive and made themselves a sacrificial burnt offering to draw forth power, that power seems to have been literally comparable to the Gandhara of the underworld. Ku-gu-gu-gu-gu-gu-gu. As a heavenly domain is created, lights flicker again on Mount Sumeru, which has lost light and become only a shell. There, Heavenly domains. Yes, with the self-burnt offering of the Radiance 7 Immortals as the main axis, thousands, tens of thousands of heavenly domains are created and lights are surging. Furthermore, with my Radiance mantra still activating, the radiance of those heavenly domains moving as if quickly pulsing inside Mount Sumeru is an indescribable spectacle. At that astonishing authority of the Radiance 7 Immortals, the true Immortal Alliance simultaneously hesitates. And seeing that sight, Jaeon Myung-hoon in his true body pushes my back. Go and come back. Kim Yeon also gently strokes my shoulder and smiles. Go and come back. Having finished speaking, the two walk forth before me and cry out. I, in the name of the owner of heavenly punishment, command. Kuring, Kurururung. Jaeon Myung-hoon swings the heavenly lightning banner and declares. The Jade Pivot 48 Lightning Heavenly Great Immortals shall duly assemble. Seize the chance to release that retribution. Kururururung. Zhengli, who always resisted in Jaeon Myung-hoon's hand, at least this once properly responds with power to Jaeon Myung-hoon's order and scatters lightning. And within that rumbling thunder, 48 lightning immortals begin to reveal their true bodies. They all glare at Jaeon Myung-hoon with eyes as if displeased. But, this time at least, there lies a will that says they will listen to his command. We shall receive the command. Not only the Jade Pivot 48 Lightning Heavenly Great Immortals, but some true immortals as well are seen gathering under Jaeon Myung-hoon. Reading history, they seem to be those who had claimed themselves to be disciples of Yang Soo-jin. Keying, Kim Yeon's artificial Gandhara hums and draws the attention of the Heaven Immortals who originally belonged to Radiance Hall. I am the Tridakna Vast Cold Heavenly King. That single name. With that alone, the vast majority of true immortals begin to tremble in panic like aspen trees. True immortals who will not fight out of fear, and true immortals who will not fight because they worry about the middle realm inside their bodies, all come into this Gandhara. Suet. At the light pink radiance that's spilling from Kim Yeon's eyes, the Heaven Immortals who groan under the remaining power of the Radiance 7 Immortals begin to gain hope. I will embrace you. Numerous Heaven Immortals enter the artificial Gandhara, and, using that Gandhara as a shield, they begin to fire a barrage of prophecies that snipe the Radiance 7 Immortals, and they begin to infuse their power in as the energy source for the artificial Gandhara. Clank. Artificial Gandhara activation. Learning time observation data of the source river. And, as a strange voice rings out from the artificial Gandhara, using the power of the true immortals as the power source, somethings begin to pour out. Astonishingly, they are true immortals. More precisely, true immortals who died in the past. The innumerable existences within history that the source river observed. As the source river observed time and history, the innumerable existences recorded by the calendrics within history start to pour out. Projections of true immortals numbering in the millions appear in reality and glare at the Radiance 7 Immortals. A true immortal grade puppet cannot exist. Because a puppet cannot accept life and death. Therefore, the Mad Lord did not bother to design puppets at the star-shattering stage and above. From the star-shattering stage and upward, there are aspects of power that a puppet cannot follow. Instead, he created a magnum opus to replace puppets of the star-shattering stage and higher. Immortal Art Yeon's Play, an immortal art that uses puppets to draw in space-time of the past. If the role of a marionette is for the sake of a play, this was his final masterpiece to puppeteer space-time itself, reenact it, and stage the play. Except for her, the Mad Lord did not bother to design puppets of the star-shattering stage and above. For once he conceived Yeon's play, once he harbored the ambition to puppeteer space-time, there was no reason to design puppets beyond that realm. Kugugugugugu. Immortal Art. Yeon's Play. With the power of the true immortals sheltered inside the artificial Gandhara as the power source. Based on the observation information of the domain of time, the source river, that the artificial Gandhara devoured. By activating the immortal art Yeon's Play, she puppeteers the space-time of the past and reenacts it into this space-time. An army of true immortals numbering in the millions begins to move like marionettes and charge toward the Radiance 7 Immortals. It is the emergence of a true immortal puppet army. Oh Yun Sok and Oh Hai Seo stand to my left and right. We also have a personal grudge against that guy. ... The two reveal their true bodies and show visible anger toward the mountain divine spirit. We can fight together, right? I nod. ... Of course. Kong Min Hee meets my eyes within the world of chaos. Things developed suddenly, but, can you find it, Min Hee? I ask Kong Min Hee regarding what I asked her in advance, and Kong Min Hee nods. With your authority and my status of being my master's disciple, and with my talent, I can definitely find it. I'll trust you. The final move to defeat the great mountain supreme deity. In the end, Kong Minhe's role is the most secret, but it is bound to become the most lethal poison. Lastly, I look at the sword spear Heavenly Lord. I look at Jiwa. There is no need for many words. Let's fight together. Yes. Jiwa and I, each gripping our swords, steel our resolve and Yujik. Jiwa explodes and dies. Rambling this and that before a fight. Is such rambling your strength? The great mountain supreme deity tears apart Mount Sumeru, plants the Gandhara as his foothold, and descends before me. Right now, I am on par with the prime vast cold in strength. Wu Wang, the mountain exuding darkness lifts its fist. Know your place, and focus. Zhejiang, his single strike, because the retribution of the impermanence sword clings upon it, a must-hit strike from which only, Xiao Unyun, cannot evade slams me straight down beneath the foothold. Tukwang, I pierce straight through the Gandhara of the underworld, shoot out the opposite side, and stare at the god of the corpse mountain blood sea who sheds tears of blood. In a brief instant, advice from the underworld comes in through the domain of Indra's net. Be careful, that arrogant god lowers himself in compa to vast cold. Indeed, no matter how strong vast cold was, if it is the usual great mountain supreme deity, he would express himself with something like he has surpassed vast cold, so to use an expression like on par with his temperament is strange. Since I know well that each and every mountain divine spirit are all lumps of pride, the expression on par bothers me more than great mountains blow that pierce the straight through the underworlds. Gandhara, splitting emperor splitting heaven, annihilation advancement mu. A dark red light bursts out. Not a golden light, but seeing that unique dark red energy of the great mountain supreme deity, I can tell that he has instantly digested all the fate and origin essence amounting to one Mount Sumeru. Do. Chaos recedes. At the same time, a spear of dark red light that pushes back chaos shoots up, pierces me once again, and hurls me beyond the chaos. Single quote. I see. I vomit immortal beast true blood all over my entire body, and I understand what this is. He truly devoured all of the Sumeru three heavens great thousand world. What GWAKM consumed was not merely the heavenly domains. The fate and life dwelling within those heavenly domains. And the numerous origin essences. GWAKM, quite literally, is in a state of having become the owner of all origin essences. By using the immortal lord level consciousnesses in the corpse mountain blood sea and concurrently serving as the immortal lord of those origin essences, he alone exerts authority beyond the Radiance 10 heavens heavenly lords. Tukwang. From the Gandhara of the underworld, 10 black somethings shoot up and slam into me. Of the black things that lodge in me, the Yama true lord Yan Luo conveys the will of the underworld. The imperial venerable commanded to aid you despite shouldering the fatigue of tending to the spirits all alone. Underworld 10 kings. The 10 great kings have been dispatched to help me. The voice of the underworld transmits into my consciousness through Indra's net. The generationally arrogant mountain divine spirit is showing humility. I have seen such a thing only once before. When Salt Sea prepared for the decisive battle. Just once. When the most arrogant is the most frightening, is when they show humility. Use the 10 great underworld kings as immortal treasures. The great mountain supreme deity GWAKM is only showing humility. At present, for just that single moment when he uses that annihilation advancement mu. Kugugugugu. Flung into the sea of chaos, I glare at the dark red light charging me from afar and raise the impermanence sword that manifests only faintly. He surpasses vast cold at their prime. Pakwagwagwang. Chaos is driven back by that spear of dark red light. That is a light more terrifying than the god-killing spear. And it is an obsession and grudge more tenacious than Jaeon Myong Hoon's 80 quadrillion lightning-tipped spear. That dark red spear is a light of hatred that resents all things in the world. Facing that light with the now faint impermanence sword, I look straight at that resentment. This place is. The moment I come to my senses, I realize I passed out for a moment. And I realize where I am. The boundary of Kakravada, the end of this world. A fence that confines chaos, and an eggshell. With just 2 shots of GWAKM's annihilation advancement mu, I was pushed along from the sea of chaos and flung all the way to the end of the world. Please live. Are you coming to your senses? Inside my body, the 10 great kings, whom the underworld transformed into immortal treasures, keep generating life and bestowing it upon me as they forbid death. Seeing that fact, I realize I died for a moment. This is the might of annihilation advancement mu. It is utterly incomparable to the incomplete annihilation advancement mu I received countless times before in the outer sea. If that then was the simplified form of the splitting heaven mantra, the annihilation advancement mu now seems complete as the mantra that is annihilation advancement mu itself. I realize that and notice something. So it was not that you did not seize and come down and ambush, right? Goo. Pushing back the chaos and at last following me to the boundary of Kakravada as if flying, I look at GWAKM and let out a faint smile. So you also cannot seize the splitting heaven mantra. The original owner grips it too tightly and does not permit it. In GWAKM's hand, a dark red radiance coils once more. No, calling it dark red is a misunderstanding. It is just that his momentum is so full of pain and hatred that, by the power of that resentment, the illusion that is seen seems to emit a dark red light. In reality, GWAKM now is black, and even more black. Unlike a certain mantra whose owner is loose and permits its body even to an enemy. Kwang, the radiance of the annihilation advancement mu falls again. As expected, because of the retribution of the impermanent sword, evasion and the like are impossible. And as I take the annihilation advancement mu once more with my whole body, I come to see an astonishing sight. Reality collapses. And within that terrifying destruction, the eggshell, the boundary of Kakravada begins to ripple. With a single annihilation advancement mu, a crack has been made through the boundary of Kakravada. Recalling the scar of the boundary of Kakravada where the heavenly venerable of time resides, I realize that the present great mountain supreme deity has become an existence comparable to the main body of the prime silver basket. Tukwang. Then, struck by the annihilation advancement woohoo's might smashes reality itself, I am flung away somewhere again. Goo. In the far distance, a baby comes into view. The outskirts of the Akashic records. It is the world that I, together with Kim Young-hoon, reached exactly once in the past. In the distance, my previous cycles stand in rows. Do. And as a dark red light dyes the surroundings like lava, the great mountain supreme deity chases all the way here again. Rushing at me like an evil spirit, the great mountain supreme deity directly grabs my neck and makes a motion as if to smash me down again, then begins to charge together with annihilation advancement woo toward the place where the form of baby lies. Reaching the outskirts of the Akashic records is only for a moment, we pierce down into reality again, to where the baihui of the baby is. Indeed, the edge of Mount Sumeru. The entrance of the audience chamber. We reach the head realm, Jejeong. I slam into the space-time near the head realm, and, with Underworld 10 King's prohibition of death and there, remembering, of me as the foundation, I use the authority of the immortal beast king and barely avoid dying. Like a bug, the great mountain supreme deity looks down at me and tosses out a mutter. There is no need to waste time against a bug like you. Come, Oki, Goo. In the far distance, something begins to fall from the outer sea toward Mount Sumeru. The way it falls looks just like a shooting star. Soon, the thing that falls from the outer sea, piercing through Mount Sumeru as it drops, is something familiar to me. Its name is Penglai Island. Inside that world is the star that manifests the world of the head realm. Wong, Penglai Island rotates, and by the power of the rotating Penglai Island, the head realm starts to resonate. And as the fate between Penglai Island and the head realm resonates, the something that exists in the head realm starts to reveal itself. Its shape is beyond what one dares to guess at, and it is rather right to call it formless. However, one thing is certain. It is a gate, some kind of gate, because of the Penglai Island that GWAKM has brought. I feel it slowly opening. Its speed is visibly slow so it does not seem likely to open quickly, but clearly it keeps opening steadily. GWAKM is opening the gate of the audience chamber. There were only 2 times when the audience chamber was opened without the fate of the enders being used. The first was when Master manifested the key, and opened it, and the second was when Vast Cold directly opened it by force. Udududuk. A feat comparable to Master. A strength comparable to Vast Cold. You achieved none of them. And yet you dare. Goo. Strength enters the hand of GWAKM that grips my neck. With what qualification do you dare falsely claim to be Master's disciple? Kwang. Once again, the radiance containing annihilation advancement mu explodes, and GWAKM drives me straight into the head realm. By the power of annihilation advancement mu, part of the head realm's skull caves in. I have a greater power than you. I have a greater purpose than you. I have a greater anger than you. Kurururung. As if it gurgles like lava, the river of bloody tears of the corpse mountain blood sea falls onto my immortal body and sears me hotly. And yet you, who cannot compare to me in anything, think you can inherit Master's robe and bowl, and dare to stand against me. Countless thunder and lightning, and the numerous melee charges of immortal beasts. A war is taking place. The attacks of the true immortals' puppets. The prophetic assaults of heaven immortals. And the innumerable heavenly domains wielded by the 7 beings who stand against them. Ururum. When the 7 lights that burn themselves gesture, gigantic heavenly domains fall down onto the opposing beings like raindrops. The Radiance 8 immortals, while burning themselves, stand against the whole world. Qurururum. Thunder rumbles, and out of the red lightning, a 3-headed 8-armed lightning, each face having 3 eyes, rushes at them holding a lightning spear. However, the great sun heavenly lord bursts with red radiance and manifests the god-killing spear to oppose him. As the god-killing spear and the 80 quadrillion lightning-tipped spear collide, heaven and earth tremble. Before the power of Jaeon Myung-hoon, who awakened the power of Heavenly King, the great sun heavenly lord seems pushed back for a moment, but soon the heavenly domains that appear around them fall onto Jaeon Myung-hoon, and gradually achieving a stalemate. Because the origin, essence and fate of Mount Sumeru was devoured by the great mountain supreme deity, and the spirits that were inside were collected by the underworld, is that why, even though they are heavenly domains, they can fling them so lightly without the slightest hesitation. Jaeon Myung-hoon clicks his tongue as he looks at the heavenly domains they are throwing. They are the radiant 7 immortals who create thousands and tens of thousands of universes, by breathing, and in those universes there is neither the fate exhaled by true immortals, nor the hearts of the spirits, nor the lives of the living beings. And because the power of the origin essences does not exist there either, they can instead throw or shoot them far more lightly than before. Of course, because the power that the heavenly domains themselves hold has weakened by that much, he can endure even when hit, but the mass attack itself is burdensome. If not for Kim Yeon calling forth the true immortals' puppet offensive from past spacetime through Yeon's play, they would have been completely pushed back by the Radiant 7 immortals. At least, since the chief eunuch white-faced golden-furred 9-tailed fox, the 2 bluebird siblings, and other true lords who borrow the power of the underworld lend strength, the side of the Enders is not merely evenly matched but even holds a very slight advantage. However, Jaeon Myung-hoon cannot help but feel anxious. That is because a 1 immortal lord placed beneath the feet of the Radiant 7 immortals. It is the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. After being struck by the great mountain supreme deity in a single glow and being thrown by the supreme deity toward the Radiant 7 immortals, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord is pressed beneath the god-killing spears of the 7 heavenly lords and cannot move at all. Jaeon Myung-hoon notices that they are not merely pressing down the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, but that by pressing with the god-killing spears they are erasing the prophecies within the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord and the prophecies she hid. If time drags on like this, the Radiant 7 immortals may not win, but the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord will die. Jaeon Myung-hoon's eyes gleam with red. I will not let that happen. To him, he does not particularly have a relationship with the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. He certainly received help quite a few times, but that is because there is a friend named Seo Eun-yun, and it was by the circumstance of being a friend that he received help. Therefore Jaeon Myung-hoon has little interest in Ji-hwa herself. However, Jaeon Myung-hoon knows that Ji-hwa holds Seo Eun-yun in her heart. He also guesses there are many words she still could not say to Seo Eun-yun. I cannot let you die like that. Jaeon Myung-hoon grits his teeth, recalling the owner of the hand that has become ashes and even within his heart completely flew away. I will not let my friend ever suffer the same pain as mine. Qururururum. The 80 quadrillion lightning-tipped spear reddens even more, and gradually starts to push away the god-killing spear. Ji-hwa sees this and smiles. Behold, my friends. As the former sword spear, she speaks toward her old comrades. What is called the heart is to be used like so. Even if you eliminate me, this present history will not disappear. Be silent, traitor. Be grateful that, instead of annihilating you with the god-killing spear, we are merely erasing your prophecies and will conduct the funeral quietly in accordance with the honors of a sword spear. Conducting a funeral for living friends, conducting a funeral by forcibly killing living hearts. My friends, now even you know, do you not? Though we are the radiance hall that represents and protects life, just why are we suppressing life so much? Ji-hwa appeals as she looks at her old colleagues with regretful eyes. Please, see the truth. How long do you intend to keep wearing that mask and turn your eyes away from the truth? The truth, such a thing is no longer important. The Radiant 7 immortals glare at Ji-hwa and mutter. What is important is that you dragged us into corruption together, and that you will soon die by our hands. Quirung, Quirururung. Thunder and lightning crashes around them, but even Jaeon Myung-hoon, who has become the owner of heavenly punishment, finds it impossible to reach Jiwa, who is suppressed at the center of the Radiant's 7 immortals. Quietly, accept your predestined fate. Old friend. The Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, pressing Jiwa even harder with the god-killing spear, speaks painfully. And Jiwa opens her mouth. So that is your will. In that case, I too will depart with an easy heart. Do you think you can depart? In a war of attrition, those ones may be superior, but right in this moment you cannot stop us from killing you. Wrong. You should have killed me directly with the god-killing spear. Because, Quirurururung. At last, Jaeon Myung-hoon's lightning spear pierces the great Sun Heavenly Lord and throws the 7 immortals' battle formation into disorder. The Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord looks at that sight and snorts. What you trust in, is that greenhorn owner of heavenly punishment, old friend. He succeeds in disorganizing the 7 immortals' battle formation, but that is all. Jaeon Myung-hoon is once again bounced beyond the formation by the combined attack of the 7 immortal. In the end, he fails to rescue Jiwa. However, Jaeon Myung-hoon smiles. Jiwa also smiles. Because, this promise is more important than predestined fate. Come, Kim Yeon. What rushes in at the same time as Jaeon Myung-hoon's shout is a consciousness domain that engulfs all of Mount Sumeru, including them. A vast consciousness domain, at the speed of consciousness, embraces the entirety of Mount Sumeru, and Kim Yeon's will unfold something before the 7 immortals. Open. Liberation Peach Garden Painting. Kwa. A world manufactured solely by Bong Myong's own law, now hanging scroll inherited by Kim Yeon, opens its mouth. Querararik. Authority. Paradise Guidance. The Liberation Peach Garden Painting that sucks in the desired beings. And the Paradise Guidance that makes the surrounding beings reach their ideal. The two authorities combine, and Jiwa begins to be strongly sucked straight toward Liberation Peach Garden Painting. Of course, naturally, everyone here knows that it is only called the Liberation Peach Garden Painting in name, and beyond it is merely an entrance that leads to Kim Yeon's artificial Gandhara. Sword Spear. To the end, you go while fallen, without receiving even the honors of a sword spear. And the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, shedding blood-colored spiritual energy like tears from beyond the mask, cries out. Are we truly no longer friends? At those words, Jiwa looks back at them and speaks. We are still friends. Only, I am no longer Sword Spear. Yang Ji-wong. In the end, every one of the 7 immortals, including the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord whose anger reaches the heavens, throws a god-killing spear at her. They forego the honors due as a 7 immortal and decide to annihilate her completely. 7 spears fly and embed into Jiwa's flesh. Having severed her connection with the origin essence of light, Jiwa, now reduced to the level of an ordinary heavenly lord, begins to be annihilated where she is stabbed by the god-killing spears. Yet even within that annihilation, she does not fear. She only stretches her hand forward farther and farther. The god-killing spear that ignores all prophecies and means of resurrection and annihilates the opponent. Even struck by those spears, she moves forward and seizes what is within reach. It is Kim Yeon's hand. Take it. Kwa. The mask of Gyung that the sword spear heavenly lord wears turns into a silver-white light and falls into Kim Yeon's hand. One of the 10 lights of the Radiant's supreme deity now rests in her hand. That silver-white light then transforms into the form of a paper flower and is placed in Kim Yeon's hand. Sword Spear. Seeing Jiwa place the Radiant's supreme deity's light into the Ender's hand, the 7 immortals rage once more, but there is nothing they can do. They can only watch beyond the Liberation Peach Garden Painting as Kim Yeon, gripping the light of Sword Spear, steals her resolve. Even with the god-killing spear, she will not die. Kim Yeon looks at the silver-white paper flower held in her hand and speaks. For I will remember Sword Spear. Her authority of Paradise Guidance ignores the annihilation authority of the god-killing spear, and she takes in her hand a single remaining strand of Jiwa's wish. You asked me to make a sword, didn't you? Kim Yeon closes Liberation Peach Garden Painting and turns her back. Originally, she planned to leisurely refine Sword Spear into a sword after slowly grinding down and killing the Radiant's 8 immortals, but now that the Great Mountain Supreme Deity made a surprise attack and they became the Radiant's 7 immortals, she has no choice but to make it a little hastily. But it does not matter. Wu Wang. Inside the artificial Gandhara, activating the power of the domain of time, Kim Yeon begins to light the fire in her workshop within Liberation Peach Garden Painting. Time inside the source river accelerates by hundreds of millions of times. Inside the Liberation Peach Garden painting. It is a time applied only to Kim Yeon, but it does not matter. I will make you into a sword. Woo-ung. The silver white paper flower hums faintly, as if pleading to be made into the finest sword. For the first time in a very long while, Kim Yeon personally takes up the hammer as a craftsperson. Since awakening the Liberation Law talent to a certain extent, she hasn't personally taken up a hammer to forge anything. After all, even moving with just a bit of handwaving, the things she wanted came out one after another. But in this moment, Kim Yeon decides to forge a weapon with all her essence, energy, and spirit. For Seo Eun-yeon, the finest sword. Help me, Hyunghwa. Embracing in her chest the heart of the greatest craftsperson she knows, Kim Yeon begins tempering the strand of Jiwa's spirit. And that sight is visible to all the Radiant's 7 immortals. For despite it being stolen, Sword Spear was originally their light. Kong, K-Kong, K-K-A-A-A-A-N-G. The Radiant's 7 immortals completely lose their reason as they watch the soul of their old comrade being tempered in the dirty hands of an ender. To them, Kim Yeon's act is nothing more than an area-wide provocation. Ender. In the end, the Radiant's 7 immortals, who until now maintained a defensive position and faced the Ender's party and the True Immortal Alliance, at once abandon their advantageous defense and begin unleashing an offensive straight at Kim Yeon's artificial Gandhara. Kwarung, Kwarururuing. Seeing that, Jaeon Myung-hoon swings the Heavenly Lightning banner. Yurururung. The Heavenly Lightning banner covers Jaeon Myung-hoon's body and transforms his true body. The origin essence of heavenly punishment temporarily descends the visage of its previous master. Jaeon Myung-hoon becomes a wall. A gigantic wall of crimson thunder and lightning blocks the space between the artificial Gandhara and the Radiant 7 immortals, transforming into a fortress for the Jade Pivot 48 Lightning. Heavenly Great Immortals. Jade Pivot 48 Lightning Heavenly Great Immortals, first seat. The 10,000 Lost Spiritual Lord sneers. City defense was originally our specialty. Come at us. It is a defense we couldn't do back then, but this time we will guard them, O corrupted light. Kwarururung. The head realm crumples once more, a little bit more. Clutched in GWAKAM's tough grip, vomiting immortal beast true blood. I answer GWAKAM's question. Why I stand against you, is that what you want to know? I look up at GWAKAM. Uduk. I reach my hand to the arm that is strangling my neck and begin to steadily apply force. Duck. Doo-doo-doo-dook. Gradually his arm is pushed back, and in the end, the hand gripping my neck loosens. Because they have not forgiven you. There is only one reason I do not die for Wal Ryong right now. Solely because the debts of grace and resentment between GWAKM and my friends come before the debts of grace and resentment between Wal Ryong and me. It is simply that one thing. I perceive the friends of the Wuji religious order inside GWAKM's Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. Because I must be angry at you, with theirs included. You say my anger is smaller than yours. Don't make me laugh. I shove GWAKM hard and throw a straight punch into his abdomen. The great mountain supreme deity passes by the Radiant 7 immortals and the Ender comrades who are fighting a decisive battle inside Mount Sumeru, then is flung back all the way to the outer. See, my anger is the same as yours, there is no difference. Kuguging. Then, a dark red light cluster seems to flash again in the outer sea, and once more the spear of annihilation advancement Mu falls down. You say your anger is the same as mine. Don't be ridiculous. Exuding a dark red energy like an evil spirit, GWAKM shouts. What you lost is, at most, some ghost scraps, a few bugs that have no effect whatsoever on the flow of the entire universe. What I lost, is the one who was supposed to give hope to the Sumeru 3,000 Great Thousand World, the only friend of the Heavenly Venerable, the one who first raised opposition against the light, the one who taught me a new truth, the one who raised me since I was a child, someone no different from my own parents. How can the pain of one who lost the salt of life be the same as one who lost mere dust? Kwarururuing. And for the first time, my faint impermanence sword and the spear of annihilation advancement Wu overlaid with the impermanence sword collide, and I do not get pushed back. From the edge of Mount Sumeru, I glare at GWAKM. The same. What? Because every mountain is made by accumulating dust, even if from your standpoint they are dust, I, seeing my friends who still suffer inside Great Mountain, shout. Are the foundation stones of my mountain. Kong. The Great Mountain Supreme Deity flinches and retreats. even if from your standpoint they are dust. And at last, I swing my sword and, for the first time, deflect the light of annihilation advancement woo. To someone they are no different from a foundation stone. Therefore, in the end, the pain a bug feels as it dies and the pain a supreme deity feels at losing kin are essentially no different. The pain of thrashing after losing what is precious is not something you can dare judge. Wung, wo wung, even with my body as well, a dark red light blooms. All this time, I diligently took the blows of annihilation advancement woo solely for this moment. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 24th move, foolish old man moves mountains. Absorbing the opponent's power, my power, and even the rebound force that comes between them, the martial discipline that grows gradually stronger while confronting the opponent bursts forth from my hands. The impermanence sword that is the ultimate technique of transcendence, and the severing heaven sword form used to wield it, are blocked. If so, what I can do now only is the ultimate technique of mortality, the severing mountain swordsmanship. From the start, the only martial art that can truly face him is the severing mountain swordsmanship. Quang, quang, annihilation advancement mu and the severing mountain swordsmanship collide. Between the exchanges, heavenly domains are born and annihilated. It is a phenomenon that occurs because the magnitude of the power we each possess is too great. Though powers such as origin essence, fate, life, and spirit are not within it, because the magnitude of the colliding power is too immense, by power struggle alone, the physical universe repeatedly disappears and perishes. But in the end, what the great mountain supreme deity holds in his hand is the impermanence sword. It is my immortal art and mantra, but also a martial discipline that reaches transcendence. It is also a martial doctrine imbued with the severing heaven sword form, the higher form of the severing mountain swordsmanship. Quang, the enlightenment of severing heaven blocks the sword of severing mountain. You say the pain and anger of a bug and a supreme deity are the same. Because the supreme deity is made up of those bugs. Haha, then I ask you this. The great mountain supreme deity's blood-red eye gleam shoots at me. Along with a fearsome authority of light, the surroundings begin to darken. You and I are no different in mocking bugs, toying with their lives, and inflicting pain. Yet you dare think you could be forgiven. Corpse mountain blood sea that covers the great mountain supreme deity's body. On a part of his forehead, Wal Ryong appears. Wal Ryong, having become part of seeing that, I feel the strength drain from my whole body. Look closely. This is the sin you committed. You are no different from me. Corpse mountain blood sea suffers and, in the midst of pain, sheds tears of blood as she single-mindedly engages in repentant enlightenment. Somehow, the great mountain supreme deity's voice seems to be mixed with self-mockery. The only difference between you and me is color. We are merely mountain divine spirits who mock life and scatter pain and anger. Therefore, even if you defeat me, you also have no chance of victory. The retribution of the impermanence sword activates to the maximum, and I, by my own power, am pushed straight back. The dark red light of annihilation advancement mu bursts forth and I again fall down near the head realm. You did not inherit Master's robe and alms bowl. What you inherited is only my robe and alms bowl. Under the retribution of the impermanence sword overlaid upon that annihilation advancement woo. Upon the single lifetime I made a toy of, born beyond that retribution, this time I cannot help but sense a premonition that I will truly die. Kong, and, making that premonition meaningless, I live. Someone stands in front of me. It is a blue-haired beauty in a dark blue robe. A blue nebula streams from her pipe. It is Kong Min-hee. She, raising one hand, is blocking annihilation advancement mu and the impermanence sword. Seo Un-yun will not inherit a robe and alms bowl like yours, filled with pain and anger. The authority of the immortal beast king the first lent, the connection possessed by the heavenly venerable of the underworld, and the authority Kong Min-hee possesses as a heavenly king, and her innate talent. Adding all of that together, she at last found it in time. Wo Wung, a strand of golden radiance that Kong Min-hee found stands firm, blocking annihilation advancement woo and the impermanence sword. It is a mask. Because we will protect him. It has a form similar to the mask of Mu X that GWAKM wears, but it is a mask on which GI is written. GWAKM's annihilation advancement woo, struck by the image of his own past self, glances away and pierces a hole in the head realm. 773. A mere fly. Zhejiang. The great mountain supreme deity looks down at Kong Min-hee and waves his hand. Splurt. Blood bursts from the corner of Kong Min-hee's mouth. However, she does not get torn apart in a single strike. Rather, she simply hands me that mask and calmly endures before the great mountain supreme deity. Do you know how I withstood your strike just now? Do you know why I found your mask? She speaks while looking at the great mountain supreme deity. Kong Minhee's clear voice spreads across the battlefield. The source of my authority is sorrow. I can hear the laments of all grieving existences in all phenomena. If this authority combines with Seo Unyun's immortal Beast King authority, I can even hear the wailing of existences already perished. I heard the grieving of your master's lingering will, and I, receiving their help, found this. O mountain divine spirit who was once great. Is this truly what you desire, to hope for your master's will to grieve so that you may find an offering to dedicate before your master's spirit hall? Ku-gu-gu-gu-gu-gu. At Kong Minhee's words, the great mountain supreme deity's whole body flushes a deep red. Your will does not uphold their meaning. All it does is cause them sorrow. The fact that I, who preside over sorrow, could find that mask you hid so carefully, perfectly proves it. Fine. It is time, to obtain the third absolute. The great mountain supreme deity, once again, waves his hand toward Kong Minhee. Quagwagwong. She attempts to form a defense, but the great mountain supreme deity's authority pierces through all of it and strikes her. It is a strike of the great mountain supreme deity that dented the head realm and put cracks in the boundary of Kakravada. Kong Minhee collapses under his attack. That she can even endure until now is likely because she has the symbol of Giz that is the great mountain supreme deity's past self. She looks back at me and smiles. This time too, you will save me, right? Of course. Then, I'll head in and have the arrangements set in place. Let all your grace and resentment be resolved. Kwajijijing. At last, when the great mountain supreme deity's strike once again directly hits Kong Minhee, she completely collapses and is absorbed into the great mountain supreme deity. I feel Kong Minhee get swallowed into the inside of the corpse mountain blood sea. She could have avoided it. Even if she only called the name of the underworld, she could have fled to the underworld, and even if not that, with her skill alone she would have been able to escape. The only reason she did not flee was to buy me a moment of time. And, to seep into the interior of the corpse mountain blood sea. Become the most lethal poison to him, and become the starting point that relieves my pain. I am only being protected by you all. From friends who fight together with me everywhere, I gain indescribable gratitude and courage. I now have one more reason to defeat you. Watching Kong Minhee seep into the great mountain supreme deity, enduring pain through repentant enlightenment within the corpse mountain blood sea while slowly reaching out to Wal Ryong, I melt the great mountain supreme deity's mask in my hand. At Kong Minhee's maneuver, as if to provoke me, he takes Wal Ryong, which he placed upon his forehead, and swallows her back down into the depths of his body. He seems unwilling to show me even the possibility of Kong Minhee informing Wal Ryong of something and Wal Ryong forgiving me. TSTSTSTSTSTSTs. The golden mask that transforms in my hand soon changes into something else. It is a handle, the hilt of a sword. The sword has no edge, with only a bare hilt and guard, but I feel satisfied with just that and raise the sword. Because for a stupid swordsman who had his own sword taken away, it is the most fitting sword. How unsightly. Yeah, I am unsightly. I readily admit it. A monkey who only grabs a blade and makes a fuss about protecting them only after those that are precious are already taken. That is me. I am ugly. I always am. That I have come this far is entirely thanks to the friends and teachers who led me. Kim Young-hoon, my disciples, Cheongmin Ryong, Seo Ran, Hyunghwa, Yian, Azure Tiger Saint, Yu Ryan and Yu Beck, Hongsu Ryong, Seo Lee, Kong Minhee, Wuji Religious Order, Yian Wei, Mad Lord, Taoist Seo, Blood Yin, Glass Peacock, In Yian's clan and In Yi, the king of the forest who acknowledged me as the king of deer. The swallowing heaven supreme deity and comrades. The sword spear heavenly lord Jiwa. My child, Oh Yun Sok. They kept pulling the inadequate me forward, and only then did I arrive at this place. So, even if I am unsightly, I cannot retreat a single step. We will win, Tiing. Clearly, it is a bizarre chunk of an ornament with only a hilt and guard and no blade. However, the moment I swing it into the great mountain supreme deity's corpse mountain blood sea, a clear sword cry rings out. I will show you now. The steps toward the final profundity of the severing mountain swordsmanship. Take it. This is the ultimate I created to kill you. It is a martial art, yet a technique of transcendence that surpasses martial arts. Walking step by step to unfold it, I keep making the sword cry resound. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, 35th move. Mount Cedarwood. The sword will that contains the hearts of all the hard tribe I have met until now manifests from my hand and pounds Great Mountain Supreme Deity infinitely. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, 34th move. Mount Kunlun. A single thrust. That thrust, carried out within the domain of triple divinity, in an instantly pierces the Great Mountain Supreme Deity's chest, and seeking the energy of Kong Minhee that is inside his chest, stabs inside. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, 33rd move. Mount Sumeru. As the sword draws a circle, a sword dance appears. Within the sword dance, I begin borrowing power from this very space-time, from reality itself. It is not only reality. Through the authority of the immortal Beast King, the sword dance also begins to draw power from the past. To the magnitude of power accumulated by foolish old man moves mountains, my skill that reaches the ultimate of martial arts is added, and I gradually begin to shake off the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, gripping a strange formless sword with no blade, where only the ring of the sword cry exists. I thus begin to revive and bloom the swords of past days toward the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. Transcending mountain ridge embedment, accumulating dust forms a mountain. Deep mountain, emerging Tao. Boundless Tao to the other shore. 12,000 peaks, guiding to the summit, one annihilation to the near shore. Sea of righteousness and mountain of grace. As the Severing Mountain Swordsmanship goes toward the latter half, the part that applies the heart itself to the sword grows. The later techniques of the Severing Mountain Swordsmanship formed of sword cries begin to resonate with the heart of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. And, while unfolding that sword in reverse order, the opponent's heart and soul that begins to resonate with my sword will. I drag it down to the lower realm. Foolish old man moves mountains. As the sword cry resounds, at last the final chess piece to unfold the final profound technique is complete. The final profundity that was unfinished during the time of the High-On Mu battle, and thus did not have very great effect. A strong against strong, weak against weak technique that works only on an enemy who has a mighty power, like the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. Teeing, tiling, tiling. The sword cries I scatter begin resonating ever more strongly. Am's gaze wavers. The final profundity of the Severing Mountain Swordsmanship is for unfolding the phenomena extinguishing mantra as a sword. However, unlike the phenomena extinguishing mantra that compresses the universe into a single point, its power is not so destructive. For this is solely the domain of the heart sword. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. Final profundity. The Great Mountain Supreme Deity, whose whole body is suppressed in an instant by the sword cry, cannot dare evade this technique. Because just as he applied a certain hit to me with the impermanent sword, the sword that uses this technique is one I have refined from his past. Uduk, ududududuk. Moreover, for an instant, the small hand of Kong Minhee, who is swallowed by the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, bursts through his chest and even provides us with the optimal stage. A flower that has fallen once does not bloom again. Only before the flowers fall does one remember the spring. Mantra, fallen flowers. Her rule interferes with our battle, and within that rule I, with all my strength, unfold the end of the Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. A single downward strike. Great Mountain pressing down Ja. Ironically, the final profundity of the Severing Mountain Swordsmanship is the downward strike posture that the martial world evaluates as the most basic of basics. It is the move of Great Mountain pressing down. At that single downward strike, our hearts begin to resonate and amplify to the utmost. Me and the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. The minds of the two of us amplify to the max, and all the hearts we have accumulated are maximized. The essence of the phenomena extinguishing mantra is the peak amplification of the heart. Advancing the end by compression through the maximization of the heart is nothing but a side effect. With the tip of the descending sword, the mind of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity begins to be amplified and to be compressed. He notices what is about to happen and tries to resist. It must be because he realizes that, if the move of Great Mountain pressing down is completed, it will become quite disadvantageous to him. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Kugugugugu. He recites the phenomena extinguishing mantra and resists my Great Mountain pressing down. It is useless. This is a decisive technique created solely to corner the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. If, by applying the principle of the phenomena extinguishing mantra, one uses it simply and destructively, Great Mountain pressing down at most merely ends in annihilating one universe with one sword. However, if one does not stop at merely manifesting phenomenon of the phenomena extinguishing mant with this Great Mountain pressing down, and goes beyond that. If one puts the true meaning of the phenomena extinguishing mantra into the sword, Then it does not end with merely destroying a single universe, but becomes the starting point to toppling the great mountain supreme deity named GWAKM. You dare, GWAKM, exhaling a roar full of anger, and with the light of annihilation advancement Mu wrapped around one hand, thrusts a spear of light toward me. I can't dodge. Because I am concentrating my whole mind on the completion of Great Mountain pressing down, I must endure that one strike. Block it. Bracing for the bombardment of the dark red spear, I draw forth all my authority. But what arrives is not his annihilation advancement Mu, but a tranquil silver light. Azure wing heavenly shatter. Transcendence technique. Zero wing. Nameless one fist thrust. Unable to keep up with our battle until now in hiding, waiting for the most optimal situation, Oh Yun Sok's one fist lands precisely on GWAKM's elbow that is about to release annihilation advancement Mu. Zhejiang. The annihilation advancement Wu glances aside, and through that once in 8,000 years chance I finally complete the heart sword. Our hearts are amplified to the peak. And the maximized hearts contract, like the compression of the universe. We experience the omnipotent sense of the spirit that seems to cover the whole universe being forcibly compressed to the limit and smashed into the mud, rolling down to the lower realm. Kururung. I open my eyes. Before me stands a giant in a blood robe wearing a golden mask. This place is the upper side of some nebulae. There, facing each other in the bodies of mortal beings, I open my mouth to GWAKM. Seeing you with the body of a mortal being, you've also become unsightly. Is it not so? The result that comes out when unleashing Great Mountain pressing down not as physical force, but only as the heart sword. It is a technique that forcibly compresses the spirits of my own and the opponents, reducing transcendence into mortal beings. I look outside the sun and moon heavenly domain that Kong Minhe manifested. There, the main bodies of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity and I faintly show. Leaving our main bodies as they are, only the main personalities have tumbled down to the lower realm and are in a state of having generated fleshly bodies. Moreover, the lower realm is currently in a state where time flows much faster due to the radiance mantra. Let us unsightly things fight. In this battlefield of madness that will take at least tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of years, I point my sword at him. In the end, the foundation of every transcendent is immortal. If one deems the will of a mortal unsightly, even as a transcendent they will be an unsightly existence. Therefore, as two unsightly beings who toy with the fate of people, it is right that we clash in an unsightly form. Feeling our realm that has compressed, separated from the main body, and fallen down to the entering nirvana stage, I begin to continue making my sword cry resound. 774. Wu Wang. At the very top of the battlefield where countless divine spirits wage an all-out war. There, a pair of gigantic mountain divine spirits are in a brief lull. Between the two divine spirits, a small, manifested heavenly domain exists, and inside that heavenly domain, the wills of the two divinities are felt. And at a certain moment, the massive bodies of the two mountain divine spirits that have fallen in a lull begin to move. It begins with the fist of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. Pakwakwang. The fist of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, imbued with dark red light, lands a direct hit on the faceless, hazy pale head of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. Then, the Sword Mountain Devil Lord likewise swings a colorless, faint sword made with a golden hilt, aiming for the shoulder of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. Teeing, Kwajijijik. With a clear sword cry, from the Great Mountain Supreme Deity's shoulder blade down to the groin is torn away as is. The blade is exceedingly sharp, but because the target is the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, it only tears away rather than cuts. And using that as the starting point, the two mountain divine spirits start trading blows again. Offense and defense go back and forth. The Sword Mountain Devil Lord grips the sword and unleashes several thrusts. Thrusts that transcend space-time tear off the light of radiance overlaid upon the world, and shoot forth, overlapping within the same time point from the future to past. The Great Mountain Supreme Deity's fist likewise takes all those thrusts with their bare body, and their whole body formed of dark red light heats up even more, glowing a fierce red. In an instant, the fist they throw starts pushing back the surrounding phenomena. Rules are pushed back. The world is pushed back. Chaos is pushed back. They pack all of it into a single strike and rend it apart. Within the barrage of those countless wild strikes, the mere aftershock lacerates and rips apart the entire body of the silver nameless heavenly King O Yun Sok, who is aiming for yet another strike, and flings him away. By the vibrations alone when they collide, the Radiant Seven Immortals and the Ender's Party, who are fighting an all-out battle, enter a brief lull and look their way. Not only the Ender's party, but the Radiant Seven Immortals as well, know that if they bring down their current opponents, they must join either the Sword Mountain Devil Lord or the Great Mountain Supreme Deity and kill the other. However, in that brief moment, all of them can only think of one thing. Even if they wedge themselves in among those wild strikes, no matter whose side they take, would it not be a dog's death? Anyone who sees that terrifying exchange, where with every clash a heavenly domain is born and destroyed in each other's hands, can only have such a thought. And, fascinated by the splendor of such exchanges, everyone except the underworld fails to notice something. Within the heavenly domains that are born and annihilated with each and every strike in the Great Mountain Supreme Deity and the Sword Mountain Devil Lord's exchange, a flash of radiance glitters. As the best you came up with merely dragging my main consciousness down with you to mortality. GWAKM snorts. Then right away, he stretches his hand into the void and clenches his grip. At that moment, Pakwagwong, heaven and earth hum, and outside the sun and moon heavenly domain, the main body of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity smashes my main body. Not even close. In the end, it is impossible to sever the link between my main consciousness and my main body. Even if my consciousness is jammed in here, I only have to remotely control my main body. Krurururu. From all over GWAKM's body, an overbearing might that seems about to crush the entire sun and moon heavenly domain pours out, and in that fleeting instant, I stomp my foot as is. My new form, kicking off the nebula, shoots out and slams straight into GWAKM's chest. The sword will in my hand pierces straight through his chest, flinging the bastard all the way back to where the blue giant star is and slamming him into the star's surface. Severing mountain swordsmanship, the 34th move. Kunlun, hit by the strongest thrust, he coughs up blood in a gush, and for a moment the link of his consciousness wavers. I seize that gap and move my main body to tear off the bastard's main body's shoulder blade. Try controlling it well. Recalling one of my masters as I fell down to mortality, I look at GWAKM, in whom a gap forms in controlling his main body. A master of mine is the Mad Lord. I may not like it, but my puppetry originates from the Mad Lord. A main body of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity that moves only by remote control, I can beat it as much as I like. You do have many masters, you loose bastard. I have only one master. If it is that one, it is enough. Kwong, with GWAKM's shout, his kick pushes my chest away. And main body to main body, consciousness body to consciousness body, a great battle begins. Gua, gua, GWAKM and I charge at each other and compete in strength. Grabbing each other's hands, in the very middle of the sun and moon heavenly domain, we roar like beasts. In a contest of strength, his victory is only natural. Uduk, ududududuk. My hand starts to crumple, and once he seizes the upper hand, GWAKM starts absorbing the surrounding stars and nebulae as if to crush me outright. Hear me, stars of the nations. By the command of the mountain divine spirit, attend to me. That single utterance is the end. All the star veins and starlight of the sun and moon heavenly domain start pouring into GWAKM. His divine might overwhelms me and starts directly crushing my whole body. Tuck tuck, tuck. I sheathe the impermanent sword over my leg and kick at GWAKM's leg that is standing on the nebula, severing the spiritual vein within his body. His leg, whose spiritual vein is suddenly severed, wobbles, and using that break in balance I grab GWAKM's body and flip him over. Tududuk. Right after, I tear off the arm caught by Gwalum and regenerate it, and deactivate the power of the impermanent sword. Impermanent sword. Authority. White Orchid. Chuaik. Upon GWAKM's body, which is drawing in the power of all the star veins, the power of blessing overlays, and I drive the surging blessing into an explosive rush. Unable to withstand the power amplified by blessings, GWAKM's upper body directly bursts apart. But instantly regenerating within the shock of his upper body exploding, Guamam extends his hand toward me. Hear me, stars of the nations. Kugugugu. All sorts of stars are summoned around us. A neutron star spinning with mad speed appears behind me, to the point it seizes me with attraction force as if to tear me apart. In the name of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, I declare. In that instant when I am caught by the neutron star, GWAKM carries on his decree. Ooh, the stars answer. I shall drive nails into a fourth of the night sky. Wu Wang. In GWAKM's left hand, the dark red light of annihilation advancement Wu becomes a spear that he holds. In GWAKM's right hand, the dark red light of annihilation advancement Wu congeals and emits an ominous vibration like an evil spirit. In that nailing, the stars shall collapse, and a tidal wave shall rise to the heavens. Impermanence sword, authority. The fool shall have his chest caved in, and his mountain shall be broken in the same quarter. Wong. GWAKM throws the spear of annihilation advancement mu toward the sky of the sun and moon heavenly domain. Yin soul flower. Immediately after, his fist sends a fist strike toward that spear as if hammering a nail. Jayaja Jechojung. He shall dare not oppose the true owner of the mountain. The sky of the sun and moon heavenly domain collapses. Countless stars and star veins collapse, and a quarter of the sun and moon heavenly domain is swept clean away. A corner of the heavenly domain blows open, and all the stars and attraction forces of the sun and moon heavenly domain begin to be sucked toward the ruptured part. And, at the cost of 1/4 of the sun and moon heavenly domain, the curse GWAKM laid upon me through impermanence sword slams down on me, and a hole pierces my chest open. With that, I of course realize that a quarter of my entering nirvana stage cultivation has evaporated. Worse, along the hole in my chest, my cultivation is being lost in real time. You want to move the battlefield, is it? I quickly clamp down on my entire body's spiritual veins to stop the loss of realm, drive out the curse of the impermanence sword, and grip my sword. Keying, leaving the collapsing sun and moon heavenly domain behind, I charge straight at GWAKM. GWAKM wildly grabs and throws the debris of the sun and moon heavenly domain toward me, but I let them flow past very softly as I take a step forward. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Fourth move, flowing ridge. A thrust like the winding ridgeline of a mountain reaches GWAKM's neck again in an instant. Kicking off space, I press the very tip of GWAKM's neck with the sword tip and shoot toward the far-off land I see in the distance. We fall like meteors onto a stretch of land. A sword mountain hell, where countless swords of glass stick up in jagged spikes. That place is where my main body is in the midst of battle with the main body of the great mountain supreme deity. Zhejiang. My main body extends a single sword imbued with cosmic authority. The main body of the great mountain supreme deity extends a single palm imbued with the authority of annihilation advancement mu and flicks the sword away. Between those shockwaves, yet another heavenly domain is born. And GWAKM, whose neck is briefly pressed by my sword tip while falling, lets out a lion's roar. Do not be mistaken, Jeong. At his lion's roar, the spiritual veins throughout my body rip apart, and I am flung straight off the forearm of my main body. Tuwang. GWAKM's mortal body stomps off my forearm and shoots toward at me. I try to evade, but with the impermanence sword and retribution enforcement wrapped over his whole body, dodging is impossible. Tukwang. He thrusts his shoulder and body slams me, hurling my body into the newly formed heavenly domain far away. That heavenly domain, born from the collision of the main body of the great mountain supreme deity and my main body. The dimensional veil of that heavenly domain directly pierces open and easily accepts us. This place. I realize the newly created heavenly domain is familiar. Amazingly, the sun and moon heavenly domain collapsed by GWAKM's hand. Yet the new heavenly domain is likewise identical to the sun and moon heavenly domain. Did Kong Minhe's fallen flower fix all the heavenly domains born and annihilated during our battle into the sun and moon heavenly domain? But without a moment to grasp the situation, GWAKM, who pushed me into the new sun and moon heavenly domain, moves his giant frame, spins once, and drives his elbow down onto my face. Kwa Chang Chang. I bounce off to the red giant star behind my back, and even after I smash apart the red giant star, I keep shooting forward. Even if I fall into a mortal body. Impermanence sword, heavenly shatter. The starlight of the sun and moon heavenly domain seems to settle into GWAKM's arm. Corpse mountain blood Siu. Authority, reprimand. The dark red blood robe covering GWAKM's body, sprouting with painful faces, vomits glaring red light and defiles the starlight the impermanence sword gathers. The enlightenment of a transcendent alone remains unchanged. Heaven and earth rumble. A trajectory of dark red light smashes space-time, chases me down, and directly strikes my abdomen. My whole body literally folds in half, undergoing the experience of my own lips pressing my thighs, and as I get hit by GWAKM's single punch, I once more pierce through countless stars as I fly and spit blood. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. GWAKM starts chanting the phenomena extinguishing mantra. I also spread both hands and begin to recite the same mantra. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Wo Wang. The attraction force of the sun and moon heavenly domain reaches its peak. Normally, mere bugs at the entering nirvana stage reciting a single mantra would not affect the universe, but when two mountain divine spirits whose are only entering nirvana in weight class, yet each possesses governing immortal level enlightenment and understanding of the mantra recite the mantra, the situation changes. The entire sun and moon heavenly domain resonates. Like tiny grains of salt gathering to form the sea. Like tiny grains of salt gathering to form the sea. Build mountains through repentant enlightenment. Build mountains through repentant. The attraction force amplifies to its peak, and the sun and moon heavenly domain, which has been gradually expanding, begins to contract. Each to one another holding hands. With everyone at the sea, drink salt. Each to one another holding hands. With everyone at the sea, drink salt. As the universe contracts, the world gradually becomes hot. Heaven and earth begin to fill with light and heat. And with the wind, soar. And with the wind, soar. I recall the moment I realized this maxim of the phenomena extinguishing mantra. That was exactly when the Wuji religious order was massacred by GWAKM. GWAKM also seems to know it, as in his eyes lies an intent as if to say, bow down in prostration. As if someone like me does not even deserve to recite the mantra. We begin to recite the mantra aloud, but our mantra, resonating with the entire universe, gradually takes on spirituality and becomes mental speech. Thanks to that, even as the universe is perishing, we can still hear each other's voices distinctly. For that is how one reaches the peak of the mountain. Light combining all intents turns them colorless. GWAKM chants the orthodox phenomena extinguishing mantra, and I chant my phenomena extinguishing mantra that I partially altered, and as our mantras diverge, we begin to recite slightly different maxims. However, even as we do so, the feeling of the universe being sucked into our hands does not diminish at all. The resonant phenomenon of our mantras ringing together does not end either. Light combining all intents turns them colorless. Embrace all connections and become impermanence. Keying. The sun and moon heavenly domain perishes, by no more than two whose weight class is only entering nirvana stage. Jayaja Jechojak. The sun and moon heavenly domain that contract splits cleanly into two, and are sucked into my and GWAKM's hands and contract to a single point. Embrace all connections and become impermanence. For that is how one reaches the stars. The sun and moon heavenly domain held in my hand becomes a star. The sun and moon heavenly domain held in GWAKM's hand becomes a vortex of impermanence. Kururururu. Through that vortex, GWAKM draws a golden spiraling dragon and coils it around his right arm. I bring my sword down on the star in my hand and directly shatter it. The starlight made by compressing half of the universe scatters at a single sword strike and becomes a pale mist. Kururum. GWAKM spreads 5 fingers. Seeing that, I recall a claw method. And the next moment, GWAKM's bizarre claw method, wreathed with the golden spiraling dragon, shoots at me with its maw opened. Kururum. To me who reached the ultimate of martial arts, many openings are visible, but the power contained within is at a level one cannot take lightly. An overwhelming tyrannical force that does not even allow the thought of piercing into the grain of power. At his single strike that contains power that cannot even be offset by a matching thrust, I can only endure. The golden trajectory envelops me as is. In the golden storm, I take all the storm's power with my body and, with breathing, I let those spiritual energies flow into my spirit veins and compress them. Return it. But I realize where this golden dragon has led me and flinch in surprise. This place is, just as I rammed GWAKM onto the arm of my main body. GWAKM's strike drove me straight down onto the shoulder of the great mountain supreme deity's main body. Kuguguging. Instead of sending the power of the golden claw infused into my sword through echoing valley back at GWAKM, I must use it on the corpses of the corpse mountain blood sea that sweep over me. Shukwang. The golden sword energy slices clean through the peaks of the corpse mountain blood sea. Gua. Yet I frown as I block the massive body of GWAKM that plunges down at me in the fleeting gap. If even a single drop, a single fragment of the corpse mountain blood sea of the great mountain supreme deity's main body touches GWAKM, great mountain pressing down will be immediately nullified. Hew up. I steady my breath, before GWAKM returns his consciousness to his main body. I, with all focus, stomp my foot. Kwang. Impermanence sword. Mysterious bizarre. A new circuit, the combination of the impermanence sword circuit and the imperial throne circuit I received from Bong Miang, spreads out from my foot. The circuits erode a part of the corpse mountain blood sea in an instant. The greatest ability of this circuit that began from the Mad Lord is erosion. The pale white mist I created by shattering the star I compressed from the heavenly domain is absorbed by the eroding circuit. What are you doing? GWAKAM's consciousness body recontacts with the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, but the portion of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea that absorbed the mist does not take back GWAKAM's main consciousness. I do not bother to answer and calmly take a sword stance. Kugwagwang. After my main body blocks the attack of the great mountain supreme deity, it takes a sword stance together with me. My main body's sword resounds. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Chi mountain heart heaven. My main body's sword seems to become gigantic, and the area of the impermanence sword widens. At the same time, my main body's energy begins to blaze like an active volcano. Chi touches the mountain, the heart touches the heavens. Exhaling heaven and earth spiritual energy with a slight breath, I swing my sword at GWAKAM in the exact same posture as my main body. Chi mountain heart heaven is like the move of dragon vein, a method of swinging after making the sword a bit stronger. But when training the basics of Chi mountain heart heaven, it says to grip the sword with both hands and strike down in accordance with its essence. Because the act of striking down with both hands is the easiest movement to make all essence, Chi, and spirit explode at once. The essence, Chi, and spirit of my main body and my own essence, Chi, and spirit unite and explode in an instant. The great mountain supreme deity's main body and GWAKAM's consciousness body both have their left shoulders shaved away at the same time. GWAKAM's gaze twitches. That is not the end. My main body and I take our sword stances again. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 9 mountains 8 seas. My main body spins on the spot and, transferring the force of the rotation to the sword tip, unleashes wild bombardments across all of heaven and earth. While shouting the move of 9 mountains 8 seas with my main body, I unfold a sword technique entirely different from my main body's. Mountain and valley transformation. Sword energy digs into the underside of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea we stand upon and stirs it up. GWAKM momentarily loses his balance, and I rush at such a GWAKM and raise my sword to cut. At the instant the move of ascending vein is about to be unleashed at GWAKM, he targets my sword with that characteristic claw technique of his. But in that instant, I simply let go of the impermanence sword for a moment, assume a completely different martial technique, clench both fists, and thrust my fists toward GWAKM's side torso. Fighting Monster Traceless Fist. My original martial art that I once taught Yun Sok smashes GWAKM's flank and blows him away, separating him once more from his main body. Kugugugugu. In the distance, transparent slashes blanket every direction due to the wild strikes my main body unleashed with the move of 9 mountains 8 seas. Dodging all my main body's slashes, I fly toward GWAKM. As my concentration reaches its peak, when I finally draw near GWAKM, I can finally see his gaze. The hatred in those eyes, within the pure clash of martial arts and combat, for a brief moment, has withdrawn into its shadow. Hoo-ha. Here and now, there is neither hatred nor killing intent nor resentment. Only collision exists. I, through a hand blade, cut GWAKM with the move of cliff edge, and GWAKM's fist strikes my face. My face directly caves in, my eyeballs pop out and drift through the space of chaos, and GWAKM's head splits in half as his brain matter spill out. At the single strike we launched with our arms crossed in a cross shape, we, who both lost our heads, begin to wildly exchange strikes like mad with only our consciousness bodies. That peculiar claw technique GWAKM uses hacks toward me, and my severing mountain swordsmanship grinds his entire body. Main body and main body wage battle, creating heavenly domains at the plane of true immortality. And our consciousness bodies, carrying each one's main consciousness in the domain of mortality, within the heavenly domains each other creates, and upon each other's main bodies, are crossing the internal worlds of the main bodies, continue the struggle of madness. That sight looks as if, between the great mountain supreme deity and the sword mountain devil lord who wage a fierce battle, lines of dark red light and white light streak past wildly. At the phenomena extinguishing mantra of GWAKM at the entering nirvana level, dozens of heavenly domains collapse in an instant, and the phenomena extinguishing mantra that first split a heavenly domain into 2 and let me take half the ownership, gradually and more often becomes something he fully takes ownership of. In any case, in the proficiency of the phenomena extinguishing mantra itself, it is difficult to match GWAKM, who shares cultivation with the countless peoples of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. It does not matter. In the distance, I see GWAKM, who wraps an arm with a heavenly domain compressed by the phenomena extinguishing mantra, using that claw method. That bizarre technique is for facing beasts rather than humans. Especially, it seems like a technique created to face tigers. The claw technique of tiger fighting, created to fight tigers, shoots toward me. A gigantic dragon-shaped energy wave presses down at me, and only after it collapses one heavenly domain behind me does it scatter. GWAKM, who is only at the entering nirvana level but destroys a single heavenly domain without the power of origin essence or the four great dimensions, truly looks like a monster appearing in myths. Quagwagwong. The main body unfolds severing mountain swordsmanship, one annihilation to the near shore. The impermanence sword explodes, and the sword strike that holds my very soul bores a hole in the stomach of the great mountain supreme deity's main body. From the aftermath of that clash, several heavenly domains come into being around us. I quickly take shelter in one of the heavenly domains. Can I do it? Seeing GWAKM's monstrous strength and the way he operates that power, I feel my fighting will waver for a very brief moment. But I cannot give up. No, I will do it. I must. What hangs on my shoulders? It is not simply the grudges of one or two people. Go, Tukwong. GWAKM chases into the heavenly domain I entered, and my eyes meet his. GWAKM, whose consciousness body was just barely dropped into the domain of mortality but has begun to regain the rank of true immortality after devouring countless heavenly domains. Immortal cultivation starts to recite the phenomena extinguishing mantra once more. However, I begin to recite the phenomena extinguishing mantra with my mouth. Exhaling spiritual energy, I raise my sword. Contain everything into my sword. Attraction force amplifies to its peak. The universe contracts and begins once again to fill with light and heat. Into GWAKM's two hands, the sun and moon heavenly domains start to flow in yet again. But in an instant, I feel GWAKM glare at me with eyes wide open. My slowly descending sword move. Inside that move, the power of the sun and moon heavenly domain caused by the phenomena extinguishing mantra once again begins to be torn and to flow in. No, the move this time even more strongly claims ownership of the sun and moon heavenly domain than GWAKM's. Great mountain pressing down. The final profundity of the severing mountain swordsmanship that knocked GWAKM down to a consciousness body now transforms into a form for physical destruction. All the power of attraction force and light and heat, solely into my sword will. Kugugugugu. The entire sun and moon heavenly domain condenses into my sword. At that moment, tension enters GWAKM's eyes for the first time. He knows it instinctively. He would feel that this sword strike holds a power on a different level from his own claw technique, which roughly stuffs the power of a heavenly domain compressed by the phenomena extinguishing mantra. However, instead of sending this sword strike at GWAKM, I scatter it as is, turn it into a hazy mist, and as I had done before, send that power to the great mountain supreme deity main body's corpse. Mountain blood see and have it be absorbed. I do not know what kind of foolish act that is. Even as he says that, perhaps. Knowing well that I would not do such a thing for no reason, GWAKM does not immediately launch an attack and begins to draw up his energy. His blood robe, embroidered all over with the faces of living beings screaming, flutters like mad. A vibration like a swarm of bees buzzing transcends space-time and reaches me. Chiok. GWAKM takes his stance. The golden spiraling dragon is dyed dark red. The technique created solely to capture a tiger. It seems to be a supreme fighting technique GWAKM learned in his mortal days. I unfold Mountain Lord transcending Peak's flight, and with the move of Mount Tiger, I concentrate dozens of sword strikes toward GWAKM. The words of Kim Young-hoon, who passed down the severing mountain swordsmanship, come to mind. Severing mountain swordsmanship imitates the movements of a fierce tiger. You are like a volcano holding fire. Your growth is slow because it has not yet erupted, but the moment the foundation you refined touches its boundary, you will become a volcano that erupts more ferociously than anyone. I kick off the space with tiger-like momentum and rush at GWAKM. So, Unyana. Until then, become a mountain lord. Until what you have accumulated bursts forth, become the owner of the mountain who guards the mountain that is you. A dark red dragon and the white mountain lord collide and entangle with the momentum of a dragon and tiger contention. Thus, GWAKM and I, though it is only for a fleeting instant, unlike how we have fought until now, stop in one spot and pour attacks toward each other. And I seize that instant and shout, "Now, Oh Hi Seo!" At the same time, Oh Hi Seo, who has been hiding all this time in my shadow, rides tainted soul filling the heavens and appears, strongly connecting her mind with mine. Tainted soul filling the heavens. Link technique. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 27th move. Guiding to the summit. The tainted soul filling the heavens of Ohiseo, who has secretly placed it upon GWAKAM's corpse mountain blood sea until now. The move of guiding to the summit, that burrows into the opponent's body and induces, at least in part, their actions. When Ohiseo's tainted soul filling the heavens combines with my 2 acts of coring the mist made by splitting heavenly domains into the corpse mountain blood sea, the power I have been waiting for begins to appear. Wong. Splitting Emperor splitting heaven. Annihilation Advancement Wu. The Annihilation Advancement Wu of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity's main body imbues in his fist and, piercing all space-time, starts to come crashing toward us by itself. Pakwag Wong. GWAKAM, entangled with me, tries to evade, but I switch my grip on the impermanence sword hooked on his arm to a reverse grip and block his escape. Shielding Ohiseo with gracious soul filling the heavens, I take that Annihilation Advancement Wu head on together with GWAKAM. Quadudududuke. The corpse mountain blood sea, eroded by guiding to the summit, does not allow GWAKAM to return to his main body through it, and he can only, together with me, get struck by his own fist. On the fist of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity that contains the power of Annihilation Advancement Wu. With the move of Foolish Old Man Moves Mountains, I shove all that power and its recoil into my sword, while GWAKAM, taking his own fist entirely with his bare body, vomits blood from all over his body. The power of Annihilation Advancement Mu transcends space-time. In an instant, we again arrive, with a weight class at the entering Nirvana stage, at the outskirts of the Akashic Records. We fight near the head of baby, and I see the blood vessels of other timelines that compose the baby's body. Seeming to notice my intention, GWAKAM, while spewing blood, begins to come toward me even as his weight class at the entering Nirvana stage drops to the Sacred Vessel stage, and then to the Star Shattering stage. Do you think I will allow it? If you don't, what will you do? On the fist of Annihilation Advancement Mu, we feel a massive pressure and gaze at each other. And in an instant, with all my strength I shove Ohiseo, whom I protect with gracious soul filling the heavens, toward another timeline. GWAKAM charges at me like mad and throws a straight punch. Kong. Even though I block with the impermanent sword, my arm begins to twist bit by bit and my body gets pushed back. Even if his realm dropped and he took impact due to his own Annihilation Advancement Mu, in the end Annihilation Advancement Mu is GWAKAM's power. GWAKAM Divine descents a portion of the power of Annihilation Advancement Wu overflowing in his main body into his consciousness body and hurls it at me. What kind of star-shattering stage is this? Even though it is clear that, after being hit by his own Annihilation Advancement Mu, his realm fell all the way to the star-shattering stage, I can only be overwhelmed as I watch GWAKAM exude unmistakable might at the Vestige Liberation Immortal level. I am an innate demigod. Kugugugugugu. The bloody gleam dwelling in GWAKAM's eyes explodes, and the attraction force of the phenomena extinguishing mantra stretches out toward Ohiseo, whom I push away. Even against a similar innate demigod, the Obsidian Devil Heavenly King, I did not lose at arm wrestling when in the same realm. Quadudududuke. At this rate, he is going to blow apart the impermanence sword and the me beyond it, and then retrieve Ohiseo, whom I barely sent beyond the timeline. Please, please. I grip the golden handle formed from GWAKAM's mask and hold out against him with all my strength. This is the only way to defeat GWAKAM. Please, O gods of heaven and earth. I pray. It is an intense prayer that I have never once done until now. Just once, only once. Hoping for even a scrap of fortune thrown by the heavens, not something I accumulated myself, I begin to squeeze out all my strength. All the power I accumulated with Foolish Old Man Moves Mountains. Even if it means dropping my weight class down to the star-shattering stage, I shatter my realm and true origin at the entering Nirvana weight class. The true origin of my consciousness body burns, and my realm falls. Star-shattering, integration, Earth axis. But GWAKAM still maintains his realm at the star-shattering stage and begins to pull Ohiseo, who is beyond me, with attraction force. Give up. Everything you hope for, everything you dream of, is nothing but utterly vain. Give up. The moment I hear those words, it feels as if all strength leaves my whole body. Everything is hazy, my senses go numb, and it feels as if all light disappears. However, it is only a temporary feeling. I will not, Give up. Immortal beast true blood erupts madly from the spirit veins of my whole body. I begin to squeeze my body. I draw up all the strength I can draw up. Until there isn't any more strength to draw. Then, here is my limit. Reaching my limit means I can now surpass it. Even if I die here, I absolutely will not give up. I pour all my obsession and yearning into this sword. Why do you not give up? Though we cannot trade words in this urgent moment, GWAKAM's pupils are asking so. Why can I not give up? The reason is simple. If I can achieve the Tao in the morning, then I am content to die in the evening. Because, morning has not yet even come. I am a fool. Therefore, I know that though I think I realized it, I have realized nothing. Yes, I still have not realized the Tao. Since I did not realize the Tao, morning also has not come. How can one who has not realized the Tao die before morning even arrives? If this body cannot achieve transcendence in this life. Quirururururung. Behind me, someone with red hair appears. Suat. The black-blue shadow that melted into the corpse mountain blood sea sends their will here even while fused into the main body of the great mountain supreme deity. A silver, presence-less heavenly king appears behind me and sends a fist wind toward Ohisio, who goes far ahead. Someone warm in light pink, though their main body cannot come, pushes me with a strand of warm will. And Ohisio, who goes to that faraway timeline through gracious soul filling the heaven to finally link future and past, looks back at me. I look at the sky. All the immortal bodies of the Radiance 7 immortals are shattered and are being devoured by the origin essence of radiance, and they only look toward this place with eyes full of resentment. The moment I realize this, I realize that my sword begins to be dyed gold. On the golden handle, which has no edge, a blade of gold begins to form. When swinging the sword, align it with the midline of the arm. The teacher who first taught me proper ascending martial arts. TLN ascending martial arts are basically martial arts where if you learn them, you can rise to a higher realm. Basically, good martial arts. There, in the distance, in front of the door of the audience chamber that GWAKM began to open with Punglai Island as the key. I see the light beyond that audience chamber and feel a golden wind starting to blow. The golden will faintly overlaid on the interdimensional void becomes a wind and begins to push my back. The golden martial arts system that has been stopped until now circulates and dwells in my body. I do not shed tears. Because I believe. No, perhaps they are flowing, but are evaporating in the fierce battle. Either way, it does not matter. With all my strength, as I swing the golden sword that finally gained an edge, I set upright the will of gold. When shall I wait again to transcend this existence? Countless years. My friend and first teacher, who leapt over all that time and reached the future, shouts brightly. As if though he has just arrived and presumably knows nothing of the situation, it does not matter. As if seeing only with the gaze of a martial artist. Swing. My sword, shining completely in gold, scatters brilliant rays of creation that announces the morning. Through that single sword strike, my sword attack that has been continually pushed back by GWAKM directly splits GWAKM's fist and shoots toward him. Golden Speed Heavenly King Kim Young-hoon. Red Pearl Cycling Heavenly King Jaeon Myung-hoon. Lapis Lazuli Flower Heavenly King Kong Min-hee. Silver Nameless Heavenly King Oh Yun-sok. Tridacna Vast Cold Heavenly King Kim Yeon. Ohisio joins them all and pushes my back. I, embracing everyone's strength in my body, shoot it straight, and through the severing mountain swordsmanship's accumulating dust forms a mountain. I begin to tear GWAKM's body to shreds. The sword of my main body, which faces the main body of the great mountain supreme deity, also becomes dyed gold and slices his main body into pieces. GWAKM's gaze, twisted like an evil spirit, glares at me, and cracks begin to spread across the golden mask covering his face. His eyes become bloodshot. And finally, he begins to consume the corpse mountain blood sea. This is not power meant to be used on the likes of you. My main body's sword, shining in gold, and the great mountain supreme deity, who begins to consume the corpse mountain blood sea, collide, each side's strength perfectly matching the other's. Jaejeong, and the great mountain supreme deity, who has until now continually met my sword strikes from a position higher than me, for the first time burrows into my arms and enters a space even narrower than sword distance. Jaejeong, the great mountain supreme deity's main body's grasp stretches toward me, and I envelop my whole body in the golden blade and clasp his hand. The contest of strength begins. However, even the great mountain supreme deity, who is consuming the corpse mountain blood sea, cannot overpower me in force, who is perfectly divine descending the marital arts of the golden. And, toward somewhere between our main bodies that are waging chaotic battle, the consciousness bodies of me and the great mountain supreme deity start to be sucked in. Speed Heavenly King, the place GWAKM first bore a hole that still remains a hole. That place is the head realm. Kwang, we enter inside the head realm through the hole pierced into it. The moment I think I see a familiar capital city in the distance. GWAKM pries me off him with a kick. Tukwagwang. I take his kick and bounce away for an instant, but I correct my posture again in the void and chase after GWAKM once more. Quagwagwang. GWAKM and I drop to about the same place. Ururururuing. By the shockwave from our descent, the ground we step on collapses and we fall down into the underground. The place we fall to is beneath Seogyung city of Yangguo. It is where the main house of the Mokli clan stands. The Mokli Wangqian of the Mokli clan in the head realm stares at us, dumbfounded. Before I even have time to shout, Mokli Wangqian is sucked straight into GWAKM's hand. And starting with Mokli Wangqian, an immense attraction force arises upon GWAKM's hand. That attraction force starts to reach the entire head realm, and not only the Mokli clan but all of Seogyung city. All of Yangguo, Shengxi, Biokra, the sea, the great grasslands, the heaven-treading desert, ascension path, even to the nations of the east, it stretches forth. Quadudududuk. There is not even a moment to block it. In the blink of an eye, innumerable residents of the head realm become a handful of blood and are sucked into GWAKM's grasp. At GWAKM's act of devouring all life in the head realm except plants the moment he arrives, I do not even have time to feel rage. Quagwagwagwang. GWAKM rushes me with a kick, and I succeed in severing his ankle in an instant, but in exchange, I fly all the way to the eastern edge of the head realm and crash into the world shield force at the eastern edge, coughing blood. Qua. By the aftershock of my flight alone, the sea at the eastern end of the head realm is engulfed in heat and evaporates away. Kung, kung, kung. And into the center of that evaporated eastern sea of the head realm appears a hulking figure clad in a blood robe. Juk. Jajechojuk. It is GWAKM, whose golden mask has shattered and whose bare face is gradually being revealed. So, damn, persistent. For some reason, GWAKM does not immediately unleash an attack and speaks. I did not feel much potential at the entering Nirvana stage, but is this the power of your comrades? I look around me. That's right, the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the head realm is gradually drying up, as if the very mystic power itself, including Qi, is disappearing. The laws of the world are changing. The rules are rewritten, and a bridle is placed upon a world where Qi flows fine. Kong Minhe's mantra, falling flower, is continuously following us and changing the surrounding environment in my favor. A world with no energy. Until now, before we came under the influence of this rule, we went around constantly popping heavenly domains, so we did not feel the difference, but now that both our realms have lowered, the sensation is clear. GWAKM's realm, under my sword strike in which I divine descent Kim Young-hoon's power, fell from the star-shattering stage to the heavenly being stage, and mine also dropped to the earth axis stage due to pushing GWAKM all the way into the head realm. Thanks to that, Kong Minhe's law that constricts us gradually grew stronger, and now we must recognize that, except for the energy within our own bodies, the heaven and earth spiritual energy is exhausted. The characteristic of the heavenly being stage and above is that with celestial energy guidance and attraction force, one can draw in the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy, making the spiritual power one can wield in a prolonged battle theoretically infinite, but due to the bridle Kong Minhe placed upon us, we are forced into a war of attrition. Perhaps GWAKM also felt that fact. Which is why the moment he came to the head realm he devoured all the living beings to replenish his energy. Such a useless act. At this rate, all of our energy will be completely consumed and it will become a bare-handed fight. When I, a demigod by birth, and you, who have nothing but the body of a mere obvious you will, mortal, fight, is it not? Lose. Who knows? I raise the golden sword as I look at GWAKM. When I, who reach the ultimate of martial arts, fight you, who is at best only an innate star-shattering stage, there is absolutely no way I think I will lose. Hey, whether it is martial pinnacle or whatever, if this drags on, do you think you can win? You can't drag this on. Qua. The sea water that has evaporated seems to beat in the sky again, then begins to pour down as rain. Gradually the sea fills again. I look at GWAKM in the rain and speak. Quote. Your claw technique is excellent. But for you, who honed a claw technique to that degree, to still not have become a heart tribe, it must be a problem of your heart, not your skill. My comrade will revive your heart demon that you captured, killed, and absorbed into the corpse mountain blood sea. Advancement mu and, transcending time and space, reach the boundary of the Akashic records and reach the place where the baby is visible. When I first took GWAKM's annihilation, only then could I know the cause and effect of everything. I understood who took Azure Tiger Saint. Before Ohai Co brings Azure Tiger Saint and makes contact with the heart demon of mountain destroying demon ape. Before then is the only time you can beat me. I force an extreme short battle upon GWAKM and raise my sword at him. I provoke him so that he rages and runs amok so that I can seize an opening to drive in a single strike. You can never beat me. While you accumulated a mountain of vain and worthless corpses, I rose this far together with my friends. Quote. Haha, you even make the taunt of, you have no friends sound refined. But GWAKM, unexpectedly, shows little emotion. The sea gradually fills, and we look at each other underwater. Tuck, Tuduk, Tudududuk. The golden mask that adorns him begins to be stripped away, swept off by the current. The mask, which is already in pieces by me from the start, scatters into fragments, and at the same time GWAKM's face beyond the mask is revealed. And the expression behind the mask is, unexpectedly, calm. He calmly looks up at the sky once. Even the heavenly punishment supreme deity feared to open their eyes in the head realm, yet he calmly looks at the sky, shedding bloody tears from his eyes as he sees something. Master, are you watching? At those words, I realize that the remains of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity's true body are left in the head realm. GWAKM seems to move his lips as if to say something to the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, but then he closes his mouth. Perhaps because we are underwater, between the strands of his hair that spread in all directions, I can see strange scars. There are a total of 17 scars, and the moment I see the scars, GWAKM turns his gaze back to me and opens his mouth. In my mortal days, I was a mixed blood child of a commoner fighting ghost race father with one horn and a human race mother. Well, strictly speaking, my fighting ghost race father violated my courtesan mother near a temple, and I was born. Suddenly, seeing GWAKM reveal his background, I raise my guard even higher. Having seen only on an explosive side of GWAKM, seeing his calm appearance makes him seem even more dangerous. However, despite being a human mixed blood, I was a mutant born with as many as 17 horns of the fighting ghost race. I am stunned at those words. In the fighting ghost race, status is determined by horns. 1 to 2 horns are fighting ghost race commoners. 3 to 6 are fighting ghost race nobles. 7 horns are called royalty, and that is the limit of how many horns the fighting ghost race as a species can have. After I became a true immortal, I also examined the genetic information of the fighting ghost race, and what I confirmed then was also that 7 is the limit. However, 17 horns. I intuitively realized that the legend of the noble blood true sea radiance body, passed down among the fighting ghost race is not merely a divine power called noble blood true sea radiance but to some extent points to GWAKM himself. My mother said a child like me was hideous and always hated me. Well, when I was born, my horns tore through my mother's privates and her lower body became crippled, so that is understandable. My mother always felt disgust and fear toward me, so at one time, to receive my mother's love, I pulled out all my horns with my own hands. But, without knowing that with each horn that disappears, my potential as one of the fighting ghost race decreases, yet my pure body strength increases severalfold, I tried to hug my mother and ended up bursting her apart and killing her. Wong. GWAKM swings his arm. An overwhelming shockwave erupts, and again the seawater surrounding us is pushed away by that blast. Swing. No chi is used. It is simply the innate body power GWAKM was born with. In that single, GWAKM calmly reveals his past. As my mother died like that, she gently called my name. There were only 2 times when my mother called me gently. When I tore her privates as I was born and first received the name, T. And the time she called my name when she was dying. Afterward, I met Master when I was in confusion, and Master taught me many things and raised me as the next field garden heavenly lord. GWAKM, who continues his story calmly, looks full of openings, but I cannot charge at him. For it is too clear to my foresight, which has reached the ultimate of martial arts, that the current GWAKM who is not explosive is, in fact, the most dangerous. I ask you this. If you answer this question, I will acknowledge you to some extent with seriousness. Answer. Why did my mother name me that? I can immediately tell the meaning of GWAKMs. The naming supreme deity Hyeon Rang. Name. It is because I obtained the Pengu true blood of. And I can also tell why GWAKM received such a name. Not. Tu is an ancient word meaning to sing. Is truth. Or, an ancient word meaning heaven. Because of some transcendent foresight, but simply because among supreme deities, it is considered common knowledge. The name GWAKM 39, from the very beginning, possessed the requirements to become a supreme deity. Yes, even though GWAKM shed off the immortal title of Ra Cheon, he absolutely could not escape fate. The true intent of GWAKM's question is this. Not why his mother bestowed such a name, but why he still has not renamed himself from GWAKM. He is asking me about himself. After letting out a silent sigh for a while, I lift the sword blazing with golden light and speak. Quote. I will tell you, senior brother. Who is your senior brother? GWAKM's eyes flash with a bloody gleam. Well, fine, you are probably saying you will answer with the blade. Then come on, answer diligently. And so, I, left only with a weight class reaching the Earth axis stage, and GWAKM, who is innately at the star-shattering stage, once again charge at each other in the head realm. GWAKM's head, whose golden mask is shattered, and my golden sword finally completed through the power of Kim Young-hoon, at the eastern end of the head realm. From the place where the morning sun rises, collide. Morning of the head realm. We face each other in that dawn light and clash. 775. Wo Wang. The Radiant 7 Immortals are by now cut off from everyone's attention. No, those beings, who should be called the remnants of the Radiant 7 Immortals, are vainly dying away in the abyss within the inner sea of Mount Sumeru. Is it, now the end? It would seem so. They tremble all over at an intense feeling they feel for the first time in life and accept death. Executor Rain Do, execute us. If we die like this, our souls will be dragged into the arms of the underworld, not to the head realm, which is our sanctuary, and we will undergo reincarnation. From the very moment Radiant's 10 Heavens heavenly lords were born, when their souls die, they would reincarnate into the head realm through the hands of the Rain Dew or Torch Candle heavenly lord. Strictly speaking, when the time for replacement comes, one should say that the traces of the previous generation would be completely devoured by the origin essence of light and flow into the head realm. In any case, for every generation of the Radiant's 10 Heavens heavenly lords, the head realm was a kind of utopia. This is, because cultivators above the heavenly being stage cannot exist there. Their ideal is realized, and they can repeat eternal, unchanging ages in the head realm and exist forever as the same being. In life they discuss justice with the body of a god, and after death they enter a world of eternal cycle and are guaranteed comfort. That is the dream of all the Radiant's 10 heavenly lords. Therefore, the Radiant's 7 Immortals, as they die now, begin all at once to pour strength into the Rain Dew heavenly lord. Wo Wang, become once more the sole survivor, preserve Radiance Hall, and return honor to our end. With the words of the great forest heavenly lord, all the strength of the 7 Immortals flows into the Rain Dew heavenly lord. Of course, since everyone is in a horribly wrecked state, nothing like the newly recovering Rain Dew heavenly lord becoming stronger happens. At most he only recovers power at the level of one immortal lord. Rain Dew heavenly lord weeps as he feels the last fragments of his comrades flowing into him. Comrades, I am sorry, it is all my mistake. I should have, without delay, carried out execution on Sword Spear heavenly lord at once. For having my mind sold to the curse of vast cold and failing to preempt them, it is my fault. Do not blame yourself. At the final moment of life, listening to the Rain Dew heavenly lord's words, all the heavenly lords including Great Forest only laugh about Sword Spear. Perhaps it may be a forced laugh, but as ones who wear masks, they do not mind a forced laugh. All for the sake of the Rain Dew heavenly lord who will remain. We are unburdened. The matter of the Sword Spear cannot be helped. Even if we had not met the Sword Mountain Devil Lord, Sword Spear might still have been lured by Great Mountain Supreme Deity in the end because of the name Ji Wang. Editor as a reminder, Ji Wang Ti means, yellow earth, contrasted with, black mysterious heaven, all is predetermined fate. If this too is all decided from the beginning, there is not a single thing for us to blame ourselves for. Thus they try to console themselves, until, Kong, from somewhere, far away outside Mount Sumeru, until an unpleasant resonance coming from within a vast light pink artificial Gandhara reaches them. Kong, that sound grows larger and larger. Kong, and it becomes clearer and clearer. Everyone present can tell, that is the sound of the Tridakna vast cold heavenly king, Kim Yeon, refining the soul of the sword spear heavenly lord. Kong, however, what the dying seven immortals feel is not simply shame that a comrade was captured by vicious ones and is being refined. It is betrayal, chai-ing. In that sound of refinement that becomes clearer and clearer, a heart is carried. It is the heart of sword spear. Because they are ones who bloomed the heart, they can in fact know what that heart means. Sword spear, the great forest heavenly lord cries out with a trembling voice. Do you truly mean to be newly born from inside there? Chai-ing. Within that clear sword ring, the sound of the sword spear heavenly lord reviving is heard. It is not a mere revival. It is a rebirth as a completely new being, denying everything about their own birth. To the seven immortals who just consoled themselves that all this is merely an arrangement of fate. The sight of the traitor denying fate and being newly reborn boils up an emotion they cannot possibly express. Affection toward an old comrade, shame, despair, sense of betrayal, jealousy. All emotions that cannot be described seethe up at the moment of death, and at last the great forest heavenly lord cuts off the life they are sending to the rain-dew heavenly lord and screams. Shoot, azure arrow. As always as the partner of great forest, the flower plant heavenly lord follows great forest and uses their immortal art. Eat, flower garden, great sun and torch candle use immortal arts in succession. Burn, great sun, blaze, heavenly torch. And seeing this, rain-dew realizes something. Do not shoot. Goo. From that Gandhara, the afterimage of a gigantic white wheel appears. The rain-dew heavenly lord recognizes it at once. The heavenly venerable of the underworld is intervening. The power of the heavenly venerable of the underworld at last begins to move in order to release the seal of the northern dipper sealing immortal flag that is set on the sword mountain devil lord. The rain-dew heavenly lord realizes that the reality they are in itself is a reality rewritten by the underworld. In the reality rewritten by the will of the underworld, the attacks of the great forest, flower plant, great sun, and torch candle heavenly lords shoot in order, not as an intentional sequence of attacks. The rain-dew heavenly lord, their eyes rolled back and unconsciously swept up in emotion, blocks the pearl jade. Heavenly lord, we will not suffer any further. The seal of that devil lord shall not be released. The wheel of the underworld is terrifying, but the rain-dew heavenly lord, seeing the plan of the underworld that is exposed to them, screams. I am a member of the last radiance supreme deity. I alone, at least I alone will not fall for your stratagem. It cannot be helped that even Torch Candle has attacked. Perhaps up to Torch Candle's attack, the underworld can distort or rewrite it and drop it onto the Sword Mountain. Devil Lord, but Sword Spear has died and is being reborn, and Pearl Jade, Great Sea, and Rain Dew themselves are well under his own control. The Rain Dew Heavenly Lord shouts, thinking there is absolutely no way the seal on Sword Mountain Devil Lord will be undone. On this alone, I, Rain Dew, staking the honor of all the prior Radiance 10 Heavenly Lords, shall block it. The sky distorts. GWAKM's fist and claw technique attack me in separate order. The sword of golden light that stuffs Kim Young-hoon wholly inside gradually loses its light. Jejechojung, hit by GWAKM's attack, I am flung straight out from the eastern edge to the very center of the head realm. I am flung to the middle of the treading heaven desert, to the place where the ascension path is located, and I crash into the very middle of the ascension path. The great barrier of the Sky Island is pierced, and at the waist of the Sky Island floating in the void. Walguk, damn it, the Sky Island is falling. The barrier gradually grows faint, and I feel the spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and the spiritual veins in ascension path scattering. Heaven and earth spiritual energy is dropping. The battlefield Kong Min he made for me. If it is a world without the mystery called Qi, my win rate certainly rises. Without heaven and earth spiritual energy, if we exhaust all our energy, that is the end. We must fight with only the strength of the bodies we are born with. Kududuk. I check my body. while evaporating the sea at the eastern end of the head realm with GWAKM, the realm that was the Earth axis. Stage dropped down to the heavenly being stage. The structure of my body also changed to the level of a slightly trained ordinary human, not one who holds a world. Within, I am now a human with flesh and blood. But the opponent is an innate demigod. GWAKM has nothing but the heavenly being stage, but as that stage combines with his innate divine strength, he wields power at the star-shattering level. I didn't manage to wear down his realm. Because the body he has is so overwhelmingly strong, his consumption efficiency is far better than mine. Moreover, from the moment he fell into the head realm, GWAKM devoured all the living beings of the head realm. Because of that blood energy, his regeneration is at the level where even if I cut an arm, the cut part regenerates immediately like I am cutting a mere phantom. The biggest problem is the weapon. Wo Wang. I look at the faded golden sword. The golden light is gradually weakening. Single quote. Hung Nim. Naturally, Kim Young-hoon's power is not infinite. Kim Young-hoon is in a state of having torn through time and space from an unimaginably distant past to arrive in the future. In a very exhausted state, he is squeezing out all his strength and lending me power once again. I cannot waste it. I start to compress the golden sword imbued with Kim Young-hoon's authority. Everything is for optimal efficiency. Chuot. The sword of golden light compresses and starts to become a familiar form. Another name of the formless sword before the impermanence sword. The formless sword refined into the shape of a line. All heaven's sword. I can't just keep increasing sword energy as I please in fight. I will use it at the optimal moment and aim for the maximum effect. Watching GWAKM fly in from afar, I kick off from Ascension Path. Tukwang. My sword and GWAKM's shoulder collide. With the subtlety of moving 1,000 jin with 4 liang, I let GWAKM's force flow past using only the minimum strength. Jejechojung. The bizarre rocks and soil that cover Ascension Path split and explode as they are. And what hides inside is revealed. It is a 3-legged cauldron. Heavenly Void Furnace, good. Jejewang. Having revealed the form of the Heavenly Void Furnace, GWAKM directly grabs one of the 3 legs of the furnace, descends to the treading heaven desert, and swings the cauldron at me, who still floats in the air. Gua. Wang. A mass the size of Ascension Path flies at me. Jejang. Since there is no chi, the abilities of the Heavenly Void Furnace cannot be used, but with just that insane mass I am hit straight away, flung into the sky of the head realm, and crash into the world shield force. Kukwik. Kook. Spewing blood from my nose and mouth, I prepare for the next attack. Jejeyong. GWAKM, who again jumps up holding the Heavenly Void Furnace, swings the Heavenly Void Furnace. While embedded in the ceiling of the head realm, I get struck by the Heavenly Void Furnace, and only by depleting my heavenly being cultivation down to the nascent soul stage do I barely preserve my life. At the same time, feeling the ceiling of the head realm collapsing, I enter a strange world. Whoosh. Sea. It is a sea, not just any sea. Its salinity is so high that it is no different from a dead sea. At that moment, I realize where this is. Could this be? Without even a moment to be taken aback, GWAKM rushes at me and swings the Heavenly Void Furnace again. Underwater, I manipulate the current to evade, then I rush at GWAKM and thrust the All Heaven's sword into his chest. Shukwik. In an instant, multiple thrusts punch holes through his chest. The very salty water of the salt sea flows into GWAKM's lungs. Not only that, when I wound GWAKM's body, the water of the salt sea seeps into his injuries. No matter how painful it is to sprinkle salt water on a wound, GWAKM trembles and flinches to a strange degree. His eyes become bloodshot as if they are about to burst. He is clearly in pain to an abnormal degree. Seeing this, I feel a bitter feeling. It is then, GWAKM even lets go of the Heavenly Void Furnace, rushes at me like lightning, clamps my neck, and swims off. Somewhere, even as we swim beyond the sky of the head realm, deep into the far interior of the salt sea, we exchange attacks. Several times, my All Heaven's sword cuts off his elbow. His knee caves in my chest, and his grip rips out my neck multiple times. I repeatedly tear his body with the All Heaven's sword, and the more I do, the more his eyes fill with pain. And at some moment, we exit the region of the salt sea. Pawak. Kahayak. Gook. GWAKM coughs out breath, seawater flowing from his whole body. This place is. Escaping for a moment from GWAKM's grasp, I scan the surroundings. I can tell the identity of this salt sea. The salt sea supreme deity Ryong. It must be the remains of their true body. And the reason he is in even more pain is the true body of Ryong seeps into his wounds is probably. Quote. You are being rejected. You know it yourself, don't you? I look at GWAKM. Yes, GWAKM's way. The karma he has accumulated. It has already accumulated so high that he is rejected by the salt sea's remains itself. You know that you cannot inherit Master's robe and alms bowl, don't you? I understand why GWAKM, leaving aside even the splitting heaven mantra, gave up on seizing the chaos and made a surprise attack. It is not that he gave up on taking control of chaos. It is that he could not seize it. GWAKM received the method to take control of the salt sea, but he does not have the qualification. You know it yourself. You know you were wrong. Suddenly, I start to get angry. He knows it too. Whatever qualification requirements salt sea set, GWAKM neither has the qualification, nor has he stopped denying Master's method while believing only his own method is correct. He put power first, deceiving that he surpassed Master. He, too, knows that he is deceiving not only his Master but even himself. So why do you not break that stubbornness? Why do you still cling to that disgusting method and even now still refuse to change yourself? Why? Only now do I understand why that bastard burns with such rage and resentment just to kill me alone. You also know, don't you? Though you received the method to take control, you have no qualification, but I have the qualification to seize the outer sea. Maybe I could have gotten along with him if he ran on his own 2 feet to properly carry out Master's command, and, no matter if he spent several kalpas of time, searched for a way to bring everyone to repentant enlightenment. If, instead of forcing people into repentant enlightenment, he truly searched for a proper answer. Maybe he could have truly inherited the will of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, obtained the qualification to seize the outer sea, and become the true heir of Salt Mountain. If it was so, he and I might not have met as the enemy who massacred my family and the victim, but just as a normal senior brother and junior brother. I fly at GWAKM and grab him by the collar. Answer me, GWAKM. Do I have the qualification to seize the outer sea? Is that it? Is that why all this time, just to catch and kill me alone, you burned with such inferiority and brutally slaughtered my family? Even in the midst of battle, GWAKM, calm with his collar caught in my hand, simply shakes his head forward and headbutts me. Jaejeong. To block that single headbutt, my stage drops from the nascent soul stage to the core formation stage. It does not matter. Right now, hearing this answer from him is more important. And with our foreheads slammed together, GWAKM speaks. That's right. Kugugugugugoo. Kicking off the bizarre chaotic space, GWAKM speaks. The place we arrive after passing Master's remains is where countless pieces of information mix and form chaos. It is probably a space influenced by the Akashic records. Agate, Wu Jin. Derived star extinguishing true chapter, extinguishing realms record. Obsidian, Vinaya. 5,000 stems, 1 Tao. Lapis lazuli, Zheng Xin. Black fall converging to 1, returning to Tao, heaven breaking star extinguishing true chapter. Gold, Gugalana. Splitting heaven mantra, Tridakna, Shin. Blood insect demon devil great method. Red pearl, Yang Su Jin. Red lightning heavenly tribulation method. Within the Akashic records, the names of the former enders, the absolute they were granted, the innate true methods they learned, and such information, all pass by around us in a jumbled mix. It seems the head realm contains not only the remains of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity but also, to some extent, the remains of former enders. Among them, I also see some of Yang Su Jin's information. I don't have the qualification. Among those, I divine descent the familiar power of Yang Su Jin, and I gouge my fingers into where GWAKM's spine is. Directly into the spinal cord. Kwajijijijik. The red lightning of the red lightning heavenly tribulation method strikes GWAKM's spinal cord directly. However, GWAKM, without even twitching despite that pain, grabs me and goes endlessly upward to somewhere. The method to obtain the qualification is only one. And then, at some moment, Jaejeong, we re-enter the sea. This place. I realize right away where this place is. The southern part of the treading heaven desert, the Great Sea. To eliminate every enemy in this world. Pawaik. Someday, just as someone has done, kill all who block the way and drive them out beyond Mount Sumeru, so that in this world only I exist alone. Heaven and earth, I alone am honored. That is qualification. Since the space of the Akashic records that connects beyond the sky of the head realm is not a proper space-time, miracles like going up and then being able to come back in from below seem possible. Do you understand what it means? Zhejiang. GWAKM extends his fist. By that fist pressure, the surrounding seawater is pushed away and surges outward. In an instant, the sea dries up. 11. And I answer, quote. The phrase, heaven and earth, I alone am honored, does not mean that. Tukwang. GWAKM kicks me. The energy I have left is at the core formation stage. In contrast, because GWAKM broke through that bizarre space of the Akashic records, his realm dropped down to the nascent soul stage. Why is it that even though both of us broke through the space of the Akashic records, my realm is relatively intact? Yang Su Jin lent it to me. I did not just divine descent Yang Su Jin's power. A fragment of Yang Su Jin's remains resonated with me and actively lent power to a later generation student. All existences in this world are as noble as myself. Because they are noble, there is no need to distinguish the boundary between self and non-self. Therefore, it has a meaning not different from the notion that only I exist alone in this world. Flying south over the Great Sea, I look calmly at GWAKM. You know it too. That talk of heaven and earth, I alone am honored, are killing everything in Mount Sumeru, it's all an excuse. The qualification to seize the outer sea is Kwaik, and at some moment, I set my stance, grab the all-heavens sword with both hands, and block GWAKM rushing. In Kwang, GWAKM's single fist extends as if to collapse heaven and earth, but I let all that power flow to my back. The seawater behind me evaporates all at once, and the sea floor at the southern end of the head realm reveals itself. The familiar sea dragon palace reveals its shape from beneath the sea. Kwang, I kick into one of the sea dragon palace's halls directly, collapsing it, and reach my hand toward the things inside. The countless Dharma treasures that one of the sea dragon palace's owners sealed inside. Though they lost spiritual energy and spiritual nature, they are objects sufficient to use as good weapons. Ho ho, fellow Taoist, an unpleasant voice rises up. Gratitude and forgiveness. To forgive my enemy and to be grateful to all my connections. The way to eliminate every enemy is to make every enemy a friend. The weapons stored in the Sea Dragon Palace come into my hands. I overlay the power of the All-Heaven Sword, which I have kept using only thinly until now, onto those armaments. To minimize the consumption of power even further. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Mountain echoes valley responds. Echoing valley. Landscape painting. Flowing ridge. As the sword cry rings, a sword wave at the speed of sound cuts GWAKM's upper body. I parry GWAKM's fist with the technique of echoing valley, then break his balance with landscape painting, then thrust with the move of flowing ridge. Concentrate the power. I focus the subtlety of the bow body movement technique onto the sword tip. Flick it away. Pong. All the martial arts techniques I learned in my martial world days blossom from my sword and my whole body. GWAKM is flung far away and disappears beyond the horizon. Bakakong. A weapon of the Sea Dragon Palace turns to powder. I quickly ransack the treasury of the Sea Dragon Palace. Short swords and daggers, scabbards, bags, poisonous herbs and throwing knives. Swords and sabers, halberds, spears, shields, bows and arrows. With all sorts of weapons strapped to my body, I check my energy that is now about to drop to the Chi building. Stage. Kugugugugu. From beyond the horizon where he was flung, GWAKM comes back carrying something. Perhaps he too must need a weapon to use instead of the heavenly void furnace, as he comes back with gigantic weapons in both hands. It is a mountain peak. Directly uprooting the shattered heaven peak of the golden divine heavenly thunder sect, GWAKM rushes at me. Like mad. You think that kind of thing is possible? Kekwang. The peak of shattered heaven peak crashes down at me. Its mass looks enormous, but it does not have absolute hardness like the heavenly void furnace. Tune. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Kunlun. The strongest thrust unfolds together with a spear from the Sea Dragon Palace. With that one thrust, the spear I obtained from the Sea Dragon Palace crushes to pieces, but one of the peaks of shattered heaven peak that GWAKM brought is pierced straight through and shatters. GWAKM spins the one remaining peak in midair and drives it down at me. A halberd and a crescent moon blade are in my hands. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Landscape painting. Quarararik. Slashes spray in all directions. With each strike, weapons at the level of Dharma treasures shatter to bits and scatter, but without using any energy. At all I manage to smash one peak. Jayong. From within the dust cloud of the smashed mountain peak, GWAKM extends a straight punch. After the straight fist, it is a claw technique. Shwikik. I evade the straight fist, then smash GWAKM's elbow with a golden staff I obtained from the Sea Dragon Palace. Twisting the trajectory of the claw technique. If you forgive, what about the other? Do you think the others can forgive you? Jayong. GWAKM's knee rushes into my chest. I put forward a shield obtained from the Sea Dragon Palace. It should be able to block that single strike. But, contrary to expectation, GWAKM's knee directly tears the shield apart and pierces a hole in my chest. Wakik. I scatter throwing knives into GWAKM's eyeballs and, through hidden weapons, cut the various blood veins throughout his body. However, GWAKM does not care that his blood vessels are cut and his muscles are severed, and he still manages to grab my hair in the end. Connections of people, forgiveness, gratitude, don't spout nonsense. Boong, Kwong. GWAKM wildly shakes me in mid-air, then throws me straight toward the north. I pierce through the atmosphere and fly like a meteor, and in an instant I crash into a volcano where the Jin clan of Yangguo's main house is located. Warururuk. On the volcano where the Jin clan resides, hot dragon veins rampage like mad. It is because the entire world is shaking due to my battle with GWAKM. Lava. Warurik. Because I just regenerated my body and, falling onto the volcano, protected my body, my realm dropped to the early chi building stage. I use the basic chi refining method, 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. Among them, with fire surpassing path, I manipulate the surrounding fire energy and draw the madly writhing lava within the Jin clan's dragon veins up to the surface. Kurururur. From afar, GWAKM is flying in after uprooting a few more mountains, and seeing such a GWAKM, I shoot a lava waterfall at him. Jayong. But the mountain that GWAKM throws blocks the lava waterfall completely, and GWAKM directly crushes me. Beneath an entire mountain, I consume the weapons obtained from the Sea Dragon Palace and split GWAKM's mountain apart, and GWAKM brings his hand blade down on me. Kurururun. An earthquake occurs, and even more lava bursts out across the area. Heaven and earth in all directions are covered with lava. Even for you alone, how many people do you think there are who hate you? Even for you alone, how many people do you think there are who would not forgive you? Including Wal Ryong, even to the Radiant 7. Immortals, you are someone who cannot be forgiven. Wang. I grit my teeth as I look at the impermanent sword overlaid on GWAKM's hand. Jayong. He wildly brings down the hand blade. Gradually the ground where I stand caves in, and I am driven down underground. Even you yourself cannot receive forgiveness. Does this impermanent sword not exactly prove that? So, why do you have the qualification, and I do not? Answer me, Seo Unyun. Jayong. Kugugugugu. The dust cloud clears. Due to GWAKM's fist pressure, all the lava in the area has cooled and become stone. What is different between you and me? GWAKM's realm is now down to the chi building stage. Of course, apart from that, his physical body's capability is at the earth axis stage. I look at the one before my eyes. And I answer with my sword. Kong. The all heaven's sword, which is as thin as a line, fails to even pierce his skin and breaks. The will of Kim Young-hoon, who has been helping me until now, has worn out. Is this your answer? In GWAKM's eyes, a disappointed light circles. If this is everything, die. Kugugugu. GWAKM raises his fist. If that fist hits directly, I will probably die. But I close my eyes and wait. This is not everything. Prove it. GWAKM's fist falls. Great forest. Flower plant. Great sun. Torch candle. Jayong. The attacks of the 4 heavenly lords fall upon the main body of the Sword Mountain Devil Lord Seo Unyun. The attacks of the Radiant 7 Immortals, rewritten by the wheel of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld, fall in sequence. And at some moment, Wo Wang, something silver sears the sky and falls upon the Sword Mountain Devil Lord. And, seeing that, the Pearl Jade Heavenly Lord, who is having their power absorbed by the rain-dew heavenly lord. Glares. Sword spear, sword spear, sword spear, sword spear, pearl jade. Wait, Joyoyoyong. The silver sword pierces the immortal body of the sword mountain devil lord, and the pearl jade. Heavenly lords. Attack follows along with the silver sword to strike the sword mountain devil lord's flesh. And Kim Yeon inside the artificial Gandhara, who sent the silver sword at the sword mountain devil lord, smiles. Come back after winning. At that moment, Cheolkong. At last, one of the northern dipper sealing immortal flags of the sword mountain devil lord releases. Joyoyoyoyong. Between me and GWAKM, a silver sword falls. The sword that pierced my main body and flew to me holds a silver white light. This is. GWAKM's eyes widen. And I can finally smile. Great forest, flower plant, great sun, torch candle, castle wall, field garden, sword spear, pearl jade. Aligning the order was hard. The condition the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords painstakingly set. Taking the attacks of the 8 owners of light in sequence. Yes, not the Radiance 8 Immortals. It is the 8 owners of light. GWAKM wearing the mask of Castle Wall. And I, opening my torn, bleeding hand that has been gripping the golden sword's hilt until now, throw away the golden sword and grasp the silver sword extreme heavenly sword Uea. Qua. As the 6th Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag unseals, an enormous power begins to well up not only in the main body but also in me. The realm that has fallen down to Chi building begins to surge. It is not much, but it is enough to face GWAKM. Wong. I swing the silver white sword. My sword, which kept being pushed back by GWAKM, for the first time pushes GWAKM back with force. GWAKM directly flies across Yangguo and crashes down into a certain familiar city. To that, crossing the country in an instant and arriving at that city, I let out a hollow laugh. The name of that city is Yangguo's Lianshan City Refining Mountain City. I approach GWAKM, who has exhausted his strength as much as he can expend. Now, this is everything. The Battle of the Mountain Divine Spirits. The place to decorate its finale is where I began my first life in Mount Sumeru. 776. Kugugugu. While I look at the gate of Lianshan City and fall briefly into a sentimental mood. Kugugugugu. Something moves in the far distance. It is a manor. It seems to be the manor of the Choi family, the richest in Lianshan City. Do. GWAKM lifts the entire manor out with one hand. The energy remaining to GWAKM is at the Chi refining level. Matching the Chi refining level strength, I also limit my power. With the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag undone, my powers fuse even more and become one, and energy rises. My energy is currently at the integration stage. However, I cram all that integration stage strength elsewhere and aim my sword at GWAKM with strength at the Chi refining level equal to his. Are you taking pity? I need to pay attention to the situation outside, you see. Words are unnecessary. Kugugugugu. With the energy I barely recovered, I wrap my whole body and create a heavenly pillar X that heads for the sky of the head realm. The recovered spiritual energy becomes a pillar that connects heaven and earth. Wo Wang. The huge heavenly pillar that pierces through the firmament of the head realm goes straight outside the head realm. It takes root in the battlefield of my and GWAKM's main bodies. Immediately after, I bloom a sensory domain over that battlefield and synchronize a part of my mind with my main body. Kugugugugu. In a contest of strength, my main body loses. The power of Kim Young-hoon that dwells in my main body has waned. Even if some energy arose as the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag was released. The opponent is the great Mountain Supreme Deity GWAKM. He shouts as if it is a waste to consume the corpse mountain blood sea, but in truth his corpse mountain blood sea is a limitless storehouse, so my main body is gradually being pressed down and crushed. Even without GWAKM's main personality, the personalities of the corpse mountain blood sea, which can be called sub-personalities, move GWAKM's body, and consuming themselves, press my whole body with a great mountain. In the fight between us who split personalities and made them into consciousness bodies, the fight is in my favor, but in the fight between our main bodies, I am being pushed back. Even though my Ender comrades help, the sheer weight class of the corpse mountain blood sea lets it ignore all the authorities of the Enders, and the main body of the great mountain supreme deity crushes my main body. And GWAKM laughs, perhaps reading something from my bearing. My main body seems to be winning, right? That's right. You are winning. I wonder who is being forced more into a short match. Ha ha. Now, goo. Smiling faintly while holding the manor, the great mountain supreme deity throws the manor at me. Jiang. As with the situation between the main bodies, I am pinned under the manor like a giant mountain. I will crush you to death. And I look at the sword held in my hand. Lend me your strength, everyone. With the silver white sword in hand, I swing the sword as is. I exhale. Breathe. Why do all cultivation methods including every internal energy method begin by learning, breath? Why does the mysterious power called Qi follow one's breath, and dwell in us? Qi is intent. Intent is fate. When Qi, soul, and fate are one. To imbue Qi is the same as to infuse soul and fate. How can a person, with just the breath by which we breathe and live, even imbue fate? I exhale and breathe the answer I think of into the sword. Because breath is what a living being can exchange the most with another existence. Food is eaten periodically. Water is drunk more frequently but still is taken periodically. However, if one does not always breathe, one dies. Forever. The most basic movement that a human can control, while being able to exchange with the world at all times. That is precisely breath. In other words, be it Qi or Fate Ming, all of it dwells in the exchanging and communicating between the world and me. If I control breath, I can connect with the world. I can know the world. I can know others. I hear it. In the present world where I shut off void perception, spirit perception, nether perception, star vein eye, and fetal movement altogether, I begin to hear the breathing of other existences. Even the manner that GWAKM throws down to crush me has breath. The place where the connection of breath is weak, I sever it as is. A meager strength no more than the Qi refining stage. Breathing that power into the sword, I extend a single stroke. Qua! The manor gets cleaved clean through. Originally, the sword should not be able to endure the impact and should shatter, but the sword of sword spear endures for me. This is a sword forged from a heavenly lord. And this is a sword in which my friend dwells. No matter what I do, it will not break. Beyond the manor, GWAKM thrusts a fist. But I very naturally bring the sword tip to GWAKM's fist, then, using redirection, I let his very body flow and twist. The trajectory. I hear it. By now the body structure of the fighting ghost race is becoming familiar in my head. Because it differs from the body structure of a human, and because my superhuman consciousness, domain and thought acceleration ability are gone, the analysis took some time. However, I start to face GWAKM having perfectly seen through his body structure. 11 combat spines. Even Jin Wal Ryong of royalty did not have so many of the fighting ghost race's unique physiological feature, called the combat spine. In addition to the basic spine, there are 2 spines in each arm, 2 in each leg, 1 spine that crosses not the back but between the internal organs, and 1 on each side that, from the medulla, crosses the ribs vertically on both sides and additionally reinforces the ribs. Kong. My sword sinks into GWAKM's forearm. But besides the arm bones, the combat spines that protect the arm too each deflect my sword. Yet I do not panic, and I quickly circle behind and rip out GWAKM's basic spine. As one spinal cord gets torn free, GWAKM exhales a groan. Guaa! But even with the spinal cord cut, he moves his body using the combat spines and grabs hold of the city wall of Lianshan City. Jayajechojak. The city wall gets torn out. GWAKM lifts the wall and swings it toward me. The greatest characteristic of the fighting ghost race. Even if you cut the spinal cord, as long as the combat spines remain, the body moves. Therefore, to neutralize movement against the fighting ghost race, you have no choice but to grasp all the positions of the combat spines and sever them. Kugugugu. Sensing the breath of the city wall flying toward me, I directly cut through the gap between the breaths, fly to GWAK. And feel his attack. I feel it. At this moment when he has fallen into a mortal body, he has no possibility of defeating me. What is called martial arts T is the will of mortality. Because it is certain to perish, it is instead the strongest. Jijik. Listening to the grinding sound from GWAKM's muscles, I calculate all of his attack routes. Not only humans but all living beings make sounds from their muscles as well. That sound is too faint, so ordinary people simply cannot hear it. Therefore, if you just listen to that sound, and recognize what each sound means, then you can complete a flawless response technique like heavenly clothes without seams. While I fought GWAKM, I grasped his entire body structure. And in this moment when I discerned all the sounds coming from his muscles, he lost the possibility of defeating me. Do. A vicious claw technique rips through the four directions. The city wall gets torn into the shape of the claw technique, and the houses inside Lianshan City collapse. But I burrow through the gaps between the shockwaves of that brute strength and, through optimal responses, find his openings. And at last, Chiok, one of the artifacts I obtained in the Sea Dragon Palace. Gripping a stake made from a Sea Dragon King's tooth, the Sea Dragon Spike J, in my hand, I seize the optimal chance and, through the handle, drive it into GWAKM's forearm. Jajong. As the Sea Dragon stake lodges in his forearm, it smashes two combat spines at once. HMPH, this kind of thing. GWAKM snorts, but his gaze sours. If he pulls it out immediately, regeneration is possible together with the combat spines, but if it keeps staying lodged, there is no way for them to regenerate. And there is no way I would just sit by and let him pull it out. I keep pressing the offensive against him. Do. We trade offense and defense while smashing the interior of Lianshan City. Lightly, I use Mountain Lord Transcending Peaks Flight. At this very moment, I am the Mountain Lord. Nimbly, GWAKM's claw technique targets me. If by even a single I misstep, if by even a single span I move my head a little more. By the aftershock of that dragon-shaped claw technique, my whole body will be torn apart. GWAKM, by the mere aftereffects of his movements alone, turns Lianshan City to powder. Faster, I make my body endlessly light and trade dances with him. Kong. Then, I begin to drive all 22, made as pairs, of the Sea Dragon stakes into his whole body. A Sea Dragon stake lodges in GWAKM's left shoulder and breaks one combat spine. Right knee, a Sea Dragon stake smashes a combat spine. Left ribs. I try to drive in 3 Sea Dragon stakes, but 2 shatter, and barely one Sea Dragon stake slips in, barely lodging in a combat spine. Gradually, stakes begin to lodge in GWAKM's body. Severing mountain swordsmanship, landscape painting, deep mountain and secluded valley. 7 lights sunrise peak, flowing ridge. With landscape painting I break the balance, and with the moves of deep mountain and secluded valley I slip into his chest and drive in a Sea Dragon spike. With 7 lights sunrise peak I block his view. With the move of flowing ridge, I cut off his little toe and then drive a Sea Dragon spike into the right rib. Center of the back, right thigh, right scapula. Gradually the number of spikes sticking into his body increases. At the same time, as his bodily control drops, his movements grow even larger. GWAKM, to cover the openings from his enlarging movements, starts to exert more strength into his hands and feet. Kuguguging. By his claw technique, a mountain near Lianshan City gets shaved away. By the aftershock alone, the city wall shatters. By the wind pressure made by his movements, a waterspout rises and covers the whole area. But as the energies he has stored gradually drain away, his realm drops to chi refining 3rd star in an instant. However, even when his whole body is almost devoid of energy, each and every one of his punches still smashes mountains and triggers earthquakes. Hue up. As GWAKM inhales air, all the air of the area entirely enters GWAKM's lungs and the surroundings become a vacuum. By the pressure difference my whole body is about to swell up, but I quickly make a hole in GWAKM's lungs and, between the organs, locate the position of the combat spine that runs across the exact center of the body. Now, if I just drive this in, all of GWAKM's combat spines will be neutralized. If that happens, GWAKM is finished. I relentlessly shave down GWAKM's strength and keep aiming for his last remaining combat spine. One Sea Dragon spike, struck by the aftershock of GWAKM's claw technique, breaks. It must be Co Whale's tooth when he reached the heavenly being stage, but seeing it break just from the aftershock is enough to make me aghast. 2 Sea Dragon spikes remain. The spikes I embedded into GWAKM total 16. If I expend the remaining 2, I will completely run out of usable weapons. I want to make use of things like nails or stakes from the homes of commoners, but the reality is, unless they are at the level of Co Whale's tooth, they cannot even pierce the skin of GWAKM, who has fallen down to mortality at the chi refining level. Gua. GWAKM's roar pushes everything in the vicinity away. By the roar alone, the earth splits, earthquakes occur, and nearby mountains collapse. I cut apart the shockwave of the roar in approach. With 2 spikes in my left hand, I slowly wait for an opportunity. Just as I grasped all of GWAKM's bodily structure and the sound of his muscles, GWAKM has also grown familiar with me. He is getting a sense of how to deal with me, including the nature of my martial arts. The difference in weight class is too great. Now his energy is not even at the level of a cultivator, only a second-rate martial artist. Yet with a single kick he makes a tsunami, with a roar he makes a shockwave of this degree. Even after exhausting all his energy, that mutant monster shows heavenly being level brute strength with a bare body. The frightening part is, this body is one made by hastily projecting our consciousness bodies, and thus it is a body made from our deepest consciousness. My deepest consciousness is tied to martial arts, so even when manifested as a consciousness body, it is the body of a mortal somewhat trained by martial arts in the first cycle of regression. But GWAKM's deepest consciousness is simply at the level of an adolescent in his mortal being days. Perhaps because his mother died in his arms around that age, his self from that time is embedded in his deepest consciousness. And GWAKM, who has the body of an adolescent, is a body, with no training at all. With a body without any training, he shows the calamity of the heavenly being stage. If it was the body from a time he was properly trained, he might have shown a myth of collapsing heaven and earth with pure bodily strength without using any energy at all. But you are nothing more than a natural disaster. Whether it is a storm, a tornado, a tsunami, or a meteor strike. GWAKM now is only about that much. He is a disaster that is fully resistible with the body of a mortal. Enduring GWAKM's shockwave with the move of endless mountains beyond mountains, I slowly approach him. And at last bring GWAKM within my sword range where I can cut him. GWAKM seems to notice that too, as he starts to pour all his strength into his hand. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. First move. Mountain Lord Transcending Peaks Flight is a movement method optimized for severing mountain swordsmanship. Made so it can return infinitely to the first move. I prepare the stance to unfold the basics of the severing mountain swordsmanship with the momentum of a tiger. GWAKM is still larger than me. No, in fact, if we look at the battle between our main bodies taking place outside the head realm, I cannot defeat GWAKM. The one actually losing now is rather my side. GWAKM, who consumes the corpse mountain blood sea, is not someone I can dare defeat. However, it does not matter. At least in this very moment. 1. Will surpass that great mountain. Transcending peaks. A habit from being of the orthodox martial world. The shouting of technique names, after crossing long and longer years, bursts out at the finale of the battle. A single restrained horizontal cut. In response, GWAKM swings his left arm. GWAKM's left arm and the tip of the sea dragon spike lodged in his left arm meet my sword that unfolds the move of transcending peaks. His plan is to use my hand to get rid of the sea dragon spike and regenerate one battle spine in the left arm. But my sword force bends very gently and slices off only GWAKM's left hand. But you failed to cut the body. GWAKM sneers and clenches his right hand. A gigantic straight fist readies. An attack aimed at the moment right after I use the move of transcending peaks. If that attack extends, the aftershock alone will crush my body like tofu. But I smile back. Answering through martial arts is enough. Fighting monster hidden weapon technique. Twin snake. The 2 sea dragon spikes held in my left hand, through the move of the fighting monster hidden weapon technique that unfolds before GWAKM for the first time, shoot toward him. Originally my specialty is the peerless duplet of sword and hidden weapon. On top of that, because I even use poison, there was a time when I was given the epithet of Triple Supreme. Hewick. GWAKM's response is simple. In an instant, he blows a short breath from his mouth. A simple breath, and, with just the breath, the sea dragon spike that is going a little ahead shatters and a hole opens in my body. Beyond it, if GWAKM turns his head and brings the breath's direction to the second sea dragon spike, it will be the end. But in that moment, the sea dragon spike's trajectory twists. In midair, the sea dragon spike twists its trajectory like the head of a living snake, avoiding GWAKM's breath, and flies to the inside of the holes pierced all over his body. From inside there, toward the last remaining combat spine faintly seen, it shoots. A throwing technique that twists the trajectory by turning the wrist to give a spin when shooting a hidden weapon. But with just that, it won't embed. For that mutant half-human half-ghost monster, the power of a mere throw is insufficient. It probably won't even pierce his rock-like organs. Therefore, Wong, I take a step. I push my body inside GWAKM's attack range. And I raise my sword and block GWAKM's claw technique that attacks me reflexively with beast-like senses. Quack! The sea dragon spike gets wedged in the muscle between the organs inside GWAKM's body and does not reach the combat spine. With the sword, I am blocking his claw technique. Therefore, only the left fist remains. This fist, the most primal martial art technique I first learned in this world. Hup! Violence. That intense fist that once sunk into Jeon Myung-hoon's face. That primal fist that the Tuho group's leader planted in my face while burning my house. It crashes down strongly toward GWAKM's belly. My fist strikes the sea dragon spike, and I feel the fingers of my left hand directly shatter. But with the left hand as a sacrifice, at last the final sea dragon spike rams into the bastard's final combat spine. Kua. For the first time, from GWAKM's mouth comes not a roar but a scream. But the scream is only for a moment. The bastard starts to laugh. Don't be ridiculous. Quirururooing. The instant I approach right before him. He shoves me hard. Even though I smashed 11 spines in total, the bastard is still moving. Jaejong. It is not even a swing, just a shove, yet I am flung away, punched through the outer wall of Lianshan City, and get slammed into a low hill. Huick. Huck. I gasp for breath and regulate the pain with breathing so that my body does not go into shock from the pain. After that, I use all remaining energy for healing. If I use the celestial pillar that connects outside the head realm for healing, everything can regenerate, but I keep the heavenly pillar maintained and heal myself to the state where moving is possible. Quote. This place is. I gasp for breath and look around nearby. A familiar low hill. Yeah, this place is. It is the stronghold of the Tuho group that plundered everything from my first life. I stagger and enter the cave where the Tuho group stayed. Because GWAKM devoured all life in the head realm into a handful of blood, there is no sign of people, but the traces of their living remain vivid. I scoop a handful of the drug the Tuho group's leader usually held in his mouth and bring it to my lips. The pain subsides, and, soon, from far away, a familiar being starts to walk over. Kung. It is GWAKM. He comes all the way to the Tuho group's den and blasts away everything from the cave ceiling to the top of the hill. He, without even thinking to pull out the sea dragon spikes embedded all over his body, looks at where I am. I stand beside the Tuho group leader's clothes, and GWAKM, who looks at the traces of life of this place, mutters curtly. I see. So this is where the previous generation lived. Previous generation? Well, something like that. The original owner of this fighting tiger claw. Like the dog bastard he is, even while being sealed into the head realm, he seems to live sucking on drugs. He looks at the drugs rolling around in the Tuho group's den and sneers as if in contempt, as if chewing and spitting. I let out a hollow laugh at the unexpected identity of the Tuho gang's leader. Perhaps, in my first life, I was plundered by a bigger figure than I thought. Quote. I definitely cut all the spines. How are you moving? I look at GWAKM with a dumbfounded face. Without pulling out a single sea dragon spike, he moves with a far too healthy appearance. And I soon can know the answer. Quote. I see. Because of the battle between GWAKM and me, our garments are almost all torn and worn out. However, that dark red blood robe, painted with tormented faces and draped over GWAKM's body, is not completely torn and covers parts of his body. Quote. So it is not clothing. Hardly necessary to say. That's right. His blood robe is not a simple blood robe. It is itself the corpse mountain blood sea. In other words, a life form wrapped around him in the form of clothing. It is only because the head realm that Kong Min-hee changed the rules of causing it to be unable to provide full support, but it seems at least possible for it to transmit will throughout the body in place of the severed spines. You cannot defeat me. GWAKM speaks. Your main body is also losing. And though you severed my spines, you did not tear off all the corpse mountain blood sea wrapped around my body, and you have already exhausted all strength and stamina. Well, the fact that our chi is exhausted is the same for both, isn't it? Anyway, both of us have exhausted our energy. Now both I and GWAKM are nothing but mortals, not cultivators. Since there is no way to replenish energy because of Kong Min Hee, we are equal. Even in this state, I am of the heavenly being level. GWAKM swings his fist. Without energy, regeneration is no longer feasible, so he does not bother to pull out the sea dragon spikes, yet even with an arm embedded thick with sea dragon spikes, he displays an appalling monstrous strength where the shockwave alone blows away a nearby mountain. What remains with you? One worn-out iron sword made by catching a single broken sword spear, Heavenly Lord. Setting aside that weapon, what remains? He looks at me and speaks calmly. You cannot defeat me. In the fight, I win. And I, seeing that, smile. You are Ashura. Only now do I understand why, when combining the human race and the fighting ghost race, they are not called evil ghost, or Asura, Rakshasa, but are called specifically Shira. It seems this too is something that originates from GWAKM. Human race and fighting ghost race. Why the combination of the two evils is called as the Shira race. That's right, the existence born from combining the human race and fighting ghost race walks the Shira path as a Shira. Thus we are called the Shira race. The wickedness of the human race. The fighting spirit of the fighting ghost race. A monster with the two mixed. However, despite clearly being a Shira, to his mother, he was a child who seemed to sing of heaven. MG. What do you mean? What remains, Shira? It's fun, isn't it? I smile toward a child who just wanted to be loved by his parents. While contesting martial arts, there is no enmity, no anger, no resentment. I certainly saw, in the eyes of GWAKM, who was utterly immersed in the peak of battle with me, that resentment and hatred were not cast down. A primal joy. In the moment when the struggle toward life collided, it was the result of our union that mixed together. To fight is an extension of pain. But, if one enters a certain degree of contemplation through pain, it takes on a completely new value. Are you trying to refute my thoughts? Life is nothing but pain. It is the answer you wanted. What? It is the answer to why your mother gave you that name. I give the answer to what GWAKM asked me. The name your mother gave you, it must be pain to you as well. Why did your mother call you warmly, you who gave her pain? Why do you, even while knowing that the name is something designated by the heavens, still not throw it away until now? 11. Even though she gave birth to you through pain, even though she realized what she gave birth to was Ashura, the reason that she smiled after giving birth to you is probably because it was the first fruit obtained by going beyond pain. And the reason that she smiled before dying is probably because she knew that even if she died, you will keep living. What, are you saying she was happy because she knew that through me, her heart would not disappear? That's not it. To give birth to a child is. I smile bitterly. It is not the actualization of the self. It is a wonder toward new life. Even if the heart does not disappear, what more does it amount to than the self being maintained? Parents, even if it is not the preservation of the self, are gladdened by the very existence of their children. Even if the self ends, how joyous it is for my child to be able to breathe. How grateful it is to have a family with whom one can exchange breaths with. Wonder toward life, gratitude toward fate. There, only a part of the heart is mixed in. Life is like martial arts. When you first train, there is nothing as arduous and painful as that, but if you reach a certain degree of contemplation and can immerse yourself, you can gain a sensation like mixing with the opponent. Therefore, your mother was a martial artist. No, perhaps every mother is a martial artist. Because she gave birth to you, felt your breath, mixed with you, and came to know the existence that is you. Is a connection anything special? If you meet another and exchange breaths, mix and come to know the other, is that not connection? Why is the meeting of people precious? It is probably because, as people meet, they can embrace each other's empty places. If cultivation to fill one's own empty place is repentant enlightenment, then meeting with people is the highest repentant enlightenment. You also know that yourself. Nevertheless, you bury yourself only in the topic of pain and turn your eyes from the truth. But even if you turn your eyes, the truth does not disappear. That is why you cannot dare throw away the name GWAKM, is that not so? Wo Wang, Wu Wang. Thump thump thump, my heart beats. My senses link with the main body, and the heartbeat beating in the main body's chest conveys a certain will. It is Hyeon Rang's memory. An immortal title like Cheon Ra suits you. What, you say you will flip it and call it Ra Cheon? Do as you please. But remember, the reason I grant you an immortal title symbolizing heavenly net earthly mesh is because you absolutely cannot escape under the heavens. My friend, even if you forget your true name, that name will never fall away from you. For it is not a name affixed by the heavens, but a name you yourself cling on to. Because you yourself are the truth you are turning your eyes from. Until you face your name and the truth contained in it, you absolutely cannot escape from under the heavens. You cannot perform true repentant enlightenment. And you cannot inherit Master's robe and alms bowl. Receiving Hyeon Rang's memory, I harden my conviction, walk up to Gwakam, and reprimand him. How, when you cannot even look into your own disgrace, do you force others to repentant enlightenment? Shut up, Gwakam shouts. I have sufficiently performed repentant enlightenment on my own shame. You cut off the heart demon that embodies your own disgrace, made it into the corpse mountain blood sea, and absorbed it only as authority, did you not? Not knowing even your own shame, how do you dare cry out as if you know pain? What help does shame give in taking revenge on an enemy? And you, are you not ashamed for having mocked and toyed with a mortal's life to take revenge on me? I am not ashamed, and yet you dare, to me. I intend to die. I look at the great mountain supreme deity's corpse mountain blood sea. Inside it, I look at Wal Ryong, who closes her eyes and performs repentant enlightenment. That child is, to me, the greatest shame. Therefore, if the grace and resentment that stands before me in priority ends, the only thing I can give to that child is but my life. Since I have toyed with one person's life, I intend to give my entire life in return. Only babbling with your mouth. If you are that ashamed, then right now, hand me your neck. I cannot hand it to you. Then, to you as you are now, absolutely not. And, perhaps realizing something from my words, Gwakam glares and looks up at the sky. For a brief moment, a very brief moment, we both set aside our fighting spirit and look up at the sky. Celestial energy twists out of order. And, a hole bores open in the principle of the world. It is time for what we have been waiting for to come. Kugugugugugu. Riding gracious soul filling the heavens and arriving at a far-off, distant timeline, Ohaiseo can see someone. It is someone who stands firm and reveals himself within the heavenly tribulation. He has shoulders and a chest stronger than anyone's, and he faces the heavenly tribulation with his chest out as if there is nothing to be ashamed of under the heavens. She thinks that the figure resembles Oh Yun Sok. That frankness, that free-spiritedness, and courage. Chuot, crossing the timeline, Ohaiseo realizes at last that she has reached the condition. Kwajijijijik. Grabbing the arm of a man who exists in the far past and dragging him into gracious soul filling the heavens, oh. Haiseo feels gracious soul filling the heavens and her own power resonate. I see. She feels an Ohaiseo of another timeline pouring tainted soul filling the heavens into gracious soul filling the heavens to complete it. From the very beginning, to share power with tainted soul filling the heavens. That is Seo Eun-yun's gracious soul filling the heavens. She feels herself from countless timelines overlapping upon herself. And she understands every principle and structure with which the gracious soul filling the heavens is completed. And she understands all of its background. And also, whose will it is that is melded within gracious soul filling the heavens. Single quote. Seo Weol. Drip, drip, drip. As Ohaiseo grabs the existence called Azure Tiger Saint, she comes to look back upon herself. For the first time in her life, she comes to do something called repentant enlightenment. Repentant enlightenment is not merely looking back on evil deeds, but looking back on everything. The heart she harbors toward Seo Weol. All the emotions Seo Weol held toward her brush past her. Recalling the faraway time when Seo Weol gave her only hatred and pain and died, Ohaiseo cries. And she laughs. She cries because she remembers the pain of that time, and she laughs at the fact that she was so very ignorant. Seo Weol and Ohaiseo, to themselves, and to each other, have never been able to be frank and honest. If they simply spoke the truth, if they just said they liked each other, it would have been enough. Child, do you want to become honest? Ohaiseo sees something inside Azure Tiger Saint. It looks like a gigantic monkey, and it also seems like a mountain divine spirit that holds up heaven and earth. Do you want salvation? Quote. I want salvation, Ohaiseo, to lay down the pain, hatred, and resentment that torments her heart for a long time, begs that existence. Suat, gracious soul filling the heavens, which succeeded in crossing a timeline once, starts to lose power. It is only natural. What crossed the timeline is the power of annihilation advancement mu, and to cross once more, someone must Use something on par with Annihilation Advancement Mu. At this rate, she cannot return. If she stays like this, she will only become a lost child of spacetime and disappear. But the moment Ohio faces the will of mountain-destroying demon ape inside Azure Tiger Saint, she understands. Rather than dying as a lost child of spacetime, the most fearful thing is failing to receive salvation because she cannot be honest with her own heart. Please, let me meet Co Wayol again someday, and, when we meet again, help me so I am not ashamed. Then, is there not something you must do first? Suat. As memories from innumerable timelines flow in, they illuminate Ohio own evil deeds. Seeing those, she understands. Yes, having not even stood in front of her own grace and resentment, how can she decide to stand in front of the one she loves? It will surely not be conveyed, but she does so in order not to be ashamed before her own heart. Sorry, I am sorry. Co Eun-yun. Toward Co Eun-yun and everyone she wronged and sinned against, she shouts. I'm sorry. It is the moment that apology resounds. Suat. Ah, Ohio feels someone behind the weakening gracious soul filling the heavens push her back. That someone is a being filled with starlight. And in that instant, she at last succeeds in crossing the timeline again with Azure Tiger Saint. Suat. Far away, as she advances toward her original time point, she shoves Azure Tiger Saint into the timeline. Into the very center of the greatest battlefield. Ding. Facing her own shame, Ohio attains a complete rank, and at last obtains the rank of Heavenly King. Ohio's Dharma form that is nothing more than Ashura changes. Though its outer appearance may be Ashura, it is no longer a form full of resentment as before. Ding. With the sound of the Brahma bell, her Heavenly King name begins to be engraved upon one of the heavenly thrones of the Mount Sumeru 3 Heaven's Great Thousand World. Agate auspicious Heavenly King. With auspiciousness in those eyes, the Shira who rises to the rank of a Buddha, together with a peaceful smile, stretches out upon their hand the last fragment of the shame of the great mountain supreme deity. Su'a, Azure Tiger Saint, who is abruptly dragged from another timeline and made to intrude into a great cosmic war, wears a briefly dazed expression. However, he soon bursts into a hearty laugh. It is because his disciple Oh Yun-sok is taking a familiar stance beside him. Let's go, Master. Suat. Protected by Oh Yun-sok and the ranks of countless divine spirits, Azure Tiger Saint throws his fist without doubt. Good. Let's go. Suat. The wings of 10 wings and the wings of 0 wing spread from their backs. Streaks of silver and purple light stretch out. The ultimate technique that shakes heaven and earth. The final profundity of the Azure Heaven creation sect bursts from their fists and crashes toward the chest of the great mountain supreme deity's main body. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter. Azure Wing Heavenly Shatter. A flash explodes, and the greatest heart demon that sleeps within the corpse mountain blood sea. Chung Min opens his eyes. At last, the sense of shame of the great mountain supreme deity returns. I feel it, of course, as if he also receives the influence of his greatest heart demon as a split consciousness body. GWAKAM's face grows even redder. How is it? Can you finally face it now? Even so, nothing changes. GWAKM glares at me. Those eyes are full of shame he faces for the first time in a long while, but the resolve to bring me down does not die. This is the corpse mountain blood sea I have built up. This is the authority I have accumulated. It will not lose to the likes of you. Kugugugugu. On GWAKM's arm, the ferocious momentum of a dragon settles. And seeing that, I raise my sword. Look carefully. Wo Wang. It is merely an iron sword. Though I melted the entirety of sword spear into it, it is an iron sword with few functions. However, something else is imbued in that iron sword. It is something transparent. What? And my main body, which has been overpowered by the great mountain supreme deity's main body, for the first time begins to push him back. Slowly, but surely, the power of the impermanence sword that coiled around his body begins to flow out of the great mountain supreme deity and begins to settle in me. The impermanence sword is a double-edged blade even to its master. And because it always transparently reflects the opposing existence, those who suffer against the impermanence sword feel their own sins and die to that retribution. That's right. The side upon which the impermanence sword acts even more sharply is the side with strong shame. It is the side that is even more ashamed. The reason you could handle the impermanence sword all this time is simply because you did not know. Shame. Having regained shame, the great mountain supreme deity, a lump of karmic retribution, cannot possibly dare to use the impermanence sword. Now, here I go. Suat, O Hai Seo's origin essence. The seed of severing evil spews light and begins to judge the corpse mountain blood sea. At the same time, having regained the impermanence sword, I begin to unfold with all my strength the profundity of the severing mountain swordsmanship. Severing mountain swordsmanship, profundity. My main body and I, in the same posture, grasp the true impermanence sword in our hands and shout vigorously. Severing mountain, ku-gu-gu-gu-gu-gu. The sword of severing mountain that splits the great mountain begins to unfold from human hands. All the clothing, blood vessels, and tendons clinging to GWAKM's body begin to be cut away. The entirety of the corpse mountain blood sea clinging to the great mountain supreme deity main body begins to turn into light and fall away within the storm of severing mountain. 777. With one sword, one face disappears. GWAKM's blood robe. The great, mountain supreme deity's corpse mountain blood sea collapses with each and every sword. Even as his whole body is being shredded by the sword, he extends his offensive toward me. Even as his skin is sliced, tendons cut, and bones are breaking. My attack is quiet, unlike what one expects of something that cuts down an existence that reached the apex of all mountain gods. All flows of power are perfectly controlled, not letting a single drop of power spill, so my sword is utterly tranquil. My sword that contains the change of impermanence is a silent storm. GWAKM's offensive collapses heaven and earth with its aftershock alone, but my sword becomes a silent storm that lacerates him. And within that silent storm, his roar resounds. You think you will defeat me? You, ku-gu-gu-gu-gu. With his roar alone, the ground twists and sinks. Do you think you cut the corpse mountain blood sea? No, never, never will that happen. Look, your sword is not causing any pain at all, is it? Because it is being cut away so cleanly by a perfect sword strike, GWAKM laughs, saying he does not feel pain. A fight is. Kwang. He steps forward and hurls his upper body at me. Pain. With the tendons of both arms severed, he attempts a headbutt. The wind pressure from his head thrown back alone feels like it will flay my skin. And I confront that headbutt head on. My body too is a sword. As I straighten my will, my intent naturally transforms like a sword, and the impermanence sword wraps my whole body. Kwang. With the body of a mortal, I cannot face this mythic flesh. But people have weapons. Therefore, if there is a sword, I can sufficiently face him. My body clad in the power of the impermanence sword and GWAKM's head collide. The shockwave shakes the entire head realm. Lianshan city shatters with its foundation like porcelain. The sight of the foundation of the outer city, the city wall, and the inner city breaking into pieces, scattering into the sky, and then falling back down everywhere does not feel like reality. Without pain, hatred, or resentment, do you truly think you can defeat me? Truly. There is no reason why I can't. I look straight at GWAKM with clear eyes. Even though I definitely protected myself with the impermanence sword, blood flows from my head and my head hurts. It feels like there's a crack running through my entire skull. For a moment, physical force surpassed the impermanence sword. But, I will not take revenge on you with pain, resentment, and hatred. What? I dislike you. I dislike you so much that I do not want to become the same kind of existence as you. I dislike those who give me pain. I dislike the world that gives pain. I dislike the heavens that give pain. But, just because I receive pain, do I have to return it with pain? Do I have to return as much as I receive? Everyone will shout to do so. Even the retribution of the impermanence sword is an authority for doing so. But I quietly reflect myself on the sword. I do not want to do that. I ask myself, from the beginning, when I made the impermanence sword into a sword of retribution, was it truly for the sake of revenge? Was it truly to return as much as I received? Facing myself, I know it is not so. No, that's not it. Rather than returning as much as I received, I wanted to reflect the opponent in this sword. Not to give and receive pain, I wanted the opponent to look back on themselves. That wish merely manifested as retribution. What I truly thought as I held the sword was to reflect myself in the sword, and to reflect the opponent as well. Retribution is the affair of the underworld. It is not the affair of the living. In this world, besides retribution, there are already so many things to do. I will not take revenge on you. I will not, filled with hatred, fall into the abyss. I will not become covered in resentment and have myself twisted. Sought. In my eyes, a scene from a far past passes by. It is a scene where I, filled with resentment, desire for revenge, and hatred, fell into the abyss and received salvation by one person's kiss. At that moment when the curse widened and turned into blessing. If at that moment there was no being who granted me salvation, I too would have thought exactly like GWAKM. Yes, from the moment I received salvation from her, perhaps I became unable to truly hate someone. Even the Mad Lord, even COAO. Even though I hated them, the reason I acknowledged them in the end must have been because of that. The moment when the Wuji religious order was annihilated is unspeakably painful, but at Penglai Island when we met as senior brother and junior brother, I knew I could not utterly hate GWAKM. That beauty like hers, perhaps I wished to contain it in the sword. It is not the beauty of appearance. It is the beauty of the heart. Sought. The impermanence sword digs through GWAKM's skin and tears the blood robe. You say you dislike me so you will not change to be like me. GWAKM laughs. Do you still not understand? He laughs and shouts. Look around. Around us, the ground is shattered into pieces by the aftershock of his resistance, and at the same time, everywhere is stained bright red with GWAKM's blood. You are already an excellent avenger. For revenge you toyed with a person's life, and for revenge you scattered blood. You are the same as me. That is correct. I readily acknowledge it. With blood on my blade, how can I say I do not want revenge? With blood on my blade, how can I speak of good intent? Therefore, what is stained onto this sword must not be only blood. Therefore, from now on it will change. My main body and my movements synchronize. Unfolding the move of Severing Mountain, I take one more step forward. Please help me. Oh Hai Seo. Kong Min Hee. Oh Hai Seo, who sees the seed of severing evil, links with the great mountain supreme deity's corpse mountain. Blood sea. Kong Min Hee, within the corpse mountain blood sea of sorrow and grief, makes contact with someone. The essence of origin essence is soul. Therefore, the greatest force of that authority originally acts upon the soul. One step. I will go one step farther than you. Suat. My sword, which possesses a transparent and formless blade, begins to take on color. Just as the formless sword compresses and becomes the all-heavens sword, the storm of the impermanent sword gradually begins to gain rays of light. It doesn't hurt, right, senior brother? GWAKM widens his eyes. It's only natural, because my sword decided not to give pain. I harden the resolve in my eyes and speak toward him. For pain is indeed a fine teacher, but it is not the best teacher. He recognizes the identity of the light dwelling in my sword. And he realizes what I am doing. You, GWAKM loses his smile. You, transcending peaks, entering mountain, ascending vein, flowing ridge, joy of mountains and peaks. Chi mountain heart heaven, layered mountains, mountain tiger, ... sea of righteousness and mountain of grace. One annihilation to the near shore. Guiding to the summit, 12,000 peaks, Mount Sumeru, Mount Kunlun, Mount Cedarwood, ... Great mountain, pressing down, Seo, Unyun, you, with all of it in succession. Severing mountain, Kwa. The sword strike creates a storm of countless cut marks. That storm accumulates and accumulates in layers, and gradually begins to form, quite literally, an impact that even cuts a great mountain. However, those slashes do not give pain to the opponent. They simply draw something out from GWAKM's body. They add something and grow gradually brighter. If one can reflect the heart in this sword, then can I not also contain the heart into it? The corpse mountain blood sea of the great mountain supreme deity GWAKM, the innumerable spirits that constitute that corpse mountain blood sea, gradually begin to be contained in this sword. GWAKM, for the first time with a panicked gaze, shouts toward me. For the first time, panic settles into his voice. What I accumulated, Suaa, the main body's visage becomes visible. Even if I overexerted, the reason I created a heavenly pillar connected to the main body is precisely this. I tear open the blood robe, and the main body tears open the corpse mountain blood sea. The souls of the corpse mountain blood sea struck by the impermanent sword gradually become contained in my sword and begin to become a bright light. That is not all. Kwaak. From a certain moment as the starting point, the corpse mountain blood sea gradually begins to widen centered on the parts that my impermanent sword touches. Just as my curse became a blessing by Buk Hyung Hwa's comfort. By using the heart essence of the comfort and salvation I received from her, and with that as the foundation. Infusing the sword with the heart essence of all the gratitude I accumulated toward this word, I erode the corpse mountain blood sea. With the martial arts Kim Young-hoon gave as the foundation. With the heart essence Hyung-hwa gave as the cornerstone. Through the sword Kim Yeon made. Controlling the main body like the Mad Lord. Infecting the opponent like Seo Weol. Aiming for the gap that Jaeon Myung-hoon and Oh Yun-sok make. With Oh Hai-seo and Kong Min-hee each agitating the corpse mountain blood sea with the powers of severing evil and sorrow. And, through the severing heaven sword form, escaping heaven, I connect to the corpse mountain blood sea. One by one, and I inject into them the greatest enlightenment that I attained. Life. Suet. The chains wrapped around the main body's right arm resonate. Led by Hong Fan, the 5 desires chains all cry out together. Show us, Lord, life is. The souls of the corpse mountain blood sea regain their freedom. Kong Min-hee, from the inside of the corpse mountain blood sea, stirs up their grief, and Oh Hai-seo, with the authority of severing evil, severs their ill connection. And the souls, who begin to ascend by gaining enlightenment through my impermanent sword, transform into colors of every kind. There are those who, even after escaping the corpse mountain blood sea, still cannot cast off dark red hatred. Those discolored black and filled with desire, those shining with joy, those heated with anger, those wailing with sorrow, those dancing with pleasure, those swelling with love. All those colors gather and form all of heaven's natural colors. All of heaven's natural colors become one and illuminates the universe with a pure white light. And, led by the sword will contained in the sword, they add their strength to mine. Was what I just gave you also a curse? Even if a person's life is suffering and hatred, if the hearts of people could connect and communicate, would that not be, perhaps, an endless miracle? The hearts of the sentient beings of the corpse mountain blood sea, who find freedom through the sword will connect and communicate with me. Life is a miracle. Someone once said that it is not strange, but wonderfully mysterious. The people who live in this wonderfully mysterious and beautiful world, and the traces they leave as they live life. Those marvelous footprints. As long as the footprints we have left behind remain. It is a technique called heart field. You saw it too, didn't you? The starting point of the next realm that I discovered. If it's you, you will surely be able to reach it. Surely, there is salvation in a person's life. Long ago, the light one of my teachers showed dwells in my sword. Promise me, one thing. One day, when your strength has grown, strong enough, please. Create a world where, the strong, cannot so easily oppress the weak. A single strike that holds artificial souls in the chest, making them a power source containing infinite authority. I, while placing the true souls who have become free from the corpse mountain blood sea into the sword, demonstrate that person's technique. Teacher Jang Ik, I could not make a world where the strong cannot oppress the weak. But, I have made it at least possible to draw a little closer to it. However, I have given those who are oppressed by the strong a chance to become strong. I teach true repentant enlightenment to those who were trapped in the corpse mountain blood sea and forced into repentant enlightenment, so that in their next lives they may someday attain enlightenment. And as I engrave enlightenment deep within their souls, I cover the corpse mountain blood sea with the mountain of grace and sea of righteousness. Fully embodying what Jang Ik showed and making it my own, I take the severing heaven sword form one step further. Severing heaven sword form. Fifth form. All heaven's righteous understanding. All the innumerable souls bound to the great mountain supreme deity GWAKM cling to my impermanent sword. All at once, obtaining enlightenment and salvation, and all of them grant me infinite power that is no different from a seat. The severing mountain swordsmanship that begins at transcending peak, once again reaches great mountain. Pressing down, and the light of severing mountain pierces GWAKM. GWAKM's body splits in half, and so does the great mountain supreme deity's main body. Thus, the final move of great mountain pressing down that cleaves GWAKM in half directly penetrates heaven and earth, creating a scar in the sky of the head realm. The single sword of the main body that splits the great mountain supreme deity leaps past Mount Sumeru, then splits the chaos of the outer sea in one stroke. Beyond the outer sea, upon the boundary of Kakravada, it leaves a much larger and longer sword scar than what Silver Basket and Great Mountain left behind. It is the sword of mortality that no prophecy or history revision can stop. Chi, GWAKM, in a state of being split in half, looks at me. As if using an immortal art that postpones death, the scent of plum spreads Twitch, even though the lungs are torn, perhaps because it is an immortal art. GWAKM, surpassing Kong Min-hee's law, slowly opens his mouth and lets words out. Kugugugu, the fragments of Lianshan city that had scattered into the sky fall. Kwang, beside us, the Jew family's house and rice fields fall. It is a potato field full of potato blossoms. As the potato field falls, the potato flower petals scatter, and because of that impact I do not quite hear his words properly. Quote. If so, Seo Unyun. However, even though it does not reach my ears, I can understand. Quote. Prove it. GWAKM closes his eye. That life is a miracle. Kugugugugu. That you can sever the cycle of retribution. As Kong Min-hee's law weakens, chi gradually returns to the head realm, and my connection with the main body becomes active again. Until then, will not, Akno, Ledge, you. That is the end. With that, all of GWAKM's breathin will scatter. All the spines in his body are snapped, all the tendons are cut. Even though he died with even the corpse mountain blood sea gone, somehow his corpse still stands. Kugugugugu. The fragments that had scattered fall. I look at GWAKM. And I close my eyes. Quote. At last, it's over. The cycle of retribution cannot be cut by the perpetrator. If one suffers pain at the hands of some existence, only when the victim forgives the perpetrator can the cycle be severed. Kwa. Among the spirits that flow and scatter beyond the starry sky. The friends of the Wuji religious order. I feel their souls and close my eyes. It is over, everyone. So, then how should the victim forgive the perpetrator? What can be summoned true forgiveness at last? Only when one finally becomes equal. Whether that is by external force or by one's own power. Only when one finally becomes equal can the victim become able to forgive the perpetrator. Now, everyone has become equal. They lost their lives. My senior brother also lost his life. Because they have become equal in the state of having lost, they, all those who belong to the corpse mountain blood sea, including them, begin to feel the heart that forgives the great mountain supreme deity GWAKM. Please sleep in peace. Kugugugugu. I reconnect my main personality and the main body, which had had the connection cut by great mountain pressing down. TSTSTSTSTSTSs. The remaining flesh in the head realm undergoes chi transformation and ascends. I remain in the head realm and look down at the body of GWAKM's consciousness body that, by countless fragments, is getting buried under the ground of Lianshan city. Quote. Farewell. I, faintly but clearly, offer respect toward the enemy who led me all the way here. Senior brother. Quote. The great mountain battle thus comes to an end. Kugugugugugu. As my consciousness sublimates to the main body, I see the collapsing main body of the great mountain supreme deity. The main body of the great mountain supreme deity within the corpse mountain blood sea is a beautiful white like salt. Truly, as if it is not wrong to say he is a disciple of Salt Mountain, with every mountain of the 5 impurities fallen away, he looks like a small salt mountain gathered of pure white starlight. I ask toward that salt mountain that is collapsing. If it is you as you are now, you can resurrect. I speak toward the mountain-destroying demon ape Chung Min, who has revived within the corpse mountain blood sea. He is collapsing together with the main body of the great mountain supreme deity. Chung Min's laughter is heard. He and I were one from the beginning. If he goes, I shall also go. TSTSTSTSs. The salt mountain seems to warp, then begins to clump into a round shape. I too, want to, see Master. Hearing those words, I for some reason feel my nose sting. The sword form of all heaven's righteous understanding pushed GWAKM into the domain of purity. For GWAKM there is no reincarnation. So what remains for him is eternal annihilation. For mountain-destroying demon ape Chung Min to follow him means, he also intends to face eternal annihilation. There is only one reason. The Salt Sea Supreme Deity met a similar end as well. In the last moment, it is the pure wish to become like his master. Farewell, senior brother. He too is my senior brother. As Chung Min's will closes its eyes, he speaks. Do not fall into sentiment. For 2 enemies still remain. Catching his meaning, I flinch in surprise. Kugugugugugu. The round something that the corpse of the great mountain supreme deity turned into begins to vomit an enormous roar. I realize that even as Chung Min is vanishing, he is barely holding it down in place. And as even Chung Min vanishes and its restriction is completely released, it starts to exude an immense power. The end of the great mountain battle. There are 2 tasks left to me. First, the malice GWAKM left for me to the very end. The explosion of the residual power of the splitting heaven mantra remaining in the seat of the mountain. Kugugugugugu. With no energy left in my whole body from facing GWAKM, I must block the last remaining self-destruction of the main body of the great mountain supreme deity. Kugugugu. I am going. If it is you, you can do it, right? As Chung Min's will crumbles, he asks me. I smile. Of course. Good. I truly hope you accomplish it. With that, even Chung Min completely disappears. I raise the impermanence sword and fly toward the power of explosion that GWAKM left in the origin essence of the mountain. Jiwa. The sword extreme heavenly sword settles into my hand. The functions of the sword extreme heavenly sword are only 3. First, its size adjusts to fit me. Second, it, absolutely, does not break. Third, it can be held only by those I permit. In that sword, which melted down the everything of a heavenly lord, only those 3 simple functions are embedded, maintaining absolute authority. It absolutely does not break. All my comrades are worn out from facing the great mountain supreme deity in the Radiance Hall. Even the underworld, with corpse mountain blood sea all having become free souls, is so busy gathering those souls that they cannot help me. Therefore, I have to block that power of explosion with only my exhausted strength. Therefore, I grip the absolutely unbreakable sword extreme heavenly sword and steel my courage. Lend me strength, Wu Wang. As the sword cry hums, a familiar voice comes itself my mind. Swing. It is similar to Kim Young-hoon's line, but a little different. I will be together with you. Jiwa's voice flows into my chest. Suat. Once more, I unfold the move of great mountain pressing down. Kugugugugugu. The sword style that maximizes the heart and compresses the universe unfolds from my hand and suppresses the explosion before my eyes. However, perhaps because I am worn out, the final malice the great mountain supreme deity left behind does not subside easily. Block it. I begin to burn my whole body. Block it. Kadududuk. Clearly, this is not the body of a mortal, but the body of the immortal beast king. Yet the grip of that solid flesh splits, and immortal beast true blood overflows from where I hold the sword's hilt. Please, I realize the identity of this explosion. And I also realize why that guy had to be satisfied with annihilation advancement mu rather than splitting heaven. Mantra. This explosion is the true splitting heaven mantra. It is splitting heaven itself. The true original that surpasses annihilation advancement mu. So from the beginning, splitting heaven is a decisive move impossible to use unless one is resolved to die. He would not resolve himself to die for the likes of me. He would only resolve himself to die before his master's enemy, the owner of fate. Because he held such a heart, he could not use splitting heaven while alive against me. But precisely for that reason, only after death can he reach splitting heaven at the price of his life. Kugugugugu. An absolute mantra that tears apart even the absolute. Another transcendent authority, equal to the wheel, radiance mantra, immortal beast king's authority, and the ultimate of martial arts, surges to tear everything in the area apart. If I can't block it, not only me, even my comrades will die. From that splitting heaven, I feel absolute power. Even the radiance mantra is useless. If that hits, surely, even regression will be transcended and torn apart. I must stake my life and block it. Kim Young-hoon has come again anyway. Even if my one life disappears, it does not matter at all. Hooah! Squeezing out all my power, I add strength to great mountain pressing down. The power of the radiance mantra, the power of the immortal beast king, even the ultimate of martial arts. The power of the 3 great ultimates spins and wrings out strength where there is none. All the authorities that have become exhausted from facing the great mountain supreme deity barely squeeze out their power and block the splitting heaven mantra. Even the wheel. Because great mountain supreme deity launched a sudden attack, my wheel that I used without even repairing its cracks and fractures becomes overloaded and gains even more fissures. All that power, I will combine it. Kugugugugu. Pong. With that thought, the final Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag is pulled out from my body. The condition of toppling 3 supreme deities during the great net immortal stage. Heavenly punishment supreme deity, naming supreme deity, and the last. After taking down the great mountain supreme deity GWAKM, the final condition has been fulfilled. The refreshing sensation lasts but a moment. 7 lights rush toward me from outside Mount Sumeru. They are the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords. Our Lord, please, find freedom. We lowly ministers commit disloyalty of going ahead of our Lord. Please, forgive us. Greedy wolf heavenly lord giant gate heavenly lord preserving wealth heavenly lord, literary melody heavenly lord, integrity chastity heavenly lord, martial melody heavenly lord, breaking army heavenly lord. The Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords each dwell in and fuse with the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags that are all pulled out. Yes, for the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags to be pulled out means that a vast cold level existence has pulled out all seals and become even stronger. From that point, there is no possibility for the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords to win against the opponent. So the moment when all the sealing immortal flags are pulled out, they have the condition of being absorbed into the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag and vanishing. A prophecy and mantra of heavenly lords staking their lives. That is the reason they could dare to bestow the condition of absolute upon me. Goo. I control the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags into which the souls and existences of 7 heavenly lords have melted into. Clank, 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 clank. Seal it. 7 stars harnessing God banner. After converting the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag into the harnessing God banner, I begin to shave down the explosive force of the splitting heaven mantra. With even the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag added, the explosion of splitting heaven has its force considerably blunted. The momentum begins to shift to my side. It's possible. At this rate, I can fully block the explosion of splitting heaven. Goo. Gradually, the power of splitting heaven begins to subside under my authorities. At this rate, I will block it, burning my whole body. I thus unify all authorities into one and press down the authority of splitting heaven. At this rate, surely, it is our victory. Just as I think so. Pekong. Single quote. The wheel breaks. The wheel of starlight that takes charge as the important axis of my authorities shatters to pieces. The reason is simple. Because it has been overworked far too much all this time. In the end it exceeded a critical point. If Great Mountain Supreme Deity had not launched a sudden attack, I planned to repair it together with Bong Meong and the underworld after subduing Radiance Hall, but his sudden attack was my biggest blunder. Goo. The momentum gets pushed back. The splitting heaven mantra, which I thought I was suppressing, swells again and spews ferocious authority. Is it how it ends? Although it is much weaker than when it first activated, the absolute power dwelling in splitting heaven still exists. I close my eyes. Still, I narrowed the scope. If it was the first splitting heaven, not only my comrades but all the true immortals would be annihilated. But if it is the current splitting heaven, I alone will undergo annihilation, and that's all. Even regression is impossible, for splitting heaven is equal to the radiance mantra. I am going to be torn to death. However, a broad smile rests on my face. It is sad that life is going to end, but the joy is also great. Still, I am so exhausted that I cannot use divine speech and have to speak out loud, but I speak as I look at the light of annihilation approaching me. It was a good life. Clonk. And then, the chains bound in my right arm come undone. The first chain assumes a human form and extends a hand. Quote. Ham Jin, my disciple. It is Ham Jin. Teacher, please. He smiles and begins to throw himself live on. Goo. Ham Jin melts into the splitting heaven. Next is Yohi. Yohi is shedding tears while looking at Ham Jin. You son of a bitch. You said you would marry me. If you go like this, what do I become? What do I become? Yohi sheds tears and jumps in, following Ham Jin. Yohi melts into the splitting heaven. Next is Yuhi. Oh savior. He, my first contractor, smiles and looks at me. Thanks to you, I resolved all the grace and resentment in my life. So, he jumps into the splitting heaven. Please live on. Next is the swallowing heaven supreme deity. It is Supreme Tiger. They turn to look at me. Then, I realize there is a certain resonance in my chest. O King of Deer, live on as the King of the Mountain. You. With those words, they also melt into the splitting heaven. The last is Hong Fan. Wait, Hong Fan. Frightened, I shout to him. He looks back at me. Master, Hong Fan, only while watching your final moment do I realize what kind of being you are. Only now do I understand it all. Wait, Hong Fan, don't go. Even with life at its end, you smile. That is who you are. Hong Fan, no, if you go in there. Yes, I know. Perhaps even with regression, we will never meet again. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Hong Fan smiles faintly. It is all right. Having seen you come this far, I have no regrets. Throughout that time, to have been able to serve you, it was an honor. Chuat, Something flows out from Hong Fan's body. I realize what it means. I will return it to you. Authority, ego preservation, the authority that is originally mine is engraved back into me. To have been able to spend time with someone like you, it was truly fortunate. Without hesitation, Hong Fan melts into the splitting heaven. I cry out to Hong Fan. But at that moment, as the authorities of the five desires chain combine, the last remaining authority of the splitting heaven mantra dies down, just as the likes of the Northern Dipper seven heavenly lords, by offering their souls, could constrain an existence. Like vast cold who reach the absolute. The five desires chains that reach the level of supreme deity offer their souls and suppress the power of the splitting heaven mantra that reaches the absolute. Quag, quote. Hong Fan, heaven and earth hum, and the entirety of Mount Sumeru shakes. And, ku-gu-gu-gu-gu, the splitting heaven mantra dies down. What remains in that place are only the remnants of chains torn mercilessly apart. Among them, the remnant of Hong Fan is the closest to me. I approach the chain turning into Hong Fan's corpse and cry, "You betrayed me." What greater disloyalty is there than failing to fulfill one's loyalty to their lord and going first? You betrayed me. Only then do I fully understand Bong Myong's foresight, and sorrowfully, I mourn the death of my friend. Suat, albeit faintly, I do feel the souls of the five desires chains. But due to the shock of splitting heaven, their memories and history are completely torn apart, and they are changed into something closer to origin essence than to souls. I let their souls flow into the underworld. And I reach out my hand toward Hong Fan's soul. Quote. Retribution enforcement. By the impermanent sword, the price for him having returned ego preservation to me flows into him. The radiance mantra flows wholly into him. The one to give this to is only you after all. From far away, the underworld nods. Hong Fan's soul, holding the radiance mantra in its embrace, is sucked into the wheel of the underworld. The power of the cycle of reincarnation collides with the power of regression. And then, quarururuing, with the sound of thunder clapping in a clear sky, the sound of something shattering resounds through Mount Sumeru. The radiance mantra, as discussed with the underworld, is extinguished. Today, I lost a friend, and today, at last, I severed regression.